All right, all right. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. Thank you for stopping by for another late night show. We're gonna get into quite a few boxing topics. Obviously, the fights on Saturday night. Brook, Khan, Munguia, Ballard, a couple of other fights, upcoming fights, all that stuff. And on this channel, we don't only talk boxing; we talk about other stuff. We go, you know, I try to like to go with the flow. And so let me give a quick shout out to the chat. Let's see, we got Dirt and World. Salute, bro. I got my brother Jet Cal, Thunderdome. That's right. Hit the like button. Hit that like button, bro. That's what you got to do. We got Super Aldo, Anderson Aldo, in 1978. On this day, Leon Spinks upsets Ali. So Anderson Aldo giving you a little boxing history. Thunderdome. Golovkin just started up training camp, so he must have a fight coming soon. Yeah, I think he's supposed to fight Murata in Japan. I'm not too sure if that's still the plan, but that's what I heard. You got Timothy Figueroa says salute. Your boy Jack Wes says God bless. God bless to you, my brother. You got Second Renaissance. Really? Salute. Salute, that's French for salute, I think. Listening while I tried to sleep. I'm glad that that I could make you fall asleep. My voice has a way of doing that, man. We got Macho Camacho. He says, and so the story of Dillian White's WBC mandatory for 3,000 days. What happened? Well, that's supposed to end. That's what I heard. I gotta admit that I ain't do no, I didn't do my own research. I just heard people talking about it. I didn't see it myself. That's technically considered a rumor until you can check it out for yourself. Um, but I'm hearing that the rumor is that the fight's supposed to happen, I think in April, you know, late April. So we'll see what's up with that. And that's all my shout outs in the chat. All my shout out in the chat, man. And so we'll talk about some of the fights that happened over the weekend. Um, you know, we'll talk about Khan getting destroyed, like I think most people predicted that he would get destroyed. Um, you know, Khan is the example of when men stop becoming dangerous, right? You get battered like that. Boxing sometimes serves a life's lessons if you just pay attention to the fight. He's soft. He's a soft guy. He's a soft fighter. He's always been. Yeah, he's probably more more washed up than before. He hasn't fought in a long time, but neither has Khan. Brook, excuse me. Brook hasn't fought in a long time, and he got himself up for this fight. I thought there was some fuckery with the gloves going on. I don't know how true this is. Maybe you guys would know, but I heard that uh, the whole thing with the gloves was since the fight was contracted at 149 pounds, I believe. Um, Brook was wearing 8-ounce gloves, and if you know anything about boxing, technically once you leave the 147 limit, you have to wear 10-ounce gloves. Now I don't know how true that is, but I think they could have handled this before he got into the ring. So who knows what that was about? But Khan was he was a big fucking mess. Even as he was walking into the ring, he's like he looks like he's nervous. He's breathing hard. He's going towards the ambulance truck. I don't know what that was about, man, but he started walking past it. Like, I want to make sure this shit runs well. You know, I want to need it for later on. Um, and so, yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that nonsense. With the gloves being changed in the ring. Obviously, it didn't make a difference, right? If that's what it was, that he put on 8-ounce gloves, and you're not supposed to do that. I would have thought they would have taken care of this before he got inside the ring. There would have been an understanding, but who knows? Who knows the games? Uh, if that's what it really was, I don't know if Brook was being stubborn and had to have the commission last minute make him change his gloves. It just seemed like a lot of bullshit. And yeah, so Khan got his ass beat. It didn't matter. It didn't matter the trickery. And I believe that, with the whole event, everything that was going on, I think they wanted, I really believe they wanted Khan to win. And just, he's too soft. He's the example of when men stop being dangerous. You get walked through, you get beat up, battered, laughed at. He was even being laughed at, man. I thought they would both look shaky in their performance. Like, I thought Brooks' balance seemed a little bit off, and but it didn't matter because, uh, you know, Bambi legs, Khan. He really couldn't. He just couldn't. He just couldn't hold himself up, man. You know, tripping all over himself every time he got hit. His knees would buckle. It is what it is. He got stopped in 6 rounds, so I was happy about that. I was happy for Brook. Like I said, I'm not like huge fans of any of these guys. I do like Brook a little bit more. I think he has more heart. I think he's been fucked over a couple of times. And it's maybe some of it he deserved it. Um, but nonetheless, the fight happened. He stopped him in 6. And that's what happens when you talk shit too, man. You talk a lot of garbage, and you better back that shit up, man. You know, I could imagine what was going through his mind right before he was gonna get stopped. You know, his worst nightmare, getting beat up by his main rival, a guy he doesn't like. I'm sure that heart was pumping real fast. There was a lot of shame going through his head. But you know what? Khan is not a quitter. I'll give him that. He's not a quitter. He seemed up for it. Just just couldn't just couldn't really do anything. Couldn't fight back. Some people wanted him to get stretched out. I think that was going to happen. So no need for no rematch. All right. All I got to say about that rematch is Fury Wilder 3. Okay, Fury Wilder 3. That's what will happen. We got a few more people in the chat. All right, all right, all right. There's some Medina Boxing Dialogue. I like that name, Boxing Dialogue. Who else? Who else? Who else? L Dog MMA. Did Brook get stabbed? That's what I heard. That's what I heard. And I heard other rumors too. Who stabbed him? But anyway, yeah. Now you also got Tyson Fury and Dillian White, and I'm not 100% sure of the details, but I heard that fight's going to happen for somewhere in April, and I hope it's true. Either Dillian gets out of the way or he shocks the world. And that's why I want that fight to happen. I'm not too hung up on We need undisputed. We need everybody to step aside as if these guys are gods or some shit like that. It would be nice if like they could skip, they didn't have these obligations and they could just go in and make a fight. But they have obligations, and I think these fights should happen if they're not going to fight for undisputed. I really think that these fights should take place. Take care of you know, your belt holding obligations, and if you're going to live by them, then you might as well follow the rules. See, I have no problem with following the rules, man. All right. Every responsible man should have rules, and they should live up to their obligations and take care of what they have to take care of. In Tyson Fury's case, he needs to be more of an active champion and, stop threatening the fans. Like, we give a fuck if he retires or not. I know I don't. And so I'm happy if the fight's going to take place. Yeah. As a boxing fan, I like to see it. Um, I would expect Dillian White to lose. I would expect Dillian White to lose his frames of the fight as the fight goes, into the second half, and Tyson Fury starts getting the best of him and maybe even stop him. All right, but I also like his chance to, knock down Fury. One day Fury's going to get knocked down and he won't be able to get back up. Those are the chances you take when you get dropped a lot. So hope the fight happens. And when it comes to, Kambosos and who he's going to fight, whether it's Loma, Devin Haney, my thoughts on that, the best fight would be Lomachenko and Kambosos, or Kambosos Lomachenko. Kambosos is the champion. There's a lot of talk that Devin Haney might have outpriced himself, or the people behind him are not confident enough to let him go to Australia to have that fight. I say whatever it is, whatever they're going through, step aside and let let Lomachenko take care of that. He doesn't have a problem with that. Win or lose, he doesn't have a problem going over to Australia and taking care of business. Right? That's how you handle it. You're the B side, and someone like Haney needs to learn how things are done. If he misses this opportunity, then well, it is what it is. I'm a firm believer that his style won't be able to work overseas, especially in that part of the world where you got Kambosos, who's has is having a coming home party after traveling to other fighters' backyards, earning a shot for the title and then winning it. You know, I think Haney's style is very weak, can get outworked, maybe even overwhelmed. That's what they're probably scared of. I like Haney's chances if he takes that fight and he's confident. I do. But I also like Kambosos' shot at Haney. I also like Kambosos' shot against Lomachenko, but you see, that's a different breed, and I don't care if people call me a fanboy. It's just whatever, man. I'm not from the Ukraine. I'm not I'm not a fanboy, I'm too old for that shit. And I just call it like I see it. I think that I think if Lomachenko gets that fight, God willing I'm still around, I think I'm gonna be proven right. I think Lomachenko goes in there and stops him. I think he will stop Kambosos because he's not gonna want to take any chances. It's a tough fight. It's a tough fight. And I think it's the more exciting fight. for sure. It's the more exciting fight. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. All right. Huckle Mustang. Devin Cat Haney. There's some Medina. Haney looks weak. I don't know if he can bench 225 low key. You know, what is he like? He walks around 170? Maybe. Maybe he can bench 225. I think he could do it. But that doesn't mean that you're strong. Yes, MMA, I am. I am, bro. Shout out to Brooklyn. Stop killing each other out there. Stop that drill music. I'm kidding, man. I don't give a fuck. I don't think the drill music is killing anybody. I think it's the people. Just like when they say gun violence. No, it's people. People kill people. Not the gun doesn't do it by itself, all right? The music doesn't do it without the people, right? So that's all I'll say about that. Yes, Ignacion. Yes, yes, yes. You're right, man. I do wish I was from Ukraine. I wish I was, man. You know, I probably would have been a great boxer. I probably would have been a great boxer, bro. Jimbo MOB. Loma was happy to play the B-side twice. Took short money and will travel to Australia twice. If that's not the heart of a champion, I don't know what is. Exactly, Jimbo. Great comment. That is a great comment. Ignacio wishes he was Brazilian. I agree. I agree. He does. Ignacio looks like a cop, right? Look at him. Narco. Okay, I'm gonna tell you how this goes. If you don't give me $50,000 for every transaction, you're gonna maybe disappear. That's what he looks like. That's fake news, MMA. Stop it. Fake news. You know all them Bati boys are in they in your neck of the woods. All right, so anyway, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, man. All right, I'm gonna start it off. No funny shit, because if anything funny happens, no more dropping link in the chats. I'm gonna do it privately, and I've been asked by some good people to do it privately from now on. All right, now, don't force me to take them up on their idea. So that is the link. Feel free to drop in. Like I said, man, anything boxing related, and like I said, we talk about other things as well as the show continues and the vibes change like the waves. You know, let's see what we got. I got my main man Ant.
What up?
Saludos.
Hope you're doing good, my man.
We got Aldo. Salute.
What's up, man?
Salute, Ant. And I got Devin. What's going on, Devin?
Oh, you don't have Devin, actually.
Oh, Devin's
We beat
gone.
already.
Gone, just like that. All right. So what's up, guys? What do you think about some of the stuff I was talking about?
Well, I'm not too sure Loma's going to get the fight. I don't know if Loma or Devin will get that fight. It's not looking good for either guy, really. Loma was just talking about, no one wants to make a fight with him. Devin's pricing himself out. Not even pricing himself out, just avoiding the fucking fight.
Right.
So I don't know who he's.
That's what it sounds like, man. That's what it sounds like. He's
Yeah. Talks all that shit, but don't want no smoke.
Yeah.
Saw that just by all the shit he talked about on Loma, but then we come to find out by his own father that they fucking chose to avoid Loma. So we know you're a phony.
Well, when you choose the route that he chose, instead of being the mandatory, he would go the WBC regular route. That should tell you everything. But
yeah,
still,
he
people
didn't.
try.
He didn't go for the interim because he thought that would also give him the Mando. Devin, Bill Haney said, we knew that if we chose this, Loma was going to get moved up to franchise and we wouldn't be his Mando anymore. So, it's not that they just chose the interim. They chose to never be able to get a mandatory against Loma, even though they were running around talking about how much they wanted that fight.
What's up?
What up, Jay?
What's up, Brandon?
What up?
What's up, Brandon?
Brandon?
How's it been?
What's up, Jason? Too.
How's it going, everybody?
Hello.
What's up, everyone?
What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about what happened this week or what?
Loma
Haney
and
in general
Haynes.
being a sissy. No
Yeah,
disrespect.
Haney is one of the biggest divas at the moment. Like Haney, he really pisses me off. Him and his fanboys, they really they try to rewrite history when we already know that Haney is ducking Kambosos. He's very much the B side to Kambosos. I mean, especially in Australia. So
When it comes
if
to
he
Haney,
wants to,
keep going.
Wow, what is this lady doing?
Shit, I'm sorry.
Keep going,
yeah,
Brandon.
no problem. No,
Finish
go
your
ahead.
point.
What were you gonna say, Anderson?
I was gonna say, when it comes to Haney, it's almost like you shouldn't even call it history. You should call it just rumors. They're rewriting rumors.
Yeah,
Haney
they're
is
rewriting.
so irrelevant. There's nothing. The history books aren't going to be even mentioning him. He's a non-factor in the division.
Yeah, and also his title, he was given to him. He didn't earn his title. He was given to him. That's the difference.
Well,
And also recognize, I just wanted to say you're one of the most you're one of the most based out of the white TBC. Yeah. Well, you and Anthony and Anderson. So
there's quite a few. There's quite a few base guys in here, but I
yeah,
appreciate
this
it.
is a based convention of some sort. So yeah.
We live in realism, not fantasy.
Yeah.
Thank you
wish
for
the
including
LDBC
me in that, man. I'm not even a
no worries.
producer of videos, but thank you.
But you're based in at Discord,
Thank
so
you.
yeah. And also Jed too. How's it going?
My brother Outlaw.
Jed is based. What up, Jed?
Yeah,
Jed is
I don't even
based.
know. I don't really know what base means, but I've heard that I am. So yeah.
You're based.
Basically,
You're
woke
based.
in
You're not
reality.
Dude, you know what's funny? Sometimes I'll use these terms outside of the in my regular life, and people were like, "What the fuck does that mean?"
it's boxing chief. He was wondering what is base, because I said Larry Merchant is base, and he said based on what, and I had to explain to him.
That's the meme, man. That's the meme.
I had to
Based
explain
on
to
what?
him that base just means that you're not woke. So Larry Merchant, he's not woke.
Or you're woke the other way.
Jack West says this is based on corruption.
Corporation.
Corporation. This is basically, yeah, I read that wrong.
Based Inc.
Fighters ducking Loma, Loma ducking war. LOL.
Base promotions. That's what it is. Base promotions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look, man, I still think that real quick, anybody know what really happened with the gloves with Amir Khan and Kell Brook? I'm hearing because the contract was made above the 147 limit that you order. Obviously, we know that you have to use 10-ounce gloves. That's what I'm hearing. The whole glove shit, the whole glove gate.
Yeah, I guess
Uh,
it's possible, but
but why would they wait for him to get into the ring?
understand. Yeah, I don't understand how. I mean, the commission got to approve gloves the day before. I believe that's how it works over there as well. Yeah, it definitely does work that way over there. I've seen it. Yeah, so the commission would have had his gloves, signed off on them, and they know what weight he's coming in at because he would have already weighed in. So
Now this is
I don't know.
I gotta say this, Anthony. This is a rumor. I heard this on another stream.
Yeah,
The guy seemed like it was on 150 stream, and the guy that came on, they were talking to him like he's a insider. I'm gonna take their word for it, and he sounded like he knew what he was talking about, and it made sense. But still, I'm like stuck on that one thing of well, why didn't you just take care of that before any of the shit happened? You know what I mean? Like,
I
why
mean,
would you take care of it inside the ring? You
the
say, hey,
commission.
listen, you know the rules, right? Anything over 147,
Yeah, like
you gotta
even
wear.
when they were you know, like tying his gloves off with the commission watching them, someone from Khan's camp watching them. This never got brought up. You know what I mean? Sounds like maybe some Khan apologists.
Recognize. I
I don't
just
know.
looked it up on Twitter. Don't know
Yeah.
how reliable this is, but go ahead and check this this link I'm about to send you, man.
Okay.
It's apparent. It says in the article that there is an agreement in the contract where basically both of them couldn't use horsehair gloves.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I knew it sounded like a Khan apologist.
So, okay.
I don't know how true that is. That's another possibility, you know.
So, in other words, legal gloves that have to come to a mutual agreement, for neither guy to wear it. It's like, you mean Khan? Khan doesn't want him to wear it, and it didn't matter.
Yes, Khan don't want to get punched by Brook with horsehairs. That's what it means. Pussy shit.
And it didn't matter, bro. It didn't matter because
No, that's what the best
Because
part
Brook
was.
beat his
around
ass.
him. Yeah, we watched him put these new gloves on and then just still get battered.
Yeah, he got his ass beat.
What is this?
I was happy about that, man. I honestly, I was.
I had fun. I had fun while doing chores.
Oh, I loved it. I love seeing all the A-side bullshit, man. Just seeing it. It was like almost like a fucking whipped cream pie slapping right in the face of Amir Khan. Just the way that loss happened after everything. I was like, yes, dude, fuck you.
Now I understand why Amir Khan ducked Brook for 10 years. He didn't
And
want
the
the
smoke.
smoke.
That's it.
What do you
Yeah.
guys think about Khan working with Crawford and Bomac for one camp and then all of a sudden having acne everywhere?
Dude, it's just.
And pulling all these A-sides. We know who told him all that shit. Who, like,
Yeah,
got him.
it's corny, bro. At this point, it's corny. Like, look,
Kinda
I talk to a lot of people.
Crawford as well.
I talk to a lot of people that we talk to that like Crawford. They like him, and sometimes I think they get caught up on that PBC. We're totally against PBC.
Yeah.
But I'm like, listen, have you ever wondered to yourself, it's Crawford also? Like, I'm not saying Spence doesn't play stupid games. I think he does. I think it's more like trying to irk Crawford, that type of thing.
Yeah, maybe.
But I'm like, this dude is not right. Like, Crawford is not. He's not right. Like, ever since I watched this fight with Postal, and that was like almost 6 years ago, I've been very skeptical of that dude and his career.
Yeah, you have to be.
You know?
Look at all the
You have
fights afterwards.
Yeah. And I just think that he's, I think he's a fraud, bro. That's what I really think. I'm not saying he's not a good fighter. That's two different
Yeah,
things.
I agree.
Yeah, I
It's
think
just
he's
that
good,
I think.
but he
Yeah.
lacks a bit of courage.
Mm-hmm.
He needs that edge. Otherwise, why are you going to drain somebody? Well, why are you gonna do anything like that unless you're trying to handicap your opponent and also give yourself that mental edge, that courage? You know?
Yep.
So it
Typical
seems
A
like
side
to me.
bullshit.
And this dude's had yaps about the big fights, but he's literally had 4 opportunities and never
Yeah.
took one of them.
I just don't like the fact that he ducked Virgil.
Yeah,
That was one of the biggest
that
ones.
also that solidified it for me.
Yeah.
If
I
I'm
agree.
Crawford, I would take it. I would take that fight as early as possible because the greener he is, the more it'll benefit Crawford.
Dude, everyone would give him props if he beat him.
Yep.
Why not take it?
Yeah, that's why I still give, you know, ever since the accident, Spence, the confidence that I have in Spence, especially the Danny Garcia fight, where it looked like if Danny turned it up a little bit, I think Spence might have been in a lot of fucking trouble. And so the confidence that I have that Spence can beat Crawford has gone down, but I still see it there. We'll see what happens with Ugas for sure. We'll see what happens with that fight. If he goes in there and he can win a nice fight where he clearly wins, that would tell me that he's back. But if not, then I think there's a good chance he would lose if he ever fights Crawford.
I mean, we know
It's hard
we
to
don't
beat
have any
Spence,
proof
man.
that Kavaluskas was Jane versus Crawford, but
Uh-huh.
look at the Kava that Ortiz fought versus the one Crawford fought. You know,
Yep.
dude, he looked
Dude,
so
he was
much,
trying to. He
so much.
was fucking like the Hulk in there, bro.
Yeah.
He had that build. I think it's simple. I think it's very simple. Like, if there was some fuckery going on, that's what it was. What happened in the Ortiz fight was, I want you to try to knock him out to see what happens.
Yep.
That's it. I need to find out where Ortiz is at. So try, please, incentive on knocking him out. Incentive on trying to knock him out, and maybe it doesn't work out and you get knocked out. All right. But I need you to go in there, knock his fucking head off. Try to knock his head off. And if you don't think that happens, man, maybe I'll stop talking. And I don't want to fucking ruin your little fantasies.
No, that's happened throughout boxing history. But like, why pull that stuff when dude says, "I don't care if I'm ready or not. I want it. He's your number one contender." It's like, let's go. And you say, nope, you got to go fight Kavaluskas first. Why would you even do that? Well, especially when you're looking for a big money fight. Well, if he gets knocked out, now you don't get the opportunity. So it looks like that's clearly what he wanted. He was hoping that would happen. He was hoping that would happen with Maurice Hooker.
He very much told Virgil, "Fight my leftovers." He wanted Kavalauskas to knock Ortiz out, but it didn't happen. So that's why he's ducking all that smoke. He can't find his nuts. Terrence Crawford.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's like no signs of him, even signing with any promotional outfit right now. So is he just gonna sit, lonely and wait for a fighter with a promoter to hit him up and then go in kind of hostile territory? Because he ain't, unless they sign like some sort of, if you win, I get, your next 3 fights or something like that.
Yeah.
Thunderdome. My question is, do you think Crawford will probably go the same path as what Andre Ward went through when he sued his promoter, and then he had to sit out for like 2 years or so of his career? Do you think this will happen with Crawford?
No, because Goosen still technically had Ward under contract, so he wasn't allowed to go and fight with anyone else until that was taken care of, or he had to fight under Goosen. So, or he had to at least pay Goosen money to go fight with under some other promotional outfit. So I don't think he'll be sitting out that long, but who knows how long he is going to sit out. No one seems interested in him. There's no reports of like Hearn certainly ain't on, videos saying, I want the kid, I want him. He did that with T.O. He does that with anyone else he actually does want. but no one looks at Bud as a draw. He doesn't sell, so no one's in a hurry to try and get the guy. And he's so entitled. He thinks he's worth way more than he is because Aram spoiled the guy. That's the only reason he left Aram, because Aram came to him with a new contract. Like, hey, if you want to re-sign with me, here's the stipulations, here's the money, and it was to him, a very insulting offer, a low ball in his mind. But to Aram, he's like, this is all you're worth, bro. Trust me, I've been working with you for years. I know what you're worth.
He's one of the worst draws in boxing, period.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you think Heyman's going to go pay him way more than he's worth?
Hell
No.
no.
Is Hearn going to? No. So, like, where? Golden Boy? Hell no. So where's he
Golden
going?
Boy doesn't even have money. That's why Canelo left.
Plus, how old is he, lad? 35 now as well. So he's
Yeah,
not,
something
Yeah,
35.
Crawford's 34, 35,
He's
bro. Yeah.
old.
Yeah, he's old.
yeah, like
He should be in
34,
his.
35-ish.
He wasted his prime very much
Wasted his
fighting.
whole career. He has nothing to hang his hat on.
If
Undisputed, but what win?
if he retires
All-star,
today,
yes.
he'll go into boxing's what if very much if he retires.
yeah, he's probably even less of a draw than Ward was, bro.
Oh, weightless.
He's like at that
And-
level. Yeah, like he's like
I think he's worse.
that kind
And
of.
what's
He probably
what's
is.
crazy and what's crazy is that casuals know Tank Davis more than Crawford is. I mean, why? Because at least I don't like Tank Davis, but at least Tank Davis, he is well known. Like I speak to some people, and then even casuals, and they know Tank Davis more than Crawford. So
Yeah,
But Crawford is
Tank
known,
is
though.
at
The
least
issue
known
is,
as
like,
a
if you
puncher.
look at any of his, like, post fights, right? They get 7 million views, some of those, like, highlights or whatever. So it's not that, like, people don't know him. It's that people don't support him. There's a big difference.
Yeah,
It's
'cause
almost even worse because people do know him. So he seems like a big draw, but, like, proportionally speaking, he draws in, like, not even close to the proportion he should.
he don't have a
52K pay-per-view
personality.
buys. That should tell you everything.
He doesn't have a personality, and for whatever reason, he just hasn't connected with people. Some people do, some people just don't, man. You can't force it. That shit has to happen, naturally.
Sometimes there's no remedy for it. Some lads have the X factor, some don't. Just doesn't
Yeah.
seem to have it. Like Tank seems to be a way bigger star in the US than Buddy.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Tank's known as a knockout artist here, so.
But I wouldn't say he's more well known. Like, he gets more support.
He gets more support. Yeah.
yeah,
If you look at
that's
the,
what I was trying to say.
That's what a star is. That's what
if
makes
you
a
look
star.
at YouTube views, his fights don't get that much. If you look at Crawford's, they get like millions of views. So
Yeah,
there's something.
but maybe a
not
lot of them
connecting.
are coming from outside the US, just from hardcore boxing things that want to see how cool.
Maybe.
Definitely close.
I
I'd be interested to see what the views were just within America for Tank and Bud.
And Precise made an interesting video when Brook got weight drained based on his eye opening, which I never thought of that, and I was like really surprised.
That's
because-
what really got people that were on the fence about Crawford to really look the other way, because something that Precise pointed out, if you notice, the minute people get off when they do a weigh-in, they automatically go to like something to rehydrate, something to drink, right? You see like some weird color, right? But it's like a bunch of like vitamins and shit. Brook didn't drink anything. Brook looks dead. He looks like a guy who just
he
when
made
you
weight, of course, but he
Skell
looked
Brook.
but
Skell
right, he
Brook.
looked like that's
like
where the whole
skeleton.
Skell Brook, skeleton Brook, right? And there's truth to that. And then you watch them being interviewed, and I swear to God, it looks like Crawford is mocking him. Like maybe that's people reading into it,
No,
but
he is.
it looks
for
that way.
sure.
He's mocking him. Yeah, it's like, look at me drinking water. You can't.
Yeah.
I don't respect you. No, that means
He even
you
says,
didn't
"Hey,
feel confident you
got
could beat
your
him. At
water?" He even goes, "Brook, you got your water," and drinks his.
It was just so corny. Like when I saw that interview by Kellerman that day. But well, it
It's
is what
bitch
it
shit.
is.
And even if
Yeah.
like you're one of those boxing fans that don't like to get into that, okay, fine. But like almost
How
the,
can't
even
you?
the even the casual mind understands dude, you're fighting a weak fighter.
Yo,
That dude's
can you guys
weak.
hear me, bro?
What's up?
Nah, that's El Jefe.
Oh shit, my
That's
bad,
who?
bro. I just changed my name. Hold on. I didn't know I had this name, bro. What's going on, bro?
What's going on?
What's going on?
What are you guys talking about, bro?
Boxing.
Yeah, bro. All I gotta say, man, Kell Brook is a bum, and so was Khan, bro. It was two washed up fighters, two dudes past their prime. Khan, as always, man, we knew he had a glass chin. Kell Brook,
Yes.
I'm tired of people trying to like overrate Kell Brook now. Like all of a sudden, Kell Brook came back, bro, and he's this mega fighter, and he could beat all these dudes. I think most of these dudes that are bigging him up are Earl Spence fanboys or Triple G fanboys, who are trying to big up Kell Brook so that their fighters look good, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think they're trying to do, man. Like Kell Brook ain't shit, bro. I think dudes
Well,
like
to be fair, Hefe,
Well,
I haven't really.
aren't you a
I
Canelo
rather.
fan? I mean, if Canelo fought Kell Brook or
Canelo
Amir
has
Khan,
nothing to do with what I'm talking about, bro. I don't know why you bring up Canelo.
well, because
Hold
Canelo
on, hold on,
fought
hold on.
Khan, so that
This is
has
what I would
something
say.
to
This is
do
what I
with
would
it.
say. To be fair, now I'm not saying that this out there. I haven't heard nobody big up the fight like that. I heard people shit
Well,
on it
they do it
mainly.
indirectly. They do it indirectly,
You
bro.
baked
Like
up
they're not
Amir Khan,
like
so
they try
I
to
don't know
like
what you're talking about.
no, bro, because I've seen it, bro. I've been on these YouTube streets for a while now, bro,
You were
and I've
bigging up
noticed that
Ken.
they try to big up
Everybody was
Canelo,
bigging
bro.
up Khan.
No, they shit
Hold
on
on.
Khan. They shit on Khan because Canelo beat Khan. So if they shit on Khan, it's like they're shitting on a Canelo opponent, bro. It's all, bro.
So
It's all the
it's
pattern.
still related to Canelo then, even though you just said it has
No,
nothing
it
to
has
do with
nothing
it.
to do with Canelo, bro. I don't know why you keep on bringing Canelo up.
Well, you just did. You just did again when no one was
No,
talking
bro.
about it.
I'm making a
What do you
point,
guys
bro.
think about Kell Brook versus Eubank Jr.? Apparently, that's the next fight that's going to happen.
That's a
I
cherry
That's the
pick.
fight.
don't know. That
That's a
might be a
cherry
cherry
pick
pick, Jimmy. That might be a
by
cherry pick.
Eubank.
Yeah. You know what it is? Like, I feel like Kell Brook and like he never made the kind of money that Amir Khan made. So I feel like Sky and Boxer really want the Eubank fight. And I feel like that's the direction they're going to go in. They're both signed under Boxer. They're both on Sky Sports. There's not really any options for either of them, to be honest.
But Jimmy, is
I
it big
mean,
money out there? Is it a big money fight?
yeah. To be honest, I think it sell out a big arena, do pay per view. They could make maybe I don't know, $8 million, $10 million, depending on how the sales are.
Jimmy, what would it be a bigger fight? Brook fighting Eubank or Brook fighting Josh Taylor? If Josh Taylor beats Jack
Oh,
Catterall.
Eubank. Like, bro, I have to be honest. In the UK, like Chris Eubank Jr. is 10 times the star that Josh Taylor is. Like
That's
Josh
sad.
Taylor is.
That's a
That's
disgrace.
sad.
The
It's a
That's
arena
disgrace.
embarrassing.
he fought in was pretty fucking small, man.
Why
Well,
do people
no,
why
he
don't
gets
people
that
pay attention to
fame.
Taylor though? He's a
Because
great
he's
Hey,
fighter.
bro,
Scottish.
Really,
how's my
boxing
mic
needs.
working,
He's
bro?
He's
Scottish.
Butcher Cook. No offense. Like
If he was
No, it's from
English,
the
he'd be the
UK.
biggest star in the UK.
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
Maybe
but
that's
you
the
know what
point.
it is. He's from the UK, so a lot of fighters do get boosted up here.
It's
The
different
problem with
though.
Josh Taylor, he's been traveling a lot. So like, he went to,
Let's
he's
be
with a small
real. Let's
promoter.
be real about Josh Taylor, bro. The reason Josh Taylor's not a bigger star is because he's white and he's from the Scotland area, bro. That's the only reason that he's not
Because he's white.
a bigger
Why
star.
is
Because
he
he's
playing
white.
Tyson Fury?
No, something about the UK fans, bro. They
Yeah, they're
I don't know how
cucks.
to.
They're
Yeah, they're
cucks.
cucks. There you go. They're cucks. So they tend to root
Well,
like
I mean, Joshua
for
Nah, come
fans,
on.
khakis
yeah.
or for
These
Jamaicans. They
motherfuckers
they
love
tend to
a
do that, bro.
Coley, but not Josh Taylor. That should tell you everything you need to know.
Hey, but here's the yeah, that's true. That's true. Like one thing I noticed about the UK is they love muscular black men, especially heavyweight.
Joshua.
Or
Like,
dude,
bro, I'm gonna just
Christ.
put it that way because here's the thing, right? They had a total bum, Daniel Dubois, and they
Yeah.
were all over that guy, like filling up fucking stadium
It's all
arenas,
about the
filling up
BBC,
arenas.
I guess.
And they were like you should hear this guy, I think is Adam Smith, right? He would be like, oh, look at the pectorials on him. I mean, the punching force is unrivaled.
News Network.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's
No,
why.
no,
I
you know
mean,
what
he
it is?
came from BBC. But you know what else was weird? Like, whenever they'll be fighting like a white dude, and granted they're only fighting bums, so they're fighting like these white dudes who are out of shape. They'll be like, Oh, and you could just see what kind of a specimen Dubois is.
Oh,
This,
bro,
Joshua.
don't put that jacket on us, man. Why you
it's
gotta put the
weird,
jacket
bro.
on the
Like,
UK?
it's
And
weird.
gotta say
your
what
Why you
Daddy
gotta put that
said.
jacket on us, bro? Like, Aldog, me and you are cool, bro. Don't put that jacket on us, bro. Anyway,
Well, they
like,
do. They ain't
It's
putting it on
facts.
you. Not you, maybe, but they do.
no, but
But wait,
by
let me
default,
ask
though,
you a
man. I
question.
don't like.
Hey, L Dog, let me ask you a question. So, do you think they were disappointed when Joyce went in there, this like kind of mongrel looking
The
dude
mutt.
Yeah,
broke
they
his
were, bro.
fucking eye?
They
He
were.
broke his
I'll
eye.
answer that, bro. They were crying this shit, bro. They
Like,
were.
To be
oh
honest,
fuck.
I thought Dubois was gonna beat Joe Joyce, but I look like a dumbass picking Dubois. I'm not
Dude,
gonna
Joyce
You
lie.
is a
really
beast,
thought
In the
man.
UK,
Dubois
like,
could fight? Dubois couldn't
can I
fight.
be honest? In the UK, we don't really see race that much. Like, don't get me wrong, we've got our problems, but I mean, if you're a good fighter, people just gravitate towards you. I mean,
Dubois wasn't a good fighter.
I
I
think
look
No,
no,
but
I
like
I
think
think
it's
a
no, I
because
think what
dumbass.
happens is people get
Josh
caught
Taylor's
up on
Scottish.
people
Anthony,
get caught up on muscles.
I just fill up. I
They
just
do
When
fill
it
get
up
comes to
caught up on the
fighting,
muscle.
propaganda.
real
So
It's
quick, when it comes
muscle.
to fighting though, you'll be surprised how many people will say, "Oh, look at that guy. He's like fucking Diesel, Traps, this," and they'll look at some
he's
skinny,
strong,
like
muscular.
like they look at some skinny ripped dude, like he's ripped. But what they don't understand is that ripped dude could fucking let off 100 punches. You know what I'm saying? He can let off 100 punches, while the dude that's like swollen maybe could let off 10 shots. You know?
Recognize.
Yeah.
I think the reason Josh Taylor's not as big in the UK is because he's Scottish. Like it's like a Canadian being big over here. We're not gonna really celebrate him like that in America just because
So
we're
it's
in the
like a
same country.
Scottish
Yeah,
biased
it's
against.
it's a Scottish thing.
no,
Like if
it's
he was
not.
English,
It's not.
I mean,
he'd
it's a
be
little
huge.
bit
No, that's
different.
not.
Yeah,
Rare
it's a
breed. I'm
little
from
bit
the
different.
UK, man. Don't tell me how my country works. Like, the thing is, we've had many Scottish stars. Like we had Ricky Burns, he was quite big. Joe Kazagi from Cardiff, even smaller than Scotland, and this guy was a rock star. The thing with Josh
Well,
Taylor is
yeah,
he's
but
in a division that really isn't
okay.
that big
Well,
in the UK,
that
and he
still
traveled
doesn't
quite a
mean.
bit
Yeah,
as
but
well.
if Tumbo Sambo from Nigeria came along and he was in the same position Josh Taylor was, they would be
Huge.
all over him.
Yeah.
No, he's
Huge.
big though. Like
Yeah,
he's
that's
selling out
true.
arenas. But you said, is he bigger than Eubank Jr.? And he's not, bro.
Would
That's just
be. It would be.
Eubanks had bigger fights with Billy Joe, with James DeGale, George Groves,
And
with
think of
Josh
that. Why
Taylor.
is that? You have a dude who's like been fought every big fight he ever had. Basically, step up. He fucking lost. Never
I mean,
beat
the
anybody.
reason why
Well,
he's a
who's
bigger name
bigger,
is because of
Fury
his
or
daddy.
Joshua?
That's why. I mean, the reason why
Fury or
he's
Joshua?
Yeah, who's
Joshua
I've
bigger?
is
picked
bigger.
Joshua for a long time.
Yeah,
Joshua.
that's
Oh,
a
way
good
bigger.
question for
For a
you
long
guys.
time.
Who's bigger over there?
Joshua.
I say Joshua's probably 10 times bigger than Fury.
There
Yeah,
you
you
go.
see, because
Dude,
from us
Yeah.
looking
Well,
at it,
well,
Facts.
to be
looking at
fair,
it from
one looks like a
here,
thumb. No disrespect, but he looks like a thumb, and the other one's like a got model looks. So
Yeah,
And
that
recognize.
is a good point. Like, let's be honest here. Fury, you can't put him on a cover, man. Like, it's just not gonna sell. Like,
no,
just
but
looks like
it's
a
not.
fucking.
It's not only that,
quite
Who
bro.
frankly,
cares?
He
even
looks
as
like
a
a
man,
plumber. He
even
looks
as a
like
Yeah.
a
man, I don't want to
dude.
look
He
at
looks
that
like a
shit,
Just
dude.
take
plumber.
pictures.
He looks like
neck
the
up.
plumber
I
that's
think with
doing.
Punch them
Joshua
in the
won the
face.
Olympic. See, with
Hey
Joshua, he was a
guys,
perfect storm. He won his
Fury can make
Olympic gold medal.
Fury
But
can
What's
make
that,
Josh,
guy?
plumber.
AJ
Fury can
wasn't.
make Plumbers magazine.
AJ was
Like, let's
already
be
getting a
honest.
ton of love
I
before
think
he.
Fury's bigger in America than Joshua is, and vice
He
versa.
is now.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
true.
Dude, Fury
Yep.
looks like he should be at the fucking trucker protest or something. He just looks like he should
You
be a
know,
globetrotter.
AJ,
Dude, he came
because
into the
he won
That
trilogy
was
his
all
with
gold
the
tonight.
medal.
trucker hat on.
Bro,
With
not only
AJ, he was
that,
a
bro,
perfect storm.
but the things
With
that
Joshua,
Fury
he
has
was in a
been
perfect
saying in the
storm.
past too.
Yeah,
Like,
Fury's
He
let's
won his
not
bigger.
get away
Olympic
from
gold
that
medal
shit.
in London.
Yeah, but also
He
I
won his
think
Olympic gold
Fury. I
medal
think
in London.
Fury bowed down. You know what I'm saying? At least to them. I don't think he bowed down in public, but he's like, "All right, I won't never talk about it. Sorry."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like that
dude,
type of thing.
he
They
was
shot him with a heart attack gun and then cloned him. That's what happened.
he's
You know,
he's
it's
signed to
the
he's signed
difference
to
between Lou
Barbaric
DiBella.
for a reason, right? Certain people
I
can
think
make
so
things
too.
go away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you sign with me, I'll get you some big fights, and I'll let you stay in the industry.
A lot
You
of
know?
it, to be fair, a lot of it is Tyson Fury's own fault. He should have never signed with Mick Hennessy. That's like signing, like, say if you've got, like, go in America, you got Golden Boy, PBC, Top Rank. Instead of going with them, you go with Lou DiBella, you know. So he was with Mick Hennessy for a very long time. And then he also had a very boring style. With Joshua, Olympic champion, London Olympics. He had
Black.
the Sky Sports machine behind him. He had Eddie Hearn, and he took a lot of good fights at Dylan White.
He was getting a ton of
Well,
buzz before he even
first of
won
all,
He's
Jimmy,
also muscled
Jimmy,
up in black for the cucks.
Dude, I heard for
Jimmy.
his debut, AJ got like $500,000 for a
Get
fucking
out of
fight.
here.
Dude,
Get out.
that's
No.
what I heard for his.
No,
for
Are you
his
serious?
Jimmy,
Yeah,
I'll,
yeah,
half
Dude,
a
he was
million for his
huge. He
debut.
was huge. That's not
He had
crazy.
the Under
He
Armour
was already getting
sponsorship.
like a lot of like
Probably, I
notoriety
guess.
because of the Olympics. Like he
Yeah,
won
yeah.
at the London Olympics. It's not even just like any Olympics. It was their
His home.
Olympics.
at
Yeah.
the London, exactly. But Jimmy,
Yeah,
I was just
London
gonna
Olympics.
say, which fights were Tyson Fury televised on ITV or what in the
I mean, it was on.
UK?
It wasn't on ITV. It was kind of like he fought on Box Nation quite a lot, which is almost like, I mean, it's a lot of people don't have Box Nation. With Joshua, he was fighting on, I guess, what you'd call ESPN, right? Sky Sports. He had the full Sky Sports machine. He had the Olympic platform. This was the London Olympics. It was probably the biggest event in the UK for the last 40, 50 years as far as sports, right? He used that
But
as a spring.
Jimmy, question.
Yeah.
Is Box Nation like a premier channel?
Yeah, it's a premium cable subscription channel.
Okay.
And it's not even that. I'll be honest, it's not even that popular. It's that I guess it's in America. You'd compare it to like a really, really
It's like
slightly
Fox
Showtime.
compared to ESPN. That's what it is.
Yeah, like the zone,
No,
like that.
It's like fucking CBS Sports, bro. Like some shit like
Yeah,
that.
like that. It's
It's
really
pretty
it's not-
cheap. I've seen it. Like their fucking emblem looks like Papa John's. Like, have you seen that shit, bro?
Compare
Who's
True
that,
TV.
who's
to
that guy
ESPN.
they have, the historian Bunce or whatever? He's the guy who's like on Box Nation, I'm pretty sure.
Well, the thing
Yeah,
is, look at the fucking, how many people like White. I'm like, what's there to like about that dude?
He's
I mean, again,
Jamaican,
it's
I
bro.
mean,
Joshua,
I'm
right?
real man.
love
I
him.
actually
Ghetto.
like White.
He's a
I mean, the
fucking
ghetto
juice
from
head.
London like
He's
him.
he's been.
Bruh,
he's
he's
been
a-
all
he's a
the
The guys
annoying-
from London
sports.
like him.
I fuck with White, man.
I mean, he's
I
from
do.
London and he's
Dude,
done a lot
like
of big
here's
fights.
the thing about White though. You look at him, right? He's fucking annoying. He's entitled.
Yeah.
He's a cheat. Like, bruh, this is like the guy who, like,
He's funny
bruh,
though.
He's, just,
also been knocked out. That's funny. That's a good thing.
I mean, yeah. Look, I like White because I get to see him get knocked out and lose some of his fights, and that brings me joy. But at the same time, it's like these
Come on, you
people
can't say he's
actually.
entitled and say
It
Deontay
brought
Wilder
me
isn't.
joy. It brought me joy when
No, but I'm saying,
Povetkin-
like,
a
this guy-
shot Povetkin beat White.
Yeah,
knocked him
the
out.
shot, the
I
shot
don't
to
think-
pieces can beat him. But
I don't
look,
think Povetkin was shot because Povetkin had good performances before the Dana White fight.
Yeah, with Joshua. Yeah, with
Yeah.
Joshua Michael.
So,
Andrews,
I
right?
hate when people say that, bro. Like, oh, suddenly this dude loses. No, bro, he just got
and
his
that was
ass
just a
beat
great
by
punch.
Dana White.
Like, fuck all the bullshit. Just look at the
I
punch.
feel like as far as
It
entitled,
was a great punch.
you cannot say Luis Ortiz was more entitled though. He got a title
Yeah.
shot for nothing.
I agree.
Yeah,
At least
okay,
Dylan White
but,
got
but
revenge.
here's the
just
thing.
above.
Here's the thing with Dillian White, okay? And maybe it's because I don't speak Spanish much. Like I know a few fucking words and phrases. That's it. But
That's
with
good
Dillian
enough.
White,
That's good enough.
Dillian
Tell us
White,
some,
this
bro.
guy, he's always talking about how oppressed he is, how the WBC won't give him a shot, but they've offered him to fight in eliminators, and he purposefully hasn't taken them. And it's like, dude, you like if I tell you to like run up the fucking hill or something, and I'll give you $100, and you don't run up the hill, and you're like, hey, where's my $100? It's like, dude, I fucking told you how to get it.
Let's
You
be
don't wanna
real,
do it.
bro. The WBC was protecting Deontay Wilder from Dillian
He was,
White.
bro. The Bermain
Yeah,
Stavern
El
coming
Jefe
off
has
a
a
2-year
point.
layoff and a loss was put in a mandatory, and Dylan White's been number one for what? Nearly
Something we
over
can't
3
say,
years?
bro. The UK boys, they hold it down in the heavyweight division, bro. When it comes to heavyweights, they're the ones holding it down right now, bro. And all this talk about Usyk, that Usyk's gonna suddenly just take over. I don't think it's gonna be that easy, bro. I want to see Usyk first beat AJ, and
He did already.
No,
He
again,
already did.
and then fight a Dillian White, fight a Joseph Parker, bro. Because those dudes ain't easy to
Why?
beat, bro.
For
It's
It's
what?
not. We're not
Why
just
would
gonna
he
give
fight
the
White when
crown
White
to
is fighting
Usyk,
Fury?
bro, just because he beat a
What would he
AJ.
gain? What
Sometimes
would he
style
gain from
matchups
fighting
makes the
Joseph Parker?
difference.
I mean, Joseph
Bro.
Parker. When has he ever looked good? Joseph
He's a
Parker.
top 10 heavyweight, bro. That's what I'm saying. He
So?
has to fight other
And
top 10
he's the
heavyweights, bro, and
champ.
prove
He's the
himself,
champ.
bro.
Who
No, he's the
cares?
champion. He's the champion though.
The
He has 3
unified
belts.
champ. The unified
Yeah,
champ.
but just because you beat one dude based off your style doesn't mean you can beat the other dude.
No. Wait. Time out. Hefe.
No, you're missing
He
the
knew.
point.
Wait, hold on. His style was well known, and it was prepared for, and he still won. He still ended up winning. Like there's no
think that
secret.
style beats a
No.
Dana White,
Wait.
a
Time
dude that's
out.
not
It's
gonna
not.
respect
It's not
him?
whether or not. It's not whether or not it translates to every heavyweight win. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they looked at his style, AJ, and said, "Okay, I have to prepare for that style." He did,
they
and
cherry
still
picked.
lost, and still
So
lost.
they cherry picked AJ, bro.
That's
No,
like saying
no,
that
he was the
Chocolatito's
mandatory.
gotta beat
He cherry
Estrada,
picked. He cherry picked
Cuadras,
the. Bruh,
Sorokin.
it was
unified
basically.
champ.
That's
It was
like
Bro,
basically.
you guys are not
unified
understanding
champ.
what I'm saying, bro. What I'm
AJ
trying to say
offered.
is that
AJ
Usyk,
offered the most money. He had the
go
most
back,
belts, and he was the
when
only guy
Usyk
that Usyk could
go back when
mandate to fight him.
go back when Usyk fought Chisora, bro. He went life and death with fucking Chisora,
So
bro.
No,
what?
he
not,
didn't.
Style
No,
makes
he
bro.
did
fights.
not.
So what?
Chisora,
Style makes
Well,
fights.
hold on. First of all,
Bro, he
I don't
lost
think you
3
meant-
rounds. How the
I
fuck
don't
is
think
that
Chisora
late?
Yeah,
didn't
I
even
had him.
win.
I
Hold
had
on,
it
hold
a
on.
draw.
I had him winning. Okay, yeah, the draw. I had Usyk winning 9-3. I had Usyk winning 9-3. But here's the thing: Chisora gives fighters hell. The fights he usually gets
He's
beat
like
up
a
in are
heavyweight
fucking
Salido.
rematches.
He has a draw with.
I feel like he was playing possum
What
in
is
that
it?
fight.
Split decision with Fury. What is
A
it?
lot of
Like,
times he was Rare Breed. You're
he
right
was
about
like
that. He
neck and neck
was.
with Fury in the first fight.
But
Like,
bro, my main point is, bro, that these heavyweights from the UK, they're not easy work, bro. They're not like, let's say, the lightweights or the featherweights. The UK controls the heavyweight division right now, bro.
I got news for you, Hefe. But not even Usyk's wide margin win over AJ was easy. It wasn't easy work. He fought the perfect game plan and he beat him clearly. Okay,
Schooled
I
him.
don't think Usyk will ever say, "Yeah, that was an easy fight for me." Especially that every punch has the potential to do the
And
kind of
also,
damage
he
that
had
it
to
did.
beat the judges too.
yeah,
Usyk.
Yeah.
He had to beat the judges.
and he
Because
did.
I don't know, man. I want to see more from Usyk, bro. I'm not just gonna give him the crown and
Oh,
say
so
he's the
wait.
best.
So you're not impressed? You're not
I mean, you're
impressed?
not
I,
gonna give
I
him
think
the
he's
Saying?
good,
crown.
bro.
Yeah,
I
you
think
telling me you're not
I
impressed?
mean,
That's all I want
he's
to know.
just a Chocolatito hater
I
too.
think he's
El
I think
I
he's
think
I
he's
think
just
he's
trying
good,
to
bro.
keep Canelo at pound for pound
No,
number
no, no.
one. I think
Okay,
he's
let
That's
me
what,
let me
yeah,
get
I
to
can
now.
be happy
no,
a little
let
bit
me
right
get to
now.
my point, bro. I'm not saying Usyk is not good. I have him number 3 in my pound for pound list, bro. But I don't think he's a number 1.
Behind
I don't
who?
think he's
Who's number
Behind
two?
who?
Who's number 2? And if
Inoue
it's
and Canelo
Crawford,
Who?
Inoue.
and
You
Canelo.
got
Yeah,
Inoue
Hey,
and
all right.
Canelo.
Let me ask you this. What's Inoue's last 2 opponents' names?
bro. Some bombs.
Why do you have Inoue
Yo, I
over
like how
Usyk?
Hefe admits to things.
Bro,
Okay. Okay. Now let me ask you this. What undefeated world champion has Inoue ever fought and beat?
he beat Narvaez, bro. When Narvaez was the man at 112.
Okay, hold on. That's not what I asked though. What undefeated world champion has he beat?
Bro, what's the
Nobody.
point?
Okay. Now let me
Undefeated
ask you
doesn't
this.
mean crap when you have a crappy
What
resume.
unified champion has he beat?
Bro, I'm not trying to compare
Nobody.
them, bro.
So
That's
so
just
he
my point
hasn't
of
beat
view.
an undefeated world champion. He hasn't beat a unified world champion. And you said his last 2 opponents were bums. But Usyk
He beat a
fucking
Donaire.
he beat Donaire. Okay,
That's
well,
it.
That's
Usyk beat
Old ass
guys who
Donaire.
weren't fucking elderly men
That's a
and
Hall of
didn't get his
Famer,
face
bro.
broken in the
Usyk doesn't
process.
have a Hall of Famer on his resume.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. Yes, he
Yes,
does.
he does.
AJ.
AJ's a
AJ.
Hall of Famer.
Yes, AJ is a Hall
Yeah,
of
he
Famer.
will.
AJ will be a Hall of Famer.
He will be a Hall of
Bro,
Famer.
but not at the level of a Donaire. Donaire's, bro, he's an all-time great in them
Well,
fucking
look,
smaller weight
Donaire,
Bro,
divisions.
AJ
Donaire.
takes shits bigger
There's
than Donaire.
levels.
No one
I
gives
agree.
a fuck about that midget.
Oh, come on.
Oh my gosh, Eldog.
There's
Oh
no
my
need
gosh.
for that, man.
That dog's funny.
There's no need for that.
I mean,
man.
Eldog
Hey,
is
yo,
like a Tyrion.
I'll say
I
this.
like
I agree.
Eldog.
I kind of agree with what L-Dog's saying, but to a degree I don't, because sometimes undefeated doesn't mean crap, especially with how boxing is these days.
Yeah, well, you can't say
Ocampo
Usyk's
was
resume
undefeated.
is not better than Inouye's though.
Bro,
Who gives a
Holy
fuck
shit,
about
Brandon
the
Lee.
Hall of
Okay.
Fame anyways?
Let's
That's
go
just a
with this.
fame
Let's go with
thing.
this.
Like,
If name me Inoue's 5 best wins.
Let me get the box right
Hey,
now,
look.
bro.
Okay, yeah, because
Was
he got
he
even
I love
ever
Usyk number two.
undisputed in a division? Was he
I
ever
love Usyk
undisputed?
number two. Yeah.
I could
Was
give
he
you Usyk off the top of my head, like real quick.
Bro,
You
I'm a
know,
fan too.
if you tell me Bradis, bro,
Bradis, yes,
Bradis,
Bradis,
Gassiev,
undefeated,
The fuck is wrong with
undefeated,
Gassiev,
Hunter.
Gassiev,
Bradis a
undefeated
dude that's
champion.
clout
Gassiev
chasing
too.
Jake Paul,
People,
bro.
Murat Gassiev, undisputed unified champ.
Yeah.
Okay, excuse me, unified, not
monstrous,
undisputed,
monstrous,
unified.
Glowacki, he beat him in his
Paul
Gassiev.
Glowacki, undefeated, beats Glowacki. I just
his
named
own
you three
backyard.
guys.
Gassiev.
He beat right.
Bro,
So
y'all
listen, I'm gonna
hate
name three
Japanese
guys.
people, bro.
I'm gonna name three guys that were undefeated and were champions that he beat. Okay, ready? He beat Glowacki in Poland. Glowacki's Polish. Okay, so that's one. Then he beats Bradis in Latvia, undefeated champion. Then he beat hold on, he beat Gassiev, undefeated unified champion in Moscow, Russia. That's where he's from. Dude, that's not an impressive
He also
resume.
knocked
Just
out
with those three
Machumu.
alone.
He
Just
knocked
those
out
three alone.
Machumu, who if Canelo fought would all of a sudden be an amazing fighter.
You want to know
Yeah, but
something
to be
else
fair
that's
though,
crazy?
Canelo did
Okay,
beat
the first dude you brought
Just
up,
to prove,
hold on.
just to prove that Glavatsky and Bradis, right? Yeah, they were undefeated world
He's
champs, but
overrated.
guess what? After they lost, they went back to win a world title, both of them. So both
Hefe,
of
I
them
know
are
that's you.
multiple time world
Hefe, that's
champions.
you right there.
Didn't
That's you.
Didn't Okoli beat the fuck out of fucking
Yeah, he beat the shit out of
Kalowski or
him,
whatever his name is, bro?
yeah, beat the fuck
Yeah,
out
That's what
of
I'm
him.
saying.
old
And
Glowacki,
Okoli's a
a
was
goat.
goat, a Glowacki who got beat.
after Bradis iced him.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
then
Brady's is
Bradis.
kind of dirty, but whatever.
Braid
He
is a
iced him though.
dude. Braid is a dude that's getting Jake Paul tats, bro, in his ass, bro. Like, come on, man. Let's not overrate the cruiserweight division, bro. The cruiserweight
Okay.
division is probably one of the most overrated,
No.
untalented divisions
The
in
Just like
lightweight
boxing.
168
and
for Canelo.
welterweight are the most
But you
overrated.
dick
It's
ride
the
him.
best.
168
it's the
is
best
overrated.
division because it's the only
Exactly.
division
168 is a
that
weak
has.
division.
168 is overrated.
Bro,
Yeah,
we're
and
not
That's the
talking about
best
also
Canelo,
got
division
bro. We're
we're
not
not
talking
Talking
about
about
Canelo.
Canelo.
What do we got to bring up
No. We're
Canelo,
talking
bro?
about
The
the most
audacity of this
overrated
man.
divisions.
I'm
aren't
talking
we?
about
Exactly.
Inouye.
No.
We're talking about Inouye,
No,
bro.
You hear this bullshit?
El
We're
Jefe,
talking
that's
about
bullshit.
Inouye, bro.
That's
Hey,
bullshit.
Hold on.
What does
Usyk
Canelo
doesn't
have
run
to do
from
with
black
anything,
men.
bro?
One at a time.
Usyk isn't afraid to fight black men.
Yes,
Bro,
thank
that's
you.
a
That's
lie,
Thank you,
true.
bro.
old
That's
dog.
true.
This man's speaking to the pride.
Bro,
Canelo's
bro,
got more
that's a
black
lie,
eyes
bro.
than Usyk, bro.
Canelo,
That's why I like old dog.
Canelo crosses the road when he sees a black dude. He's
Bro,
like,
come on, he beat the shit out of Danny Jacobs, bro. Come on, man. He beat the shit out of Danny Jacobs.
Traumatized by Floyd.
Don't get
Fuck
Jimmy
Jacobs
going
is
too. Now
one
Jimmy's
black.
gonna get it.
Come on, man.
Hey, Jacobs ain't black.
Danny Jacobs is a
Talk to
coon.
him.
He lost to a
Talk to him,
white
old
boy.
Oh,
dog.
come
Hey,
on, man.
Danny Jacobs got knocked out by a white dude, so Canelo got some courage. He got
Hey,
some
EBK,
courage.
that's a good comment, bro. They changed the topic as soon as I was bodying them on this fucking debate, bro.
What body? You weren't bodying anyone.
Bro, you guys had to bring up
No.
Canelo. Canelo has nothing to do with Inouye and the
You talking
Usyk
about
resume.
Jake
That's a
Paul?
favorite fighter.
Wait. First of
Does,
all,
because he put him above
You
Usyk.
brought up
Hefe,
Canelo.
what you're
You brought
forgetting
up,
is yes.
how
You brought up. You said that
cruiserweight is overrated.
that you have Usyk number 3, which I'm okay with. I don't like I'm fine if you got him number 3. I don't have a number 3, but at least you got him in the top 3. All right. But you said that he's overrated, but you have him top 3, and then you said Anui's better, but you don't. Anui fought bums. This is what you said. So I'm just going by from what you say. Usyk is probably at least number 2, then, right?
No, bro, that's making my point. I said that Usyk is overrated to the point where they're naming him number 1 pound for pound. That's why I'm
Well,
calling
that's
him
be-
I
overrated.
want to
that's
ask you
because
another
he beat.
question,
I don't think
Hefe.
he's number
Well, that's
1.
Hefe,
because
how did you
Usyk
have it?
beat all his
How did you have it
opponents
7-5 for
away from
Golovkin?
home.
Hold on. How did you have it 7-5 for Golovkin over Canelo, but you still think Canelo won?
But
Explain
that
that.
has nothing to do with this conversation or this topic.
It does. It
I just
does.
want to know. I just want to ask that question.
Bro, I'm willing to rescore that fight
MXDC
again, bro.
EBK,
You
you're
are,
a moron. You're a
please,
moron.
let's do it.
Hey, Fed, I
There
don't
wasn't
think you
a
want to do that.
single convincing round from Canelo in
I'm
any
willing to
of
break
those
it down,
fights.
bro.
Hey,
Dude,
hold on.
let's
Let
break
me
it
But I
let me
don't have a
answer
problem
real quick.
with Canelo being number 1. If you just base it on resume, if you just base it on resume, okay, fine.
It's not only
But
his
I would
resume, the
argue
aura, bro, around him, the
Oh,
fans,
God.
that's,
everything,
I don't
bro.
care about the
You're
Oh
gonna
my
say he
gosh.
love his
That's
The
red
some
dude,
hair,
weird
dude.
shit.
Beautiful
the
red
dude.
He
hair.
Japanese,
does look
bro.
like he smells good, low key.
But you know, if
Oh
it
my
comes to
god.
stylistically, like who could do a lot more, I think that's Usyk, man,
Yeah.
Heaven,
without a doubt.
you really think
I don't think
Gassiev is a
Usyk.
you really think Caleb Plant is a better resume than Gassiev or Billy
I
Joe
think
I
a
don't.
Ca-
Saunders
I
a
think a
better
I think
Caleb
resume
Billy
Plant.
than Brady's?
Billy Joe does.
You
Yeah,
really think
I,
so?
I think Caleb
Billy
Plant
Joe's
and
got better
Billy
resume than
Joe and
Gassiev.
Callum Smith are much better wins than a Michael Hunter or a Braden, bro.
Glavatsky, hold on. Glavatsky, I'm pretty sure has a better resume than Billy Joe.
No, no, man.
Yeah,
I don't think
Gassiev
so,
has a
because
better
He sure
resume
as
than
hell.
Callum Smith.
Yeah, Glavatsky has a better resume than those guys. Glavatsky ended the longest reign in cruiserweight history. I think it was the longest title reign in boxing at the time
Come
against
on, Mark
Marco
Russell's
Hook.
about
He also
50
beat
man.
Steve
didn't he
Cunningham.
lose to Marco Cook, bro?
Yeah, maybe.
No.
They
Yeah,
beat
man.
him.
Marco
Billy
Cook.
Joe,
Marco Cook. Call him Cook.
Yeah,
Andy
yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that too. Recognized.
Sean Ryder, being two division champion, Olympian. Billy Joe is good, man.
Bro, Billy
No, he's
Joe's
not.
best win is Lemieux.
Billy
Even
Joe
fucking
ain't
bum
Stop
shit.
trying to
His
convince us
name
Billy
is
AB
Joe's
Joe.
good.
level Lemieux.
That nigga's
Billy Joe
trash.
Saunders ain't shit.
He's a bum.
Saunders
Thank you. He's a
Saunders
Billy
fucking
Joe
bum.
is a fucking
His name
bum.
is
Saunders
Billy
beat
Ho.
Lemieux better
Billy
than
Ho.
Triple G. Are we not gonna
Saunders
have
is
to?
a UK bum.
Holy
Are you,
God.
oh, you
One guy knocked him out.
Triple G knocked him out.
A UK bum. Saunders.
Dude,
So what the fuck is
Saunders went
Glowacki
12
opposed
rounds.
from? What the fuck is Glowacki?
And
The only
Saunders
thing
could barely
Glowacki's
get
good at,
past Eubank.
Nah, good.
Bro,
but
Glavatsky
Glowacki
is a
beat Marco
pure
Huck and Steve Cunningham, two of the best
Okay,
cruiserweights
is it
of the last
okay?
era.
UK bomb. Well, what was the
man.
Cody, bro? Put Glowacki in a body bag, man.
yeah, tell
Yeah,
him,
but,
Jimmy.
Glowacki was nearly 40 in that fight. And like I said, he beat Marco Huck and Cunningham. They're two of the best cruiserweights of the last era.
He did. He did beat those two guys. You guys are forgetting that.
Hey, but recognize, you know what fight I'm pushing for, bro, on Twitter and Instagram, bro? I want to see Canelo versus Usyk at cruiserweight. I think that fight is possible, man. I think
Man,
Yeah, I'm up for it.
He would never take that fight.
Please.
I
Not
think
gonna
it's a real
happen.
good
That's
fight, bro.
anything that's 50-50, he not taking it.
Hey, he might
Some,
take it before he fights a black
Rehydration
dude.
clause of
He won't even
201.
fight Bivol, but he's gonna
some,
fight.
so,
Yeah,
he's gonna fight
rehydration
Bivol.
clause
He
of
wants to fight Bivol,
201
bro.
pounds.
The
No, he
fight is
don't.
already signed, bro.
No, he
That's
don't.
it.
Bro,
He's in
Okay,
talks
from,
with Charlo right now. Charlo just put a fucking
Charlo's a good
tweet up
fighter, bro.
saying,
Hey,
Charlo's a
Oh
good
"No
fighter.
bum."
God.
Low-key,
Twin
I'm gonna
Charlo.
be honest.
Distance
I'm
with
gonna
a
be honest.
bum
I
in
don't care what
Brandon
people
Adams.
say. I want to see the Charlo fight, dude. That's
Thank
the
you.
fight I
Yeah,
want
so
to
he
see
gets knocked the
because.
I
fuck
want to
out.
see it
Talk to
That's
him,
too,
all I
L
bro.
dog.
care about. I
Okay,
want to see
okay, but
Charlo
here's
knocked
the
out.
thing, right? Charlo, he's undefeated, and we know one thing
Oh
about Charlo,
God.
and this is everything. Like everyone can agree with this. He's not a bitch who's gonna back up the moment Canelo starts walking forward, like the rest of
Thank
these
you.
jokers.
Facts.
He's gonna
Facts.
look.
Talk to
It
him, L
might
dog.
not work
No, he's
for
gonna
him.
swing a bomb and get countered and go down.
Okay, yeah, he might, but guess what? It'll be exciting. What if he lands on Canelo? What if he lands on
Oh
Canelo
God.
like
Hardly
a
on the
good
plan.
punch?
I
What
think
if he
Canelo puts him in
Nothing
a
will
body
happen.
bag, bro.
Nothing will happen.
Like,
He'll
like,
just
I have to
win.
keep it real, bro.
If
Like,
anything,
Charlo's not good, bro.
I think Charlo might be his toughest fight at middleweight, even over a Triple G,
Come on,
based on
nah.
his size, bro. So have you seen
Well, it's
On
gonna
his
be
Charlo?
size,
at
This
super
fight is
middleweight.
68 anyway.
It's gonna be at
hold
super
on.
Y'all
middleweight.
forget,
This
Charles
Charlo
6'2".
ain't
He's a big
shit on
dude.
Canelo.
Yeah,
And
he is
Right.
tall. I give you
Yeah,
Yeah,
that.
he's a
something
weight
about
bully.
Charlo, bro. He has a jab, bro. Like
Yes, he
But
has a
he
jab.
looks
exactly.
he looks so frail against. I'm not talking about his body. I'm talking about the way he was getting hurt against
Punch
Montiel.
resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, okay, I can see what L Dog is talking about. It's an exciting fight, but then he starts losing his frame as the fight goes along,
He
and
gets
Canelo
bombed
just
out.
knocks him out. Yeah, bombs him out.
Yeah.
what?
But the thing about
Okay,
Bivol though, he's skilled, but he's gonna just pity pat Canelo. I'm
there
not.
you
I'm not
go.
interested in
He's
seeing
not
There
that.
win
you
like
go.
that, dude. He
He's
can't
gonna
win like
run,
that.
bro.
What does he think he's
Bivol's
gonna
gonna
do?
run.
Yeah,
Bivol's
he's
gonna
gonna run and think he won a points decision.
That's
Like,
another Caleb
sorry.
Plant fight. We don't want to see that.
I agree.
I,
Something
I
about
want to see
Charlo.
someone take it to Canelo, like
Well,
Wait,
here's
L
the
Eddie
thing.
did.
where's the fight? What are you saying? Are you saying if it happens at
It's gonna be in Texas.
full 175 or that
I'm
the
saying
talks
the
of
best
Either
160?
case for
one.
Charlo is they fight at 168 because that Charlo's gonna rehydrate
Well,
him
no, I
again.
wasn't asking about that. I'm talking about Bivol versus
Bivol,
Canelo.
Oh,
it's gotta happen at
170.
175.
No, 170.
My question is
catch weight.
this: do you guys think the PBC will have Charlo do his benefits if he fights Canelo just because they couldn't make a star out of Charlo, quote unquote.
Charlo's already a star, bro. He has a whole state behind his back, bro. So there's
Dude,
no
you
point.
capping
Wow,
right
a
now. You
state,
just
not even
capping.
a
I'm not
country.
capping, bro.
That's a strong word, my
You
friend.
already said it was a state, not a
Capping a
country. A
little too
state.
much right now. He's a star in Texas,
Bro,
Man,
maybe.
Charlo,
But
he
that's
sold
what
he's
out
like
like
the
Big
thing
Lola
is.
star.
Tickets he sold in his last fight.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
you're
that's
missing
where the
out
fight
something,
could
bro.
be.
When it's a black fighter versus a Mexican fighter, bro, it sells, bro.
No, that
Especially
yeah,
in
Yep,
Mexico.
that is true. The
Mexican.
Mexicans will come out for that.
Yeah, not
Tiger,
blacks.
who in Triple G's name is better than Lara but Canelo? Lemieux.
He's not better than Lara.
What
What?
didn't
Lemieux's better than Lara?
Lara's better, dude.
Come on.
okay, why
Who
didn't
did?
Triple G why didn't Triple G
That
fight
fight was
Charlo, bro?
controversial.
Why didn't Triple G fight Charlo?
Charlo
Charlo
was
didn't
It's
want the
the other
Charlo
way
scar.
wouldn't fight
around.
him.
Charlo
obvious.
didn't want to fight him.
He didn't
Bro,
want
I'm
the
gonna
Yeah.
be
scar.
honest. I'm gonna be
No
honest.
comment.
Whatever happened there, it happened. I just want to see Charlo get a shot at Canelo because, like I said, this guy isn't gonna be a coward. And as
Well,
soon as Canelo takes a step forward, he's not gonna take a step back. He's gonna pop him with a jab and
I
try
think
and
it all
knock him
comes
out.
Same
down
with
to
Benavidez.
Knock him out. Yeah, he's gonna
L Dog.
he's gonna stand his
L
ground.
Dog. I think it all comes down to. I think it all comes down to who Canelo feels that he can make the most money with
That's
the
Charlo.
least risk. Yes, with the least, yeah, and that will probably
Benavidez.
make.
Was
No, I
Bebo
don't think so.
is
No,
Bebo
I
even a
don't think.
risk,
Now
bro?
it might turn out that way, even though I don't think so. I think Benavidez is good.
Is Bebo
No, I
even a
know,
risk?
but
Benavidez,
Benavidez is good.
He's a
he hold
wild
on.
card.
He views Canelo and his team views Benavidez as a bigger threat than Charlo.
I like the
Maybe,
Benavidez
but
fight,
I
bro.
just feel like the weight cut for Benavidez is going to catch up in that fight, especially if
Now
they
that
told
might
me-
not be true. I'm saying, look,
Hold on, I gotta
might not
respond
be
to Ty. I
you
gotta
know,
respond to
perception
Ty.
and reality is two different things.
Recognize. I gotta respond to Tiger's comment who says Lara would beat anyone in Triple G's resume. Didn't Marlon Rosen beat Lara?
No, he wouldn't.
Didn't
Yes.
he? Didn't he beat
Exactly.
Lara?
Tiger doesn't know what he's talking about.
Bro,
Listen,
but
Lara
here's the thing.
Lara got a win over him. He got I think they fought twice. One was a draw. The
And
other
has beat
one,
him twice.
the other. But Motorosian, if you look at that fight,
What happened in
looked
the
like he was
second,
getting
bro?
the best of him.
Tell us
He
what
beat
happened
him.
in the
What
second
happened?
fight.
Not
He
look.
beat him.
He dogged him in the second one. What
He
beat
dogged
him
Yeah,
in
he
the
beat his
first
ass
one
up, man.
and dogged him in the second one.
Bro, okay.
He
But
did.
But did you
anyway,
think
this,
Lara? Did you think even if you thought Lara won the fight, did you think Lara had a masterclass performance against him or something? No.
I
I
thought
think
Lara
so, man.
won easily, bro.
He took him to the black school of boxing.
Wait,
Yeah, whatever that means these days.
What the
But
hell?
this is the thing about Charlo. I'm gonna be honest. Charlo, I thought Derevianchenko was gonna give him a tough fight because Derevianchenko, in my eyes, beat Triple G. But the thing with Charlo is he actually beat Derevianchenko pretty easily. Like
He
I would
watched
say,
him, bro.
Yep.
9-3.
Bro, like,
9-3.
can I be honest?
I don't know why they don't want to give him credit for that.
Davichenko's not that good, bro. I didn't he lose his last fight
Oh,
to like a
God.
fucking bro.
To Carlos
He took a lot
Adames,
of
bro.
punches.
Davichenko's not good, but Billy Joe is.
No, the
But-
thing with Derevchenko, bro.
Davichenko's a glorified loser, and Billy Joe's a two-division champion. Isn't it?
I
Well,
agree.
I'm sure if Billy Joe fought Charlo, Triple G, and all those guys in a row, he'd lose too.
The thing with
But here's the
Derevchenko,
thing.
bro.
Better than Saunders, man, no doubt.
Derevchenko, he
Come on.
should have gotten that Triple G win, bro. Ever since
No,
he
he
lost that
shouldn't
fight,
have.
bro.
He
No,
should
he
have been
didn't.
disqualified.
No, he should not.
What? 50 low blows?
He
You
low
fucked up.
I had an
Low-
8-4 for Derevianchenko.
Low blows
Yeah,
are part of
dog,
the
you
sport,
you
bro.
don't know shit about boxing. I don't care what you're saying.
Low blows
I'm
are
not
part of the
gonna-
sport. Like, I'm
Right.
tired of people saying,
We can
"Oh, he low
rescore it.
blow."
We can rescore it.
Bruh,
anytime.
we did rescore. I had it for Derevianchenko.
And you were counting low blows and said you're supposed to count low blows.
No, well,
I had it.
Come on, man.
That is your word.
You can't
That's
count
the
low
only
blows.
reason you had him win.
It was
You
close.
counted low
You
blows.
can't recognize
It's
that part
not
of the
crazy to
sport,
say
bro.
Davichenko won that fight. It was
can't-
close.
You can't take low blows away from the sport. It's part of the sport, whether we like it or not.
It's not a scoring blow.
You don't
Wait, it's not a
count
scoring blow. Okay, I know you're trolling right now, but that's not a scoring blow. No,
No,
it's
no, no,
illegal.
bro.
Okay,
blows
even
is
if you
not
take that out,
counted.
he was piecing Triple G up. Like, to me, Triple
Okay,
G,
who would
Because
you
he
rather
low
be at the end of that fight? Who would you rather be? Hold on, time out. Who would you
bruh,
rather be at the end of that fight?
face
Derevianchenko,
kiss, like,
Derevianchenko, who had to go to the hospital, or Triple G, who was just shaking his head saying,
bruh,
That doesn't always mean you won the fight.
Wait,
Yeah.
I thought he beat Davichenko but lost to Dan Jacobs.
on
AJ,
paper,
Usyk's face looked more fucked up than AJ's at
I
the end of
get
that
to a
fight.
fight with
True.
Yeah, but
somebody.
his one eye was
When I
locked
get to
up. What do you
when I
mean?
get into a fight with somebody, I never say to myself, you know what I would like to happen? I win this fight, but I spend the night in the hospital, and the other guy goes home. I
don't know. It
never say
depends.
that to myself. I
You could
That's
say
never
the
ever
that's
say
no,
that
no,
to
no.
how
Bro.
it
myself.
happened.
Let me say something, bro. Because you could say the same thing about Canelo Triple G in the second fight, bro. Triple G
Yeah.
looked all fucked up in that second fight, bro.
No, he
And that
didn't.
nigga went to the
so
hospital.
was Canelo.
People completely
So was
overrate
Canelo.
how bad
No,
he
no.
looked.
Canelo just had to cut. Canelo just had to cut from
I don't know.
from a
Canelo
headbutt.
looked clean.
Yeah, Canelo
Yeah,
looked
Canelo was
clean.
dude,
cut. Canelo
I'm
was
gonna be
cut,
honest.
and
Triple
it was with a
G,
punch.
like
And his
That was a
nose
headbutt.
bleeding.
Triple G in the Derevianchenko fight, that was probably the worst I've seen him. He was just
Well, he
getting
also,
teed off
He
I don't
got
know if
hurt.
it's true,
He,
but
he
he
was
said he had
getting
the
teed
flu.
off on, and he would just stand there like with his hands up,
He has no
slow as
defense.
fuck, and then turn. Yeah, he's got a good chin, but the reason we know he has a good chin is because he's got terrible defense.
Terrible defense. Canelo couldn't land shit on him. The only reason why Dariunchenko even landed was
Bruh,
because of the low
his
Outlanded
blows.
him
face is
every
otherwise,
round.
bruh. His
Every
face is
round.
Canelo couldn't land
otherwise.
shit on
Let's
him.
just
You know
Why
that
settle
the
this
fuck
and
did he
single
back
rescore
it
the
punch
up?
can
second
fuck up your
fight.
face. You
Why
know
was he on his
Chris
bike, bro?
Algieri,
Like,
right?
come on,
He had
man.
a massive hematoma on his left eye because
Why
of
was he
one
on his
punch in
bike,
the
bro?
first
Why
round.
was he bruised up?
Yeah, why was
Like,
he
come
bruised
on.
on
up?
his
Explain
bike.
that.
What are you talking about?
Bruh, even Triple G
Abdullah
was.
can
Bro,
outland
I just
Canelo
explained
every
it. A
fucking
single
round.
punch can cause a fucking bruise, you
Yeah,
idiot.
on your lateral movement doesn't mean on your fucking on your bike. There's
Yeah,
two
but Triple
differences.
But that's
G
what they said
Triple
about
G has no
Canelo, though.
waist movement, bro.
He said he
That's the
ran
thing
him
with
I
down,
don't
Triple
even
G.
like Canelo, and he was
The
and
fuck
triple.
does waist movement have to do with
Yeah,
anything?
I'll say
Yeah,
that Triple
what the fuck
G.
does that mean?
Triple G's last good fight was the second Canelo fight. That took everything he had from him. In my opinion, he probably won that fight, but it still took everything that he had from him. He's nothing anymore, man.
No, but
How do
the
you know
thing
that?
is, bro, that
You
wasn't
don't
even
know
Nothing
that.
prime.
You
anymore. What
don't
are you
know
That
that.
talking
that was
about?
that
Last
wasn't even
fight.
a prime Canelo, bro. Prime Canelo right
Oh
now, bro.
my
Beat
god.
the Triple
Oh,
G, bro.
gosh, Sheldon.
Now you're
El
trolling.
Jefe.
That wasn't
Canelo's
a prime
prime
Canelo.
started, I would say, the
Wait,
Smith
how's
fight.
Canelo so good, but Golovkin beat him twice?
He only,
But
he
That
That
only
doesn't
Golovkin,
make
Sanchez
any
was a
sense.
sacrifice, bro.
it's not on his
Abel Sanchez
resume.
even thought he lost, bro. Even Abel Sanchez said, "Look, we lost the fight. It is what it is."
Yeah,
We got
good
the Dan
point.
Jacobs
who
win.
Okay,
cares?
saying we
Close
lost
fight.
the fight, it
Who
is what it
cares?
is. Doesn't
Yeah,
mean
like,
that
he
he
said, "Look, we
thinks that
lost."
they
And
lost.
they also split. Like we scored. Dude, everyone knows. Everyone knows who's honest.
It could
Because
have gone
Triple G
either
was
way.
greedy.
I'm
No,
gonna
it
be
couldn't
honest.
have.
It
It
couldn't
couldn't
have.
have.
I
It's
had a
bullshit.
7-5
There was
Triple
not
G.
a
I can
single
see
clear
7-5
Canelo round
That's
in
a
the
Canelo, and I
whole
fair
can
fight.
score.
see
I had
Triple
Canelo
a
didn't have a
7-5. That's
single
what
I
I.
had
clear
it
round in the
8-4
whole fight.
Canelo,
He did
the
not.
second fight.
I don't know
Yeah, I
about
had a 7-5
8-4. I can
Canelo.
see
I had
7-5.
a 7-5 Canelo.
Hefe,
I think
I
the
had
whole
it
narrative was
11-1 in the first. I had
Canelo
Y'all
was
listen to
11-1
Before
fucking
Triple G in
y'all
the
certain,
first
listen to
fight.
the
some,
commentary too
some,
much,
some,
man.
God
Y'all
damn,
don't
some
listen
said,
11
to
to one.
shit.
look at the comments.
I'm
Someone
fucking
said,
with
I
Rick.
just
Check
checked
the
all the
autocorrect now,
Canelo.
man.
Yeah, Hefe, I had it 11-1 in the first fight for Triple G. What's up?
Bro, y'all won't even
I
break
had
it
it.
down,
What's
bro.
up with
I
it?
had it
Whoa,
10
If you
whoa,
had it
Triple
You
8-4,
G.
then
won't even break
11-1
whoa,
it.
is
both
very
fights.
realistic for
Y'all
me.
won't
Oh
even break it
god.
down, bro. I've yet to see like a proper video of
We
somebody
just
breaking
broke it
it
down
down. Like,
yesterday.
We did it last
We
night,
bro,
and
just
if you
broke
were
it down
online, you
yesterday.
know what was happening. You
bro,
ain't
at
come
3 in the
back.
morning, bro. I'm not gonna stay up at 3 in the morning and watch a
No,
fucking
not 3 in
breakdown,
the
bro.
morning at all.
Bro,
No,
That shit
I
sucks.
got
9
a
p.m.
solution for all of
9
this, bro.
p.m.
I got a solution for all this.
You're up
For the
right now at 2.
for the Canelo fight, dude. Triple G should grow a pair of fucking balls and fight Charlo. The winners can fight Canelo.
Yeah, I'm
Good.
done with that.
Yup.
And I
I'm
think
That's
done with
not gonna
that.
I think
happen.
Charlo retires him, man.
Oh
Yep.
Okay,
god.
let me ask you something. Do you think Charlo would take the fight? That's the question.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay,
In a heartbeat.
Charlo, this is how you're gonna get the. Okay, I know that we're telling you, we're giving you the Canelo fight, but we changed our mind. You're gonna fight Triple G first, and if you win, then you fight Canelo.
That's
What does
even
Charlo
better
say?
for him.
What does
Yes.
Al
That's even
Heyman?
better
What
for him.
does Al
Fuck yeah,
Heyman
I'm
and
good.
Hold on? What does Al Heyman and Charlo say?
Yes.
No,
Depends. Who's
no,
the
you
A side?
capping. No.
No, because
Okay,
recognize
The
I'll
guy
make it
who
he's
interesting.
never
I'll
took
make
bald.
it
a
interesting
tough
for you.
fight is going to fight Golovkin, huh?
I'll make it
The
more
only
interesting.
reason
I'll
he's
make it
trying to
more.
fight Canelo is because he knows
I'll
the
bruh,
make it
he
more.
hold
Hold on,
on.
hold on.
What do you mean he
Come out, come
didn't
out.
take a tough fight? He fought a guy
Wait,
who
wait, wait,
gave
wait, wait,
him
wait. Time out, time out.
hell and
I'm gonna
Oh, you
ask
the guy
Rare Breed
that
a
beat
question. I'm gonna
Triple
ask
G.
Rare Breed.
Okay.
At Rare Breed, here it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Guy outweighed by 30
We
pounds.
changed our with Canelo. We changed our mind. Okay, to make it more interesting, right? Because we want to play games. We want you to fight Triple G. Triple G has already said it. I'm not playing no politics with you guys. You either fight on the zone or kick rocks. Okay?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Triple G tells him, "Yeah, we could fight. We fight. We fight. Where on the zone where I'm contractually obligated to fight. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm the A side. You the shit side, right? But I don't care about what you get as long as I get my 15 million. If you got to fight for 3 million, that's between you and Al. Okay,
Yeah.
but we're doing it. We're doing it in the zone. Okay." Charlo says what to that? So what does he say to that offer?
Nah, Charlo's a bit
Well, if
bitch
you,
though
if you put
too.
it like
Like he
that,
wants to like
obviously he
Andrade
might
was
not
like
take
that.
it.
Okay, he's not going
Well,
to take it. Exactly. He's not going to take it because he's not.
but
He wants the ticket. He wants the ticket. He wants the big ticket where he's probably going to get maybe $7 to $10 million, right?
mhm,
Then instead of fighting a guy who could knock him off still, right? I'm not saying he would, but a guy who
mm,
could still
yes,
knock him off, right? For lesser money. He hasn't shown that he would do that throughout his
but
career.
recognize you could say the same thing about Triple G. He's looking for that last ticket,
Okay,
which
let
is
me tell
the
you why.
Canelo.
Let me tell you the difference
Exactly.
between.
That's what he's doing.
Time out. But you see, L Dog, you can say that all you want, but this is what they're not telling you. Triple G has a brand. Okay, he has a brand. He doesn't need to take these fights only if he wants to. Okay, he already now. I think he's a little salty. Personally, my opinion, I think he's a little salty. He's upset with boxing, and I kind of get it. So he's like, "Look, I got a brand. I'm internationally known. Okay, I could fight whoever and get 15 million from the zone. Canelo or go fuck yourself is my attitude. Okay, so if Charlo wants to fight, Charlo has to come to me, fucking bow down. Here's the contract. Okay, I don't care what Al Heyman could afford to give you. That's not my problem. The zone, you're gonna give me 15 million or whatever the fuck it is. Okay, and that's that. I say Charlo says hell no. I think Al Heyman says hell no.
I agree, bro. Like Charlo, man, he's
Bro.
not a legacy fighter. If he gave a
So
fuck about his legacy, he would have fought
so
Demetrius
Bro,
Andrade.
you could not
hey,
not like
Exactly,
Triple G.
exactly.
how
You
is
could not
Charlo
like
not a
Triple G all you want. Time out, L Dog. You could think about whatever you want about Triple G. Triple G has a brand, bro. He does.
And a
He
contract.
has a brand.
No, I agree. Like, but this is the thing. How is Charlo not a legacy fighter when he's chasing the fight that's best for
I
his
already told
legacy?
you. But I already told you Triple G's attitude. He's
You
like, I
just
don't care
said
about
that
these
interview
bitches.
3 days
I
ago.
don't
too.
care about these bitches anymore. I wanted to fight these dudes when I'm in my prime. Now they want to fight me. No, I'm not interested unless they willing to take the D side. I don't care about them.
But that's
Right? I don't.
sometimes what you gotta do as a great fighter. I
But
mean,
they're
Dennis
not gonna
Hadner.
do it. They're not
They're
gonna do
not
it.
gonna
Listen,
do it.
Triple
Don't you
G is a
understand, L
great
Dog?
fighter. Triple G is a great fighter. He doesn't have to
He's a
prove that. He
he's a
doesn't
very
have to.
good fighter.
But he doesn't have a
He's a
great
great
resume.
fighter. He will be
Great
known.
fighter,
Listen, let me tell you something. He will be always known. Always.
yes.
Okay? He's fine.
He's
He's
a
fine.
legendary middleweight. Like, he's a legendary middleweight. Like, he's done a lot in the sport as far as the
Exactly,
middleweight
Jimmy. He's a
title.
legend for a middleweight, and I totally agree with that. He's one of the best middleweights to do it. I'm not saying he's the best. Calm down. Even though I think he competes with the best, but he's
Yeah.
one of
Top
those
5.
middleweights. He's one of those middleweights that people will remember, especially in recent time. So therefore, he doesn't have to prove anything. He don't have
People
to
are
prove
gonna
anything.
remember him for getting his ass beat twice. That's the
He
only
will
thing I'm
compete with
saying.
I
everybody except
mean,
Prime
in
Roy Jones.
your Mexican world, yeah. I mean, probably, yeah.
Nah, bro, I'm a universal man, bro.
Let's
Podcast
just
is
settle
okay.
this. Let's
Reckon
just
that's
score the fight.
stupid.
I'm down.
But I
Bro,
have to be
we've
honest, like,
scored
like
this
if
fight.
Fernando
Like,
does knock
what's
out
gonna
Golovkin
happen? Like, this is the
in the
thing.
third fight,
You're
Like,
gonna
we can.
score fucking punches that don't
No,
land. That's
You're
what's
gonna
gonna
say,
we
you
happen.
can.
see how many punches he
Okay,
ducked?
you guys can say
Not
that,
talking about the ones that landed.
then all you're
And
gonna do.
Hefe and L Dog already did score it.
All
They
I'm
both
gonna
did
do is
Golovkin winning.
count punches that land because that's the
Nah,
only
but
thing I
Anthony,
do.
you took my words out of context,
No,
bro.
he didn't. No, he didn't.
Hey,
Bro,
No,
you said that I had
here's the
Golovkin
thing.
winning, bro.
Here's the thing,
no,
Anthony.
I didn't have
Anthony,
Golovkin winning, bro.
Anthony,
you
Anthony.
gave your score,
all
and then
you,
we said, you have Golovkin. You go, wait, I got him messed up somewhere.
bro.
I
All
messed
you
up the
and
numbers, bro.
Aldo.
And left and never came back.
Hold on, bro. All you and Aldo are gonna do is sit there, and every time Canelo lands a body shot, you guys are just gonna go low blow.
Dude, we
Like,
just
it's not
counted
man.
every single punch he threw.
When it's
Yeah,
like
we
a
just did it
clean
last
ass
night.
body shot.
We gave him
Hell, dog.
every, we
Count
gave him
what
the
the
benefit
shots
of
is
every
landed
doubt.
to.
benefit of every doubt. Gave him every
counting
punch.
dog shots, dude.
There was
Come
2
on.
low
Hey,
blows the
L
whole
Dog,
fight,
watch
and the
out.
rest
You're gonna wake
won
up
them.
your parents.
Everything else counted.
Even if you include low blows, he doesn't.
L
Even
Dog's
come
gonna say.
close.
L Dog's gonna say. Even though I scored more punches for Golovkin, technically he still lost. And you're like, why? Why, L Dog? Why did he still lose?
Bruh,
Because they gave the
punches
decision.
landed is not the only criteria in boxing.
Yeah, and
But
Canelo
it is
didn't win any other
It's
criteria.
the main one.
Yeah, he did. He won defense. Easy.
That's bullshit. How do
He
you
won
win
ring
defense
generalship.
if you're landing
Easy.
more on the other guy?
He
That's
won
bullshit.
effective aggression.
Total
Easy.
punches,
There was no
287
effective
to
aggression from
42.
Canelo. He got fucking
Effective aggression
what?
includes
jabbed
landed
off the whole
punches.
fucking time. What are you talking about?
Bro, that's
L
some
Dog,
That's
L
not
Dog,
effective.
listen. Effective aggression includes landed punches. He didn't do a whole lot of that, okay?
Yeah, bro, what? Are you telling me that Canelo didn't land a lot of punches?
Oh my god,
against
he was on his bike for a
287
reason,
to
bro.
422. Want to recount them?
Bruh,
Listen,
Triple
they
G
put
did
that
not
video
land
about to
You had 100 on it?
422. Bruh, Triple G did not land 422
Let's recount them.
punches.
Count 100
He
on
absolutely
it.
did.
Jabs.
He landed
Maybe
way more than
400 jabs.
Canelo.
I'd say
Bruh.
maybe 400 jabs. Yeah.
I don't know what to,
It
I don't know
might
what to tell you
swing
guys.
5 or
Dude,
5 plus or
Canelo's
minus
best
either way
punch in
for
the
either
rematch
guy.
was the jab. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You guys clearly haven't seen that fight in a long time.
don't
Bro,
care whatever.
Hefe, did we not watch that fight like a week ago?
Let's watch it again, man.
Yeah, I broke it
It's
down,
clearly
bro.
you don't know what
We
you're
broke
watching.
that shit down. The thing
And
is,
we
How you broke
decided,
it
like,
down, Hefe? How
Look,
you
it
broke it down?
could
I
have
wanna
gone
hear.
either way. It could have gone
Could've
either
gone
way,
either
but
way. It could
like
have been
that's
12-0. That's what I
the
say.
thing is, these dudes don't see how Canelo slips most of them punches, bro. Like,
Oh my
especially
Shit
God.
is
those
the
jabs.
What do you mean
last.
slip?
That
He
don't
was
But
even
here's the
matter.
thing.
head
Here's the thing,
still
Like the
Hefe.
Matrix?
When you
snapped
got
back by a
guys,
jab.
when you
Then
got
why did he
guys who
get
have
hit
never
more times than
hold on,
Golovkin then?
hold on, Hefe. When you get guys who've never boxed a day in their life, they think that
Oh,
rolling the
but you have,
punch is
huh?
like getting
You
No,
landed
There's no
you
easy,
box.
definition
right?
for
You
us.
box.
That's the
Yeah, I
boxers.
noticed
You
that, bro.
boxed before.
They
We
think that
haven't, and
rolling.
you have.
Anthony, if you don't know, bro, I used to compete in the amateurs, bro.
Yeah, good for you.
All right,
Wow.
Care
You used
Hefe,
to.
Hefe,
What's your
let's set up a
what's your
fight.
record? 0-7?
Hefe, let's set up
I
a
mean,
fight.
that argument from authority don't work with me.
I had 13 fights in the Texas amateurs, bro. Oh,
And what's your
I think
record?
I ended up 3-10, some shit like that.
Yeah.
3-10.
Yeah,
Hefe,
At least
I
be honest,
heard you
bro.
was.
At least
Yeah,
be
give him
honest.
Is
credit.
that 13 for the Sereno? That Sereno record.
At least he's honest. I
Hefe,
mean, down
I
there
heard
in
you're scared
Texas,
of LT.
He
you
could
got a
have said
lot
he
of
was 13 and
talented
0.
guys.
Hefe, I was speaking to LT. I was speaking to LT, and he said that you were afraid of him. That he challenged you to a fight. He like literally said, "I'll meet you anytime." And you said something about that you were dealing with some health problems or something like that, and that you'll get
yeah,
back to
bro.
him.
I was in a wheelchair for a while, so
Yeah, so
hopefully I
that's
get
what I'm
better.
saying. You see, you were in a wheelchair, but he was ready
Yeah,
to fight you, though, right? He was ready to fight that day.
yeah. But the thing is, bro, I can't be fighting if I'm on a wheelchair, bro. So that's what happened. But as I was saying, bro,
He
but
thinks you were bullshitting though. He thinks you were bullshitting. That's what he said.
nah, L Dog has seen me, bro. I'm in a wheelchair.
He's in a wheelchair, L dog. Hefe.
Yeah, I've seen him, but I mean,
That like, what does that have to do with the
is
Triple
it
G shit?
No,
permanent?
I'm
Is
just
it
saying.
permanent?
I'm just saying because you said that
It
you
seems to
boxed
me that
before.
you guys are losing the
It seems
argument, bro.
it seems that you said you boxed before,
I
but
used to
like
box, bro, when I
so
was
you was
like
trying to speak.
14
Got
or
hit
You were
by
trying
a
to
15.
speak
car,
from
dude.
authority, but LT said let's set up a fight, and you back down because you
You
Yeah,
said
get
you
cause
hit
was in a
by a
wheelchair.
car?
I got hit by a car, bro, like 2 years ago.
Sorry to
Okay.
hear that, man. On some real stuff. If you're actually serious. I mean,
I don't think you're serious, but whatever.
yeah, I don't
And
either,
most
but
of us here have boxed.
yeah.
But that shit don't matter here.
Yeah, I used to box when I was like 13, 14, 15. Then I kind of stopped, bro.
Well,
How old are you now?
if your
16.
record is real, no offense, but it kind of means that you don't know boxing because you lost most of your fights. So
No,
it
that
Hold
really
don't
on,
mean
don't
hold on,
help.
shit,
hold
bro.
on, real
Cause
quick, real quick.
It
Are
actually
you gonna
does.
say? Are you
I thought
gonna
he
say
said he had
Freddie?
13 wins,
Are
3
you gonna
losses.
are you gonna say Freddie Roach doesn't know boxing because he was kind of a bum? Are you
Yeah,
gonna
but he
say
went on to
Derek
be like a
James?
world champion
Are you
trainer,
gonna
so
say
it's not the
Derek
same.
James? Derek James didn't know boxing because he was a
Another
bum.
world champion trainer.
I'll be
There's
honest, I
nothing
don't
to
think
say to
Derek
that.
James knows boxing,
hey,
bro.
Aldo, I don't
I
even
actually
think
do
you've
see
ever
Derek
been in
James
a
as a
fight in your
bum.
life, bro.
I
Like you
actually
sound like an
have.
incel, bro. Like just being
Oh,
on
here we
some
go.
real
You
shit,
argue
bro.
like a woman too.
Bro,
Incel.
you're the one that backed down from a fight from I think it was
From who?
EBK that called you out.
I
Coco.
don't even know who the fuck that is.
Coco called you out for a fight, bro. and you didn't
Who?
want to fight him, bro.
What?
Who?
Coco.
Who the fuck is Coco? That sounds like a
I could.
stripper
Oh,
name.
okay. Let me get him to jump on.
Coco.
What are you talking
Nah,
about?
don't get him to
You
jump
are
on. Don't get him to
crazy.
jump on.
That might
Don't
be a
get him to
bad
jump
I
on,
feel
idea.
like
please. Yeah,
if
don't get
Canelo
him to
does
jump
fight
on. Thank
Golovkin
you.
for a third time, like he's in a no-win situation though, because I feel like I think he'll knock Golovkin out, but I feel like when he does, everyone's just gonna the people that are asking for the fight are just gonna say Golovkin was
But
washed up.
Jimmy,
So
you know what?
you
Listen,
don't.
Jimmy, there's a good chance that happens. I'm not gonna lie to you. Golovkin is aging. He's 40. I do agree that I don't know about a knockout, but there's a good chance that he can beat him convincingly. What? Look, I'm not. I would never try to change anybody's mind. If you think Canelo won the second fight, why am I gonna challenge your argument? Now, if you want to debate it and like go to a film study, an honest one, right? And I think that these guys do honest ones. And you could think whatever you want, but because I've done it with them and I've disagreed with them and they were cool with me, all right, then basically, look, I'm not here to argue that. What I'm saying is you cannot lie that Triple G, a lot of these Canelo fanboys, and I'm not saying that there's no Triple G fanboys that could be bad, but a lot of Canelo fanboys want to say, well, Triple G has to fight this guy and that guy, and like he has no authority. Like
The thing is,
the dude has a brand that's big. Okay, it might be the B side against Canelo, but that's it. That's it. Just
but
Canelo.
Yeah.
the thing is, Triple G, he kind of clout chased Canelo, bro. Not only did
No,
he
he
clout,
didn't. No, he
let
didn't.
me
No, he
just make my
didn't.
point, bro. Let me just make my point. He clout chased off that fight, bro. Like his whole career was around the Canelo fights. And once he got into the ring with
First of
Canelo
all,
and didn't fight like he said he was gonna fight Mexican style, bro, he started to jab and run away. Like
Run
after
away.
that, bro, after he did that, bro, and then he started to cry after he got his
but
ass beat twice, bro.
he
Like
wasn't
the
Never.
running
dude,
away. He
the
wasn't running
dude gets
away.
no respect from Mexican fans, bro. Like let's be real,
No,
bro.
I'm
you're
He did.
looking at
speaking for
you.
yourself. You're speaking for
No, bro,
yourself.
I'm
Mexican
speaking
fans
for.
love him. Mexican
No, they
fans
used to.
love
They
Triple
used
G. No,
to.
no, they still
They
do. They
used
still do.
to,
Canelo
bro.
fans don't like him.
I
Canelo
used to
fans
be a
don't like
Triple
him.
G fan, bro. And the things he said and disrespected Canelo the way he did, bro. And
How
not
did
only
he
that,
So
disrespect
what did he
Canelo?
do? How did he do? What
What
did he
did he
say?
say? Yeah, I want to hear that.
bro,
How did he
going
disrespect
into
him?
the second fight, bro, like when he was calling him a drug cheat and all
Well,
that
he
shit, bro.
got caught. He
But he
No,
was.
got
bro,
caught, bro.
no, you guys
I'll be
haven't seen
honest.
the what Wada put out, bro. Wada
Yeah,
cleared Canelo, bro. The WBC cleared
Oh
Canelo
God.
from all those wrongdoings.
yeah, he
It
passed
is
a hair follicle
No,
test.
they didn't. They just changed the limits.
no, but it wasn't just boxing. It was Wada, bro.
Yeah, I know.
The
Yeah.
World Anti-Doping Agency, bro. So it's not it's only Canelo, bro. It's for all athletes.
And dude, just look at the guy. Jesus Christ.
He's a
Dude,
muscular dude, bro.
Triple G is a juice head as well. Like
Oh,
Triple
he all of
G.
a sudden got stamina, strength, went up in weight.
Dude,
No,
so hold on. You're trying to tell
how do
me
you
that
go up
a
in weight when you
guy
only fight
you're
1
trying
minute in a round? You
bro,
put on
this is
30,
what I
all
bro,
this
this is what I
extra
don't
weight,
want. I
and
don't
now
want
you can
fans being
fight 3
delusional.
minutes a round. Answer me that.
If
How?
you
How do you do
beat
that without
hold on,
drugs?
if you beat a great fighter, right? And he's on PIDs and you're not, that means you're on PIDs, dude. Like that's
No,
just all
don't.
it means to me.
No, don't. Who the fuck
Yes,
says
because
Canelo's even
dude,
great? He's not even
everyone
a
at
fighter.
everyone at the
Anthony,
top level is talented. What gives them the difference is that PIDs, bro, and they make a huge fucking difference. It's
Anthony,
not
did you
that
see
much of a
Golovkin's body
difference.
at the last
If
weigh-in?
he was. His body never, like,
Anthony,
I think
Golov-
he is now, but
Dude,
when
he
they fought
always
then, there was
was,
no
man.
signs.
You
There was
mean
no
to tell
signs at
me
all.
you mean to tell me that a guy not on PIDs had better stamina than a guy on PIDs? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, makes no sense.
Pacquiao and Floyd.
Pacquiao was on roids, bro. What are you talking about?
Really? When
I have to
Floyd
be honest,
was
Anthony.
testing
Like
him,
I saw
Floyd's
Golovkin's body.
testing agency, you think
Dude.
he caught?
Anthony,
There's
did you see Golovkin's body in the weigh-in in his last fight for Zero Meta?
Yeah,
That
that
dude looked
fight,
fucking. He was
I've already said I think he's on shit.
And not
Now.
only that, bro. Like
Now.
Triple G, how does he even make weight, bro? Like this dude's been a middleweight his whole fucking career, and
that's
he's
his
big as
natural weight.
fuck, bro. He's big as
He
fuck.
came in as a
When I saw him in
grown.
person, he was like a buck 70, buck 75. He's a slim dude. To me, he's a slim dude when I saw him.
Bro, I
Yeah.
don't
Here's
know,
the
bro.
thing
Because
about,
Triple G
like,
looks
He came
huge.
into the sport already fully grown. That's
He looks
why.
bigger than Canelo.
Here's the thing, like we
Not
have
like he
to be
came in at
logical as
19.
sports fans. All these champions have talent to get there, right? and PEDs make a huge fucking difference. No one
I
is
agree.
that talented.
Okay, so Canelo's juicing then.
Yeah, Canelo is
Okay, then
juicing.
end the discussion. What the fuck?
But guess what? So is Triple G.
So what? That ain't the point.
The thing is,
I mean,
Canelo.
what I'm saying is it was an even playing field.
Well, that ain't
the
the
thing
point.
is,
He disrespected him for calling him a drug dealer. If he's on drugs, he's on drugs.
Triple
Then
G
disrespect.
disrespected
Triple G was being a
Canelo.
hypocrite.
Yeah, he's been a
You
hypocrite.
can say that. It ain't disrespect.
It is,
disrespect, bro.
Because he's
It's a fact. It ain't disrespect. Canelo should have just said something back. Instead, he said all this other stuff. He should have just called
But
him out.
Canelo had respect. He didn't want to slander a guy like that. He knows
He
what it
slanders
takes.
them all kinds of other ways, but won't say that.
I don't see how he slandered Triple G.
Canelo-
Did
Canelo-
Golovkin never have mosquito bites up and down his abs?
Canelo's a
No one's
respectable dude,
injecting
bro.
into their abs. That's a stupid
Canelo
fucking
is.
thing. No, he's not, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
he is.
people,
Dude, that's where you inject EP.
That's where you inject. That's
where
what
you
do.
inject it. And all of a sudden, when he has them, his stamina miraculously increased.
bro, people inject
Okay,
into
you
their
don't want
fucking
to.
ass.
You don't want to acknowledge it. Whatever.
Bro,
I don't
it
know,
says
bro.
here, EPO is usually given into the thigh. So
No,
why
it's
the
not.
fuck would...
No, it's not.
It's
Hey,
a fatty
I'd
part.
like to just
Take
join
the
in for a
video
second
of the
if you guys
guy
don't
who
mind.
fucking is the master of it, Victor Conti. He'll explain. You inject it all different places of the abs. If you have, say, 10, cc's, you inject two. That
Bro,
way,
I've literally,
and
like,
you
got
do
it
it
right
in
here.
the abs.
They're saying inject it into the thigh or the
Well,
abs. So here's the
yeah,
thing.
well, that's no. Yeah,
Here's the thing. Why would
everyone
Canelo...
gets it
Why would Canelo go and inject it in a place you can see when he
because
could
that's what you do.
inject
That's just
it
what you do.
somewhere where you can't see it?
That's what
Guys,
you do.
guys,
Like,
can
oh,
I
I have
interject
the
here for
You
a
see
second?
it in
Guys,
the thighs and the way in too.
guys,
Dude, I don't believe that
listen,
shit. That's
listen.
You
dumb.
see it in
Like,
the thighs too.
you guys are going back and forth, and it's kind of ridiculous. Listen,
It's Triple G fans, bro.
listen, guys, I'm going to interject here for a second if I can. I'm going to interject here for guys,
No, you're
guys, for
not. Shut the
just
fuck up.
1 second, just for 1 second. I
Just,
don't talk
just
much.
let
Okay, go ahead.
Terry speak. He doesn't.
Guys, I
he
don't-
doesn't
I
come
don't-
on the show much. Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Pro Terry.
thanks, recognize. Yeah. No, and I appreciate that recognize. Thanks, man. I don't talk much. I like to just sit in the sidelines and just kind of listen.
Well,
I think
you've been talking
everybody
too
has a
much
lot
for my
to
liking, buddy. So hurry the
Why you
fuck up.
interrupting him?
Have faith. I
Is
mean,
that-
L Dog, chill out, bro. The dude doesn't
Yeah.
even. He doesn't even speak, bro. He doesn't even come on. He just comments. Let him speak. Go ahead, Proletariat.
Yeah, I just want to say I think you all have great things that you have to add to this conversation. There's no doubt that there's a lot of animosity between different groups. Okay, it's clear boxing is broken up into different. There's Mexicans, blacks. Everybody's at each other's fucking throats. But we do have evidence of certain things occurring in the sport. Okay, when people are caught taking a PAD, we can't just discount that and say throw it away and say that didn't happen. Now, it did happen, but on the other end of the equation, when we talk about Golovkin, he was older, so we can't throw that away either. We have to be a little bit reasonable with these discussions. We can't say Canelo just outboxed him when he was getting backed up and beaten up and outlanded in the ring. So we have to throw some credit Golovkin's way, and we can't just automatically say he fought fucking bums. Now, a lot of these guys wouldn't fight him, and he was going to destroy them anyways. A lot of these guys, like the fucking Billy Joe Saunders, guys like that, they weren't in his fucking class. But when we go to such extremes, we're just fucking doing the same bullshit that I fucking participate in all these political websites all the fucking time. We're going to such extremes. Can we, it'd be really nice if we could meet in the middle a little bit here.
No,
just a little bit. Let's just come to the middle.
Dealing with children, you can't.
Yeah, and let's not fucking be so far to the extreme. We have no proof that Golovkin was on any fucking PEDs. I know he's always been a very aggressive, hard, 100% fighter, like a Calzaghe, able to go the distance 12 rounds at 100% the whole fucking fight. We've seen that from Golovkin.
Okay, I do have proof though. Well, actually, I don't have
Okay,
proof.
if you do
just
have
like
proof,
just like we don't have proof that Canelo was on PEDs.
Yeah,
whatever.
No, we
Yeah,
don't
well,
have
that's
proof
what the
because he was
positive test
cleared.
was.
He was cleared by VADA.
It doesn't matter if he's cleared by VADA. It doesn't
yes,
matter.
it does.
So was Floyd.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? He was cleared, bro. He was cleared by the fucking organization.
It means it was
Let me
justified. It
ask
doesn't
you,
mean
bro.
that the drug wasn't
No,
in the
no,
system.
no. Okay. Here's the thing.
Okay.
Proof, right?
Proof.
None of us have proof. What we have is a hypothesis.
No,
I
we
have a
have proof that it was
hypothesis.
in his system.
No.
Yes, we
No,
do.
not in sufficient quantities to be
Ah,
performance enhancing.
sufficient quantities. What is a
That's a rule,
liter
bro.
of like, for instance, what is a liter injected IV into Floyd's veins? Is that
Okay,
proof?
but guess what? It
Like,
got
in other
passed
words,
by the
they
drug
made
agency.
Canelo is
Right, you're kind of
a
sounding like a
$500
racist
million
right now.
fighter. Proof is irrelevant. I mean, we're talking about Floyd easily
Hey, bro,
wiping that shit under the
you're
fucking
coming off
rug.
as kind of racist right
Dude,
now,
you're
dude.
being a child.
Okay, now I know he's trolling. Now,
No,
now
because
you're
this guy,
trolling.
notice
I'm
he's
racist. No disrespect. I'm
He's
racist.
trolling. Don't even take him seriously.
No.
Man. He's
Like
trolling.
This is the
that's
same
just
shit
vibes
that
you're giving.
you and I went through before. Because you really go over the top. You just go to extremes.
Yeah,
But
I don't think we've spoken before, but
I'm just glad L Dog as a white man, he's calling out racism from other
shut
white
up.
people, bro.
I'm fucking
racist. That's a good thing, bro, because we need more white people to call out these fucking racists, bro.
Mitch, shut up, man. Shut the hell
What did
up.
I say that was racist? What did I say?
It's your tone of voice, buddy.
It's my tone of voice because you're very disrespectful. The point
take them
is
seriously,
that I was
man.
trying to.
That's because I don't give
let me
racist.
finish.
I don't
You're
tolerate
gonna
You
talk.
can't even have a
racism.
good conversation with these people, man.
You're just not capable of being respectful enough to actually listen to what I have to say. You suggest I'm a racist? Do you know anything about me, L Dog? Did I say anything racist in my comment? That shows a lot about you, not me. You screaming out, calling people racist tells me a lot more about you than it does me.
Dude, he wants this attention, man. Don't even.
Okay, but here's the thing here's what I'm gonna say about Canelo.
No, call me a racist again. Tell me I'm a racist. Tell me how I'm a racist. Because you insulted me and attacked me. That's so fucking disrespectful. That's what I'm talking about here in this little fucking chat. You think I'm a fucking racist. You don't know a goddamn thing about me, pal. Not a goddamn thing about me.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. Like, but what I'm saying is we have hypothesis, right? We have hypotheses. That's what we have. We do not have proof.
Well, he failed a drug test at the time.
He failed a drug
that is
test.
true.
My point being, this is not racist. When Floyd has a liter of IV in his system, it's a masking agent, okay? That got swept under the rug. Canelo is also the face of boxing, okay? That could easily be swept under the rug. The point, what Anthony and a lot of people say, including Recognize and many other people, the first fight was a lopsided, one-sided fight with Golovkin fighting and Canelo backing up the whole time. The second fight, Canelo comes on super well-conditioned. This isn't me versus you. This isn't me versus L Dog. I'm a big Canelo fan. I'm a very big Canelo fan because I'm a boxing fan. How could I not be a Canelo fan? I'm also a big Golovkin fan because he's an excellent boxer. So I have respect for all these guys, especially when they go in the ring. But there are things here that we have to come a little bit more to center here without being so goddamn extreme. It's really hard to listen to.
The thing is, bro, like it's these Triple G fans that are being like this, bro. Like they can't get over
you need to quit dick riding Canelo. How about you quit dick riding?
I can't deal with these children anymore. See y'all later.
Well, and I certainly am not a racist, and I think that L Dog, you owe me an apology. My tones are not racist by nature. I mean, I don't know where you develop your logic from.
Listen,
I can't even begin to know who says something like that.
Okay, here's the thing. It may have been
a rare breed above there. Is he racist because he's got rare breed? Well, breed, that's something racist, I'm sure.
Well,
El
rare
Jefe,
breed is
he only
black.
likes Mexican fighters.
Black people cannot be racist because racism requires power plus privilege. Black
oh my
people
God,
don't have
you
privilege.
really are a weirdo. I'm not joking. You actually believe that?
No,
I played high level. Listen, I played high level sports when you were just beginning to watch whatever you were beginning in your diapers. I've gone through the whole racist bullshit with blacks at the highest level. And you want to talk about being called cracker, race, all sorts of names, white honky, the whole damn works. And I'll tell you what, racism is any color can be racism. You show your lack of intelligence when you say things like that. You really do. You've drank the Kool-Aid. You're not intelligent.
Okay,
you're
but as
literally
someone who
just,
studied
you're just
critical
in,
race theory
inciting,
extensively,
you're inciting absolute bullshit.
as someone who
It's very
studied
tiring listening to you, and most other
To be
people
fair,
here
L-Dog is
agree. You talk
Dude,
and you
L-Dog
say,
did have
listen.
qualifications in this.
Okay,
Like,
okay,
I feel like
so
we should
so
listen to
let,
L-Dog.
let me say this as someone who
No,
studied
you're
critical race
racist. We
theory.
can't listen to you, L-Dog. Sorry. That's racist. Sorry.
Can you
Go
guys hear
ahead.
me?
Oh, I
Yeah,
You
can.
we
guys hear
can
me?
hear you now.
Yeah.
All right, no,
Yeah.
I dropped off this fucking stream. I don't know what happened, but I ended up kicking myself out, so I had a hard time getting back in. Sorry. Continue the conversation. What you guys were saying?
I was just saying, as someone who is a white ally to the foundational Black American movement, and as someone who has studied critical race theory
You're trolling,
extensively.
man. Stop.
Yeah, he's been proletarian.
No, I'm
I'm
saying as
surprised you're
someone
actually
who's
falling for
studied
this,
critical
man.
race theory extensively, I can detect when these troglodytes with their tones
Yeah.
are
My
saying
tone.
things.
My tone is for stupid people. Actually, I lack tolerance for
Proletariat. Don't
stupid
even
people.
take it seriously, man. This is
No, I
So
don't.
what are you
But I've
trying
been
to
trolled by you before, though. The problem is that you lack respect for other people, and you talk over them, and you talk bullshit without actually having any evidence. You say that Golovkin's on PEDs. Could you give us some evidence? Oh, I got evidence because nobody can
Yes,
sustain
I
that
can
level
give
of
you evidence.
competition.
I can
Okay, show
give
me
you
the evidence.
evidence.
What's the evidence?
My hypothesis and the evidence
No,
I have for that.
no. A hypothesis. Let's see if you have
Yes,
the intellect to figure this one
a
out.
hypothesis.
A hypothesis is not evidence.
No,
You
but
do know that, right?
hypotheses have evidence.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that is a big word.
Otherwise, it's
That is a big
characterized
word,
as
and it sounds important. So I'm actually going to take L-Dog's word.
Okay,
Because
go
that word
ahead
he
there,
just used
L-Dog.
is really big and
So-
fancy. So I
so-
believe
so
him,
this-
bro.
This is
Let's
what I'm
go.
saying. Shout out to Jimmy, by the way.
For a guy that
now
really
you
wants to
talk
wipe
just
out
get
the
to your
liberals,
evidence.
if he had an ideal dictatorship, you really are acting like one, L-Dog.
No, I'm
Yeah.
gonna say this.
Yeah,
like when
you
you
know
have
what,
a
actually, that's-
hypothesis, you
you
have
know,
you have evidence. My evidence is that I've seen Triple G compete against
Yeah.
performance enhancing drug users.
So then, okay.
At
So
the
then
time,
you admit. Then you
hold on.
you admitted Canelo was on PEDs.
Yes, I highly suspect that he's doing PEDs,
so
but we do
you're
not have
arguing
proof.
that
We
Canelo's
do
not
not have
on
proof.
PEDs. Then you
No,
argue for
I'm
Golovkin
saying-
being on PEDs
I'm
because he's
saying he
fighting
is on
Canelo,
PEDs,
who's
but
on
we
PEDs.
don't have
You
proof.
are an absolute. Ugh. You just play both sides. You're just trolling. Your entire
No,
conversation
I'm saying, dude.
is trolling.
Okay. Here's the
There's
thing.
nothing to value in
Proof,
discussing anything
proof
with you.
is a
Nothing. Zero.
Proof is a strong term, right? Actually, having proof is pretty difficult to provide. With Canelo, we don't have proof, but we have evidence to suggest.
We have positive tests, so that's pretty high on the scale of
it
evidence.
became
Oh
muddied
well,
when
I mean,
they
if we're going to
passed him
discuss
afterwards.
whether the Russians are invading the Ukraine or not invading the Ukraine, blah blah blah. I mean, we have an actual positive test evidence. We have an evidence of Floyd failing with M2 protocol.
So
okay,
I want to point
so that's
this out. This is a
actual
common-
evidence. You can say it's flimsy, you can say it's not, but it's a failed test.
Hold on. By the way, Rick, we have Hefe backstage, but what I want to say is,
How did it get to Floyd?
this is what I don't get, right? And I can tell this with a lot of suspected white
You know what I can't tell
supremacists
is what kind of
is
TV do
they-
you watch to believe in this kind of shit? Like what?
You're a
what
Canelo
dumbs
fan, so you
down?
would bring up
hold on,
Floyd.
I mean,
I'm
seriously,
actually,
what makes you believe that white
where I
people
get
are
my info
racist?
from?
I mean, I've had so many black people working for me at my companies. I've had
I bet
so
you had
many
working for you on the
Mexicans
cotton
working
field.
for
Wait,
me.
that makes you
know
not
what's funny is
racist?
Women.
You
Listen, I
hit-
have some of the smartest women working for me at some of my companies, and I'll tell you what: these people are just people. But to somebody like you actually recognize color. You see color. I don't see Mexican. I don't see black. I see intelligent people. I see hardworking people. I see people that would literally sell their soul to make me $1. And so I pay them excruciatingly well because they have value. They add value. Whereas somebody like you sees color. Real white people don't see color. I don't know anybody that does. It's bullshit. Just stop it.
I don't know about that one, man.
That's
well,
very
there's
naive.
always going to be an example of somebody out there. But I can tell you, I got tons of examples of high quality, high caliber black people acting out racially all the time. Okay, that
Okay.
happens all the time.
Listen,
It's happened.
the
Listen, being
fact
called a
is that
cracker and all that sort of shit, it happens. But I
when
don't hold
when
it
you
against them. I just think they're stupid.
exactly
That's
so
all I'm saying.
when people think about here's the thing when people think about race all the time, right? And this is just a general statement that I'm generalizing here because you find it to be true most of the time. When people bring up race all the time, it's because race is on their mind, and maybe they have a reason. I'm not here to say they don't have any reason. Maybe something happened more than once. You know what I'm saying? Where they constantly think about it. But when you start making accusations, right? It's like, okay, just because you're a criminal doesn't mean I'm a criminal, right? So like when somebody makes that, oh come on, you never stole before? You're like, no, I never stole before. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe you stole and you did shit like that, but I never did. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of that feeling of, well, everybody I know did it, so you come on, why wouldn't you do it? So a lot of times you can't speak to people, okay, that constantly have race on their mind because they automatically assume that you are racially conscious all the time. Now look, I don't really wake up with race on my mind. Now there are people that will make you have that because that's how they are, and they can have an effect in your world. You get what I'm saying? In your space, because they're racially motivated all the time. And so sometimes you put me in a situation, you put any human being in a situation where they're going to be like, okay, now I have to. It doesn't matter if you think my people are wrong. I have to defend myself, right? If you're going to blame me for something somebody else did, that means that, you know, right or wrong, I got to protect myself. And if I got to take you out, it's like if I got to take you out, better you than me. You know what I'm saying? And vice versa. I'm sure the other people are going to think the same way. But it's not until when people force other people into being racially conscious, and that's what a lot of people don't understand.
No,
That was
that's well
far
said.
too
Very
much of
well said.
a deep conversation for an obvious troll, to be
Yeah,
honest.
no, and that's true, and that's my fault for biting.
Yeah.
But I've got my cup full right now, and I don't
Yeah.
feel like listening to a troll. And I appreciate what you guys have to offer because you're my community. When I think boxing, it's you guys. It's Anthony. It's Recognized, Super Anderson, the whole lot of you. And when I come here, I want a positive experience where I'm listening to boxing and intelligent, the guys I think are intelligent, and I want to hear from them. And when I hear a lot of division and bullshit and sort of this left wing bullshit coming into it, I listen. Left wingers don't throw punches, okay? They don't throw hands. They run, okay, or they're a gang. And I appreciate everything you guys add and have to say. And I just wanted to put that out there, and I appreciate your time, guys. Thanks for letting me jump
No,
on.
definitely, proletariat.
Yeah,
You could come
salute,
on
man.
more often if you want to, man. Just to let you
Yeah,
know.
no, I appreciate it. I'm more of a silent kind of stick to the
I
sideline
know.
of listen.
I
I
know how
love to
you are, man.
listen. Enjoy. Cheers, man. Take care.
Yeah, salute, man.
Peace, bro.
You take care. God bless.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like I never try to shit on nobody's experience. I can't speak for your experience. If you're giving me testimony, then I'll take it for what it is. But remember that not everybody's had the same journey. Not everybody believes their problems to be, the same as yours because they didn't. Like I could be sympathetic to what happened to you. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't necessarily mean that I view it the same way as you. All right, maybe if I expand more on your experience and you're honest with somebody, I could tell you maybe you're over exaggerating, maybe you're not looking at what you're doing. But that's up to the person if they're open minded to it. You know what I'm saying? You got to be open minded
Hey,
to that.
how is it every single time on these panels? It always resolves back to race. You know what my theory is?
Go
Well,
ahead.
actually, what I've always known. At the end of the day, boxing is about nationality, right? Race, and pride. People might not
Yes.
want to admit it, but that's just the truth.
Okay, Rebri, I'm glad you brought that up. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. When I look at boxing, I don't look at race. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't care about it. I hold on, I'm dropping the link for somebody.
I know
Give me
you
one.
don't
Give me one.
recognize,
Give
but
me. Give me.
if you read a lot of the comments in the Discord, some of the people that come on here, it's obvious.
Of course. Listen, how can, especially when it comes to boxing, right?
Mhm.
Like I've met some very talented black trainers who fought, and I could never disrespect them. I love them. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? They're good friends of my father. You know, they're people that love my father. My father loves them. You get what I'm saying? I've also met some good white people that are into boxing, and that
Yeah.
I love their knowledge and and talking to them about boxing and them teaching me also. So when I look at boxing, I'm looking at first and foremost the art form of of boxing. So like if there's a good Puerto Rican boxer and I could really get on, I really like this person, I'll root for him. I told people I didn't like Cotto, but he's a good fighter. Don't get me wrong. But personality wise, I could never root for a guy like that. Never.
You say
Okay?
Kovalev?
Huh?
You say Kovalev?
No, not Kovalev, but
Oh,
Cotto. Cotto.
Cotto.
Miguel
Okay.
Cotto. Didn't like him. The reason why I didn't like him, I thought he was too much of a diva. He's always crying about something, how he lost. It was Margarito cheated me.
Man, that was
They were mean
legit.
to me. They were mean to me against Mayweather.
Yeah.
Pacquiao drained me. Come on, man. Like, when is it you, bro? Well, you fucked up. You lost that
Yeah.
fight. So I never liked his attitude. I was more of a Trinidad guy. Trinidad was a people's champion. Coming in there smiling. You might drop him, but he's gonna get back up and he's gonna beat the shit out of you 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah. I see that.
I was so
So
happy. When Cotto destroyed Martinez, I was happy, man. I was rooting for Miguel Cotto.
hey, listen, I picked
So,
him. I remember getting into a big fight with the boxing voice. He didn't want to give me my roses. I told him Miguel Cotto will win. And I just called it. I said, listen, Sergio Martinez is washed up. He's old. He's got a bum
do you
leg.
feel like Sergio was a bit like I know what you're saying about Cotto being a diva, but like I feel like he did have a point though. There were certain fights where he kind of played the B side. So when he tried to be the A side, you feel like Sergio Martinez kind of cried and bitched a little too much.
He did, in a way. He kind of did. Like, remember how he was like, I don't know if he was pretending or he just really didn't know. He's like, what do you mean the B side? Like, remember when he's like, what do you mean I'm the B side? Who are you? Remember that whole sit down?
Yeah.
I really think that there's a good chance that he doesn't get all that talk, the A side, B side shit.
He thought you meant B level in it, so instead of an A
Right. I
level.
think that's what he thought. He's like, wait a second, is this guy saying I'm B level? And he's A level?
To be fair, Canelo played B side to Cotto as well. I think Cotto got like something like 70% of the purse. Had his name first on the poster. Everything.
I think guaranteed money was like 15 million for Cotto and 5 million for Canelo.
Yeah. He got to walk out, second, billing first. I mean, Canelo just basically agreed to everything. Same when he fought Floyd. So I felt like when he fights these other guys like Caleb Plant or Benavidez or Charlo, now he's in a position to do it. I feel like he's kind of earned it.
Yeah.
Recognize.
Yeah.
You think Caleb Plant is a tougher fight for Canelo than Charlo, for example?
I don't know. I honestly, off the top of my head, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Even if Canelo beats him by stoppage, I think, and I think
Charlo
there's a
could
good
actually hurt
chance.
him.
Right. That's the reason why. Now, look, who knows, right? I don't know until the fight happens.
You're right.
Let's say Canelo blows him out, and like there's nothing there, but the potential. I'm talking about the potential of like somebody firing back, hitting you with a big shot. He's bigger. He's more like assertive when he throws punches. He can lose his frame. And what I mean by frame, meaning his stamina, his stance, and all that. He can start losing that as the fight goes along. But I think the initial battle could be one that you got Canelo thinking a little bit more, because
This is what I think.
if he could catch him with a big shot, it'll get
Right.
his attention.
This is what I think. Remember when Caleb Plant fought Uskatagi?
What the fuck?
Who is that?
Hey, Brandon. Who's Brandon? Okay,
Get rid of that fool, dude.
I gotta get rid of that fool. I don't know
What
what
the
that was.
fuck was
He's
that?
just fucking burping, literally burping.
A degenerate.
Troll it.
But yeah,
Oh man,
remember that Caleb Plant
These fools are weird,
Plant fight
man.
with. Go ahead.
No, I was
no,
just
go ahead, bro.
joking.
Go ahead,
Anderson.
Okay. So yeah, that Caleb Plant fight with Uskatagi. Caleb looked good for like about 5 rounds, and then you notice he started to like wear down towards the end, and Uskatagi was touching him.
Yes,
Like
remember
if that was like a 15-round fight, maybe he gets him out of there. Who knows?
And
Right.
Uskatagi was drained too.
Yeah,
Anthony,
that's
your
true.
volume is low, and
That's very true. So
I
what
hear
I'm
you
saying
fine.
is, I know it's kind of a triangle theory or whatever you want to say it, but Benavidez and Charlo, I think those fights will go similar to that, except they will stop him. Similar to how he looked decent against Canelo in the first couple of rounds, and then towards the end he started to wear down, and eventually Canelo got him out of there. I just think that's just the level Caleb Plant is at. I don't think he's on the level as Charlo or Benavidez.
Is it better now?
yeah, who could hear Anthony? You guys hear him
I
good?
could hear him the
I
whole
can hear
time.
him.
Okay,
You guys hear me like okay, like the well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay.
I can hear you. I don't know if for some reason I'm not hearing you good. It's weird, but I can hear you clear enough, though, for sure.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my shit.
I
Maybe
think-
it's mine.
I was
feel
actually
like
going to talk
that's
about
not a
Red
fair
Bull, but go
comment
ahead,
to make,
man.
though. I feel like that's not a fair comment to make, though, because Charlo looked like garbage against Montiel. Let's be honest, a cab driver.
I was
Looked like
just
garbage
He at
against
least
Carter.
has
Let's be
the,
honest,
He regrets
there's
cab driver.
he at least has a puncher's chance. Plant had no chance.
At all.
I think
And Charlo is
Canelo's not
worse.
going to walk down Charlo with not showing any type of respect like he did Caleb Plant.
Exactly.
He didn't respect him at all.
Yeah, but at least Caleb Plant has some slick foot speed. I mean, Charlo's a fucking.
Okay, but hey, there's more than one way to skin a dog. People automatically think you have to beat him like Floyd did. There's other ways to skin a dog.
Listen, mate, Charlo's not that dude, bro. Like, I have to be honest. Montiel, Karabov, Brian Adams. I mean, he is not that
He may
dude,
not
bro.
be that guy, but I tell you what, he'll put up a better fight than Caleb.
Yeah, let's just look at it like this. Did you think Caleb stood a chance?
Me, yeah, I thought so.
Absolutely not.
No, really?
I thought Canelo was a significant favorite, though. I still, look, fast guy, young, undefeated. He can move, he can box.
But look, everyone touches him. Like everyone gets him against the ropes. If bums like who's Catagua and who's the other dude? Not Porky Medina, but who's the other dude he fought?
Bald dude, I forgot.
Yeah. Oh, what's that dude's name? Truax.
He's like 50 years old. Caleb Truax.
Truax is
Caleb
on the
Truax.
ropes and right hands at will. I mean, the dude, the guy's never fought anybody, man. He had.
You know what's funny?
Hope. Charlo
Anthony.
at least has a puncher's chance, and knowing that if he wins this fight, he gets another huge payday in a rematch. That can get a guy up. And also,
exactly.
Montiel, like, look, yeah, he looked like shit versus Montiel. I'll talk shit on him, just fucking around. But you know, when you have a fear of a guy beating you, you step your game up significantly. And when you don't have a fear, which he really didn't with Montiel, he took him lightly, more than likely. He had some problems, and because he gassed in like 6 rounds, so he clearly wasn't in shape.
Yeah, he looked like he cut some corners.
And that's no real representation of what Charlo is, man.
Yep. Thank you. And
You
also,
got,
real
one
quick,
of these El Jefe fanboys.
No, but I feel like with
Private.
Plant, it's like people were saying that he didn't look great in certain rounds against Truax, even though he dominated the fight.
He's never looked great, ever.
But Jimmy,
Why put that same jacket on like Benavidez? Like he got dropped by Ronald Graville, a pillow-fisted journeyman. Looked like shit. A lot of people thought he lost the fight.
Jimmy,
looked like
see, there we go again.
Yeah, but Benavidez ain't
plodding forward, no head movement.
But
Just,
Benavidez
he's almost
ain't
like a
Plant.
zombie.
Benavidez
he's
ain't
not.
Plant, though. We're talking about Plant or Charlo.
No,
Also,
I'm saying
Jimmy-
Plant never
potential
looked
Canelo
good.
opponent.
Plant
Say that.
never looked good. Benavidez at least has looked fantastic at times.
Yes.
What, against
Also,
Ronald
Jimmy, you have to keep the same energy. You can't say Charlo looked terrible against Montiel and ignore that Caleb Plant looked terrible against Truax.
You didn't hear me though. You didn't hear what I said though, did you? I said you could put that jacket on anyone.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
so
then
let's see
you
the
can put
damn
that on
fight. So stop
Charlo.
making excuses.
So you can put that jacket on Charlo then, and give him
You can
a
put it on
break.
anyone. That's what I'm saying. You gotta keep the same energy. We could put it on
Yeah,
Golovkin. We could put it
exactly.
on Beterbiev.
So
So
keep
to
the
say
same energy
So what's
with
your
Charlo,
point?
Charlo.
What are you trying to get at?
Yeah, I know.
no, I'm
I'm
saying.
just saying.
No, this the one point is my point is this. Yeah, Caleb Plant had no outstanding weaknesses any more than what guys
Yeah, he
like
does.
Benavidez, Plant,
That's
Charlo. I
so
mean, they're
not
all like on
true.
the same level.
No,
I mean, a
No,
split
not the
decision
same
against
level.
a European level journeyman,
Benavidez will get Caleb Plant out of there. I promise you.
just like he did Graville in it. All right,
10
bro.
out of 10.
Just like he
He
did
has
Graville.
nothing
He was
to.
like 19 when that fight happened.
Yeah.
Do you know Benavidez is like 24, right?
And he's
Yeah, he's
actually
young.
taking
He's young.
training
He's still,
seriously now.
he's
He
young.
looks like a sack of shit.
Benavidez. Nah, you know what? You know what it is. The one thing I will
Actually,
say
I got
about
knocked out as a kid. Should we hold that against him? Like, he's a kid.
Benavidez looks like, because he doesn't live the maybe he's taking it serious now, because he doesn't live like that great lifestyle. He struggles to make the weight, and he looks kind of like weird in the body. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like nothingness,
Skinny
right?
fat.
It's just
Skinny
right.
fat.
But when you see the boy throw his fucking hands, it's like, damn,
This might sound blasphemous. It kind of looks like Muhammad Ali a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, but Muhammad
Like,
Ali look. Yeah, you talking about his hand speed, right? Are you talking about
yeah,
his hand speed? Yeah,
for a
yeah,
guy
yeah.
that big.
Yeah. I know what you mean, but he doesn't have the total package though.
No,
The football,
no, he
Everyone
doesn't.
can go up against troubles, but everyone, anyone who's gonna pose a threat against somebody is gonna at least know when he's on his A game that he can put on a hell of a performance. All these other guys, they have done that. Plant's never done that. You know what I mean? Like,
Nope.
he never proved he was even a B-level fighter. Never.
Yep.
Well, I don't
That's
know how
true.
that's even like debatable. He just hasn't. He
I mean,
never
who's
had
Taylor's
no
best win?
wins, none.
Uskatagi?
Well, that's it. It was
Are
it was a Tegli.
Is that really a better win than Devonchenko?
Hell no.
Okay.
I don't think that's a better win than.
I don't think it's a better win than Durrell.
Julian
I
Williams.
thought Golovkin fought a better version of Derevchenko than Charlo did. I felt like Golovkin fought a fresher, younger.
Also,
I would agree with
Charlo
that.
beat Julian Williams, and this was like at their peak when
Come
both
on,
Julian
man.
Williams
He
was
ain't got no
considered.
fucking chin, though, bro. Come on, like, he ain't got no chin. He didn't get knocked out twice in a row, though.
But J Rock was considered like a highly touted prospect at the time when they fought.
But you know what? At that
He
time,
can fight.
yeah,
He's a
at
good
that
fighter.
time, Julian was undefeated. I mean, look, everybody's got to take a loss when then you find out their weakness. That ended
Yeah.
up being the case. But go look at that knockout. That shit was nice, man. That punch that he kind of like catches the punch while turning his head, and then just turns that uppercut. Boom! It was a beautiful shot, bro. That was beautiful.
I mean, the only dude that ever gave Charlo any real issues would be Montiel, who I guarantee you that dude took him lightly, and because it's just any guy who's nothing, he blows right out the water. The only dude who ever gave him some problems was Korobov, and Korobov was fucking a tip top middleweight at the time. And
you're a fucking nigger. Shut the fuck up, you.
I thought that was MMA champ, man. I thought that was MMA champ. I thought that was MMA champ, bro. Seriously.
That's that same little creep
dude.
who's coming on my channel all the time.
Dude.
Yeah, I don't even know who that
He
is.
always
man.
comes on mine and says that he
Yeah.
just dropped M-bomb after M-bomb.
Right after El Jefe and what's his fucking? I was gonna say
It's a good job that his grammar is so poor in it. I
Eldon.
don't think YouTube could detect it. His grammar is so poor the way he speaks in it. I doubt the YouTube algorithm could pick it up.
But think about it. I got Charlo's box up. Like, and again, it's not like any of these are A-level guys, but all solid. Some might have been towards the end or whatever, but all these are better wins than anything Plant has.
No, it's like, the Billy Joe win. A lot of fans discredit that. Billy Joe beat Andy Lee.
Santano Jr., Brandon Adams. I mean, Derevchenko, dude, that's a lot of good fighters to overcome. All those guys are able to beat someone on any given night. And the fact that none of them posed problems to them, I didn't even count Korobov because or that could go either way. But again,
I think Billy
Korobov
Joe would
was
beat
fought
Charlo,
as
bro.
an
I'm being honest, bro.
Who?
Like Andy Lee knocked out Korobov. Billy Joe Saunders beat Andy Lee. Yeah,
So what?
this is the same
He
Andy
was.
Lee that
So
knocked
what?
out Korobov.
So what? What does that matter?
No, I'm
Guys,
saying a
they
lot of
fight the
times.
best, they lose sometimes. Andy Lee or Korobov had to lose. One of them had to lose. So if Andy Lee lost, is he all of a sudden he's a shit fighter then, I guess?
No, I'm saying when Canelo destroyed him, he didn't get too much credit. So, I mean,
What?
how much
Destroyed
credit
who?
will he get for beating Charlo
Destroyed who?
when he beat Billy Joe Saunders? How much credit will he get for?
Saunders never did anything.
That's what I'm
What
saying.
do you
I
ever
don't
do?
think Charlo.
A fucking old, fucking fat, out of shape Lemieux in a humongous ring. He didn't even take it to him. He just ran all night and jumped in with pot shots and ran some more.
Oh, come on, man. He left him a bloody mess, man. Come on,
Let me
man.
finish.
Did you
Of
see the
course,
fight? He left him. Come on, he left him a bloody
of course
mess.
he's going to be able to do that. Barely, arguably, maybe lost. Barely gets past a green as fuck Eubank. That's all he's ever done. He did nothing else.
Okay, Andy Lee, David Lemieux, Eubank, John Ryder. I mean, I'd say they were better wins than anything Charlo did at middleweight. Unless you mean how highly do you rank Montiel?
Not at all.
I mean, how highly do you rank Montiel and Brian Adams?
That ain't the two best guys he fought. You're picking fucking
54
lower level
guy.
dudes. I mean,
Yeah, but a J-Rock, a guy at 54 that don't.
Gary Vanchenko, Santano. I mean, what do you mean? Bundridge?
You think they're better than Andy Lee, David Lemieux, Eubank Jr., John Ryder?
Better than that, David Lemieux? Yeah. Better than Ryder? Yeah.
I mean, David Lemieux came back, has been winning so far. It's not like he came back and got knocked out.
Against nobody.
Well, he was winning before, but with nobody's when Golovkin for him. So, I mean,
What? No, he was a champ in his prime, and Golovkin stepped right to him.
Okay.
So he's giving him chances. He's not,
How far apart?
using this long, bringing him up. He comes in all fucking totally.
Oh, come on, he came to Canada, bro. Come on, man. Don't be acting like Billy was the A side. Billy came to Canada, bro. It was a golden boy show.
Was he not the champ?
He was a champion, but he came to Canada as the B side on a golden boy show.
Just because you go to someone's hometown, just because Golovkin goes to New York, he wasn't the B side versus fucking Jacobs. That ain't how it works.
I mean, he got the decision, so that proved he was the A side.
Yeah, and had. Well, yeah, because he was the A side, as I was saying. But again, it's not like an impressive performance to dude. Everyone knows running around, pot shotting someone from the outside when you're the fucking longer guy and you're fleet-footed, he's flat-footed. Yeah, that's why they picked that fight.
Isn't that what Golovkin did though? Stay at range behind the jab. I mean, Golovkin just jabbed his head off the wall.
Power advantage, ring advantage, but he stayed right with him. He wasn't running. Stayed right in the pocket all night, even pushing him backwards. That's a big.
They've got their own style.
Do it in his prime.
Billy's not the power puncher that Golovkin is, though, innit? But I mean, he beat him to a bloody pulp, though. To be honest, I mean, that was a one-sided ass whooping. I mean, he beat him to a bloody pulp. I don't think David Lemieux landed a punch on him. I know what you're saying about how
Saunders ain't shit. That's the point, though.
Okay.
He's a B minus guy. B minus. It wasn't B.
But I will say this: Billy Joe Saunders, with that style that he has, that kind of like tap and not get hit, and trying to slip punches. There was no way he was going to win against Canelo. There was no way he was going to put a dent on Canelo. You gotta bring it to Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I will say this: it's hard to differentiate between Billy Joe Saunders and Charlo. Although I do like the guy that can actually knock you out rather than the guy who could just beat you on point. The potential of him knocking you out is still there. But I will say that, in my opinion, Canelo, if you're going to put a Canelo opponent, I would like Charlo over Billy Joe in terms of having somewhat of a chance. Because Canelo's not going to respect you if you got no power. Exactly. Just no way. He ain't going to respect you, man. And he's going to break your face like he did fucking Billy Joe.
You got a great chin. You
got a great chin. You can't. That pity pat shit's not going to work on him. You know what I'm saying? It's just not going to ever work. There'll be no guy who could beat him like that unless he, turns 40 and he's just old and shit, Yeah.
I think Callum Smith is a really big power puncher. I think he was a bigger puncher.
There you go. Look. You got Callum Smith, right? Callum Smith is a bigger puncher. Everybody would agree with you on that than Billy Joe Saunders. Okay, so that guy wasn't even. That guy just quit in the middle of the fight. So forget it. And he had power that can actually put a dent in Canelo if he caught him with a big shot. So forget it. A guy that's like just trying to beat you on points, feather fisted. He has no shot. Sort of like Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant did the best he could and stole some rounds. I thought he came away with 3-4 rounds at least.
That was Canelo's
But,
plan, though. He didn't even necessarily steal him. Canelo wasn't worried.
yeah, he wasn't worried. Yeah, there was like those.
He was just taking his time, making the guy move around a lot, slow him down, and break him down.
Canelo said to himself, "What do I have to lose by letting this guy steal a couple of rounds? You know what I'm saying? Nothing. He's going to get tired. I'm going to stop him."
Watched in the Jirov Tony fight last night. Tony lets Jirov get his shit off for like 3 rounds. Letting him tire out. That's why Jirov even knew that. That's why he low blowed Tony. Like, damn, you're making me sap my energy. I'll sap some of yours to make sure we're even in them later rounds. But it worked. It's still the plan. That's what these guys do. When you're smart, you got ring IQ, you know to stay calm. You're not going to exude much energy. You're coming in. You'll still be fresh in 8, 9, 10, 11. He's going to be fucking huffing because he's been using everything he got for 8 rounds now. And you've been doing nothing, just chilling. Just staying calm, working your little thing, walking him down, making him exert himself. And that's I saw that from round 2. I figured that was the plan, but once like 2 rounds,
you remember the narrative heading into that fight? They were saying that Canelo was avoiding slick, fast, athletic, technical boxers.
Who cares about the narrative? That's to sell a fight. I don't care about that.
No, that's what I'm saying. When
listen.
Trying to fight Canelo, like looking for punches like Kovalev, Golovkin, Jacobs, like fight a fast boxer.
There's some people that try to, but it's like in reality, they're not paying attention. Who did Canelo respect? Like, let's think about in his past. Who are the fighters that he ended up respecting? And you would see it was guys that were able to land a punch that would get his attention. You'd be like, okay, that's the guy that could possibly be a guy like Canelo in his prime, a guy that's going to make him respect his punches. A guy like Caleb Plant.
Are you comparing Charlo and Saunders as a opponent?
Right.
No.
Well, at least for me. For me, I was saying.
It was starting Charlo Plant. He was saying Plant was, I guess, even before the fight, that just Charlo ain't as good as Plant for Canelo. Like Charlo would be basically an easier fight, I guess, or something like that.
No. I think they're comparable. That's my point. I think it's subjective because at least with Caleb Plant, I felt like some speed, slickness,
but even
and
they're relatively pretty damn close, at least, correct?
Yeah, I come in with a comparison. But with Saunders, I probably do like Saunders' resume at 160 better than Charlo's, but I think style-wise, he's a tougher opponent for Canelo than Saunders was. Like recognise
Plant.
Yeah, he's definitely better.
Yeah, he's better than Plant. He's better resume
he's
and a
better
better fighter
than
than Plant.
Plant.
That's not even
better in every way, correct?
Better in every way, in my opinion. Yeah.
Oh, Charlo.
You know what? I'm not sure. I think Caleb Plant was probably physically a lot bigger and stronger than Saunders. Would you say so?
But Saunders was more talented.
Yeah,
they would have been a good fight against each other.
But I think Saunders would have beat.
Yeah.
Hey, that would have been. That'd be the battle of the trailer park, Saunders and Plant.
That would have been. Oh my goodness.
I think I would have picked. I don't know who to root for. Those two annoying motherfuckers.
I'd say Plant.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. He could be annoying, man. Like, who would you root for? Plant.
The battle of the trailer park, Saunders versus Plant.
I'd go Saunders for sure. For sure.
I don't know. That's a tough one.
No, Plant's gonna have to respect Saunders' power because he's just kind of vulnerable. But Saunders at least is gonna be able to take anything Plant throws. He'd actually be able to get his shit off in that fight and look good.
Didn't Billy Joe stop that Argentinian guy that Berlanga couldn't? He fought him and he was undefeated on the other part of KSI.
But the funny thing was he was beating Saunders, and then Saunders like
Yeah, but it's not even triangle theory. It's just,
I remember that. That was
for
How do you
skill.
guys rate Berlanga? Because I know he's kind of got hyped from America.
Nothing. Not
eh,
yet. Maybe he develops, but as of now, he ain't shit.
to me
I
he's
don't think
average.
he's that good, bro. I don't think
Yeah,
he's that good, lad.
He's average. That's how I see him.
Yeah.
yeah.
He's
Me
got a lot of
too.
work to do, to say the least. I think that's probably the best thing we could say about him.
Yeah, agree.
Got a lot of work to do, bro.
He got a lot of work from what I'm seeing. From what I'm seeing, like at 168, he can't fuck with the top guys there. They'll fuck him up.
Yeah.
I mean, he might have a shot. Let me see. Who does he have a realistic shot with? Would you give him a chance against Plant?
Yes. Plant, yes.
Okay. You give him a chance against Plant.
Yeah, he can walk him down. Same as Canelo.
But I don't think
I'd probably still pick Plant, to be honest, in that fight.
Nah, I ain't. Not at all.
I think Benavidez washes him.
Yeah.
Benavidez washes him. I think.
Yeah, Benavidez beat the fuck out of him.
I think Charlo could probably sneak one in there, catch him off guard.
What do you guys think of Morale? David Morale. He gets a lot of hype from a lot of the American channels.
He's getting a lot of hype. He is. I'm not saying he's not good. He seems okay. I think he might be better. You know what's crazy? He might be better than Berlanga.
Yeah,
he's better than Berlanga for sure.
Yeah,
I reckon.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. So there you go.
All that, not yet. We'll have to see.
And I do think he could beat Plant. I think he could beat Plant.
Yes.
Morale.
Yes. Plant's trash, man. But Morel, he ain't all that yet, but he does have potential. I don't see much potential in Berlanga. If you can hurt him and got a little skills, you'll beat him.
I think his win over Ustaki was good. Was the guy fought Ustaki or whatever? That was kind of hyped up at the time. It was that his name? The guy he beat for the belt.
Yeah,
Ustaki or whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, Venezuelan boxer.
Yeah, that was a good win.
But then he beats Usategui, and then his competition level just starts to fucking sink.
And Uzcateki's hype comes from Darrell, but Darrell was like mentally finished as a boxer, I think, when Uzcateki beat him.
Absolutely, he was, man. Yeah. He quit against him in the first fight.
He did.
That was a knockout win for
he got hit by the cousin.
Yeah.
The cousin smacked him.
Yes, I guess. Yeah. He punched Usategui after the fight. Yeah. But to me, he knocked him out in that fight.
I did.
He did, man. That was bullshit. That was a PBC fucking save.
Yeah. So like they rematch, and this time he finished the job, right? Like this time there was no, there was going to be no doubt about it, But basically, he already showed me in the first fight that if that's who Darrell is, then that's it. He's out of the top level talk.
Darrell hadn't done nothing for years. Like I think 2 years before that, he had a great fight with DeGale, but that was it. Bro, he hadn't done nothing since then.
Was it the same afterwards? You're saying?
Well, we never saw him do anything for 2 years, and he come back and just looked fragile against Uzcateki.
Yeah, to be fair, he was 35 though, so I mean maybe he was just done.
Who, Darrell, right? Was he 35?
Yeah, he was 35.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's something to consider. Like, look, you get a lot of 35-year-olds today, and they're able to continue fighting more or less to their prime. But some other guys, when they're not that good, they weren't that good when they were in their prime. They were definitely better, but they those kind of guys kind of age fast.
And Darrell's mental. I think his problems are mental. He just had a mental.
He's always been mentally weak.
Remember, he dropped out of the Super Six because it seemed like he didn't want to fight Ward.
Yep.
Just for that reason. Dude was a fucking spinner.
Yeah.
The Abraham fight, innit? Apparently, he said he had a brain bleed.
Fucking fake. Yeah.
I think he was bullshitting, man. He's such a bullshitter, that dude. He said he. I remember that he said that he had a brain bleed. Like you're lying, man. Dude, you're like almost dying at that point if that happens to you. Brain bleed is dangerous. It's very dangerous for a human being.
Yeah.
You want to bleed internally. You don't want to bleed internally anywhere. But if you had to, the brain would be the least place you would want that to happen, or one
Yeah.
of the
What do you guys
least.
think about? What do you guys think about Billy Joe Saunders coming back? Since we were talking about him to fight Eubank Jr. What do you guys think about that rematch?
I think Eubank will kill him.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
You
You know what? I don't know. I don't know. I say that, then I look. He should beat him. He
Yeah.
should beat him, right? At this point, because think about it. When they fought many years ago,
Yeah.
that fight was close, bro.
He was neck
That
and
was
neck.
close.
Yeah.
I had a
Yeah.
draw.
Yeah.
I think I scored that fight a draw, if I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Split decision. Yeah. Split
Saunders
decision.
treats his body like shit. Dude never fucking works out. He only trains like 6 weeks before a fight.
Yeah.
It's just a fat camp every time. So he's not developing any skills at all. If anything, he's regressed.
I feel like he's just trying to cash out though, because he said he wants $8 million for that fight. So
It's his whole goal forever. He's always just been trying to cash out. That's why
Yeah, you notice that? He's like, that's his
well,
goal.
he
Just
would never take a tough fight. He wanted that Canelo fight. That's all his goal was in life, is to get the big money versus somebody. And he, Golovkin wasn't offering enough for him, so he said no and just waited and waited for Canelo. So that was also going to be an easy fight because he hadn't been working. He hasn't been fucking working on his skills ever. Like he has a few fat camps here and there, and that's it. Pick guys you 90% chance to beat, and that's it.
yeah, I thought he had a good little tune-up against Martin Murray before he went to the Canelo fight.
Martin Murray was shot though.
Yeah.
Martin Murray became just basically a gatekeeper as he got older.
Yeah. And Murray's always looked bad at 68. That's why, because it seems like he got lazier. Like, that's why he started fighting at 68. Martin Murray's looked to me terrible as a 68 pounder. Like,
Never got
It's
stopped
crazy,
though.
though.
Never
Yeah,
got
even though
stopped at 168. I'll give him that.
No, tough
Never
guy,
got-
100%.
Yeah, tough motherfucker.
Yeah, even though he's a gatekeeper, I mean, he's a multi-millionaire. So
That's
work
true.
out
I
too.
mean, listen, he made his money. He made his money.
I
So
definitely did. But you know what I mean? I just
Good for
feel
him,
at
man.
68, I think that made Murray lazy because he didn't have to make weight. So I think he was like he wouldn't give full effort, you know? I just didn't like him as a 68 pounder.
I feel like, mate, like at 60, there really wasn't anywhere for him to go because he had a controversial fight with Sergio.
Yeah.
Then he got beat by Golovkin and knocked out. I mean, a middleweight,
That is
there really
true.
wasn't anywhere.
That is true. Yeah, he didn't really have anywhere to go. I'm just saying, I think him at 68, that made him lazy. Like,
What are
did
you guys
he?
talking about
Did
now?
he?
You guys talking
Eddie,
about
Murray,
Martinez?
Martin Murray.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Martin Murray did have like a nice little string of
if I was
fights, it was like
I would have focused on building myself back up the ranks for one of them 60-pound titles. Maybe even like it don't matter which one. But as you hang around, you scope out the scene.
Yeah.
Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you, Aldo. Yeah, Aldo, we
Okay,
hear
I
you.
was just making sure. I'm done with the comments. I was trolling a little bit back to them, but I'm back on the panel now. What you guys are talking about, Martinez?
What's
and Cotto?
going on in the comment section?
There's
the MXBT, the MXBLT, the homo Mexicans, they're
LGBT,
talking
you mean?
stuff. They're worshiping black men for some reason. It's a bit weird. I don't know.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with them, man. They rep the Mexican flag, then they're dropping black dongs.
But they're not Mexicans. I don't think they're Mexicans.
I don't know what they are.
I don't know what they are either.
They don't know what I am. They're
They're
calling
like-
me a race cell. Then
They're
they call
like
me Brazilian
they're
the
slow
next day.
kids. They're slow kids, man.
They call me Brazilian for one day. Then
Because
they
you
call
got
me
Aldo.
they call me a
Because you
rice
got
cell
Aldo.
the next day. They don't know what I am either. So
It's because you got Anderson Aldo. That's what it is.
well, I just posted in the comments I'm a
Brazilian.
black Brazilian Russian Chinese person. That's what I am.
No, I know what he is. I've seen him. He's Blasian. So he's black and Asian, and he's from Brazil.
Facts. He's seen me with the camera on. Not even joking.
Yeah. So you better be careful, bro.
Plays your Brazilian shit. That sounds all right.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of connections, bro. He could hurt you.
Yeah, I'll get the favelas on you. You guys are talking about the cartels. Y'all don't know about the favelas, man.
Don't go to certain
Y'all don't
parts of
even know the
Queens.
cartels.
He'll have
Y'all know
you.
the booty
He'll
goon
have you
bandits.
kidnapped.
That's all they know. The booty goon bandits.
What do you guys think about? What do you guys think about the zone getting a new $4 billion, I guess, injection? That might be
Yeah,
good
from
for
the
boxing.
billionaire.
It's not. It's not for the boxing
It's
only.
the whole
It's not for
network.
boxing. It's the whole network. Yeah, but that's going to be
Say
good
it
for
is
boxing
boxing.
too.
Hopefully, they make some better fights.
Isn't that
Yeah.
Canelo
I
went
mean,
back to the zone?
boxing is a pretty big like money maker. Like when you look at all those sports, like like soccer and what is it, F1 too? They also do.
Bro, I don't know,
Last
bro.
thing boxing needs is more money.
Yeah.
It ain't good. That's gonna make less fights. We already got that proven. The more money that's in the sport, the less fucking fights we want we get.
Yeah, it seems like they steal it. What they do is they just steal that shit.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
No, the smaller fighters, right? Like Bud, right? He's fighting fucking Meme Machine and he gets like 3 mil. Like that's way too much, man.
like
Give
three and a half.
this
Yeah, it was like
motherfucker.
close to 4 million.
Yeah, give this
Yeah, you know
motherfucker
what?
like half
Anthony
a mil.
is right though,
That's
because
it.
like you got $100 million for Canelo, yeah, for like what 2 fights, maybe even one, but you ain't got fucking 10 million for Haney Kambosos. Like, what's up with that, man?
They don't deserve that much either.
Fuck no.
Well, I don't know.
No,
I don't know
none
if
of
they
them
deserve
deserve
it.
money.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I don't think there's
Canelo. He should be making like 30 mil, max.
Yeah, max.
But
I
because
mean, you make
he's
what you
in demand, like for these fucking the zones, PBC and
It's the
whatever.
setup of boxing. That's the issue. It's not
Basically,
even
yeah.
that. Like this goes way back to like even before. It's really like I'd assume the pay-per-view model.
Look, what was the goal throughout boxing history? Get $1 million payday. When you can get $3 million to fight a bum, they're just gonna fight bums forever for $3 million. That's just
I'll be honest, Anthony. In 2022, $1 million really doesn't get you that far. Because I know people that have got $1 million, and
but still, it's still that's the goal. I mean, these dudes fucking, $1 million fucking 4 times a fight or 4 times a year or something.
Ignacio, your mom's a hoe.
Are you reading this comment right here? Look, check this out. Recognize the Matrix. Eddie Hearn says he plans 60 plus fights this year for Matchroom alone.
Yeah, but how many cards is that? 10.
Yeah, 10
that like main
maybe.
events or
the zone in the UK is garbage, bro.
Yeah,
Like, all we got is fucking Conor Ben. Like the
Yo,
first they were charging
dude, the
like $8.
zone,
Fights, so many cards.
The zone's commentary it's a fucking joke, dude.
I won't even
Dude,
listen.
their production, and their commentary, it's dude. I don't know how they exist. I mean, look, they're putting on decent fights here and there, but I can't listen to them, bro. It's bad. It's
I want
bad.
to suggest that $1 million thing that don't get you far. It actually gets you really far if you don't fucking spend it all and live like beyond your means. Just live modestly, and it'll get you real fucking
Dude,
far.
$1 million paycheck is basically $100,000, yearly, right? That's like a great paying job in most places.
It's
That's
like
10
20
years
grand
worth
a
of that.
month.
Yeah, 10 years
That
worth of
gets you
$100,000.
super far unless you
job.
fucking buy $1,000 outfits and the fucking $150,000 car, $200,000 in jewelry, a fucking $500,000. No, it gets you real far as long as you just live within your
You could
means.
listen if you could live really good. If you let's say for instance you get $1 million payday, and you defer that you take that money and defer payments where it's like a 10-year plan, right? Like Aldo brought up. You take like a 10-year plan. For the next 10 years, you'll be making $100,000 a year. That way you don't blow all your money,
Off that
in
one
one check. Yep. And let's say for instance you get another $1 million payday or $2 million payday, the next time around. You could do some more or less the same thing with that, This trust me, these dudes I don't really care. I don't get into the they broke now. Dude, that's on them. A lot of that shit is on them, man.
I think that
Yeah,
like,
absolutely
what
is.
millionaire is like dude making $1 million a year, just like, man, I'm hurting for bread. Then he's a fuck up or he's lying.
I mean, let's be
it's
real
like
here,
you
right? These
lying.
boxers, they're brawn. Most of them aren't brains. So it's like it makes sense. You're gonna give like these, these top athletes, but like they're not really that smart, right? you give them like $1 million, what are they gonna do? They're just gonna do whatever the fuck they want, Like
Yeah,
but to be
because
fair, like, what's
especially when they're young,
Access
especially when
to
they're young.
young men. That's
line
even worse.
financial advisors nowadays. And if they don't
You see,
want to
like
take it,
you see, like Floyd Mayweather. You think Mayweather was trying to brag about, and I was like, damn, this kid doesn't realize how stupid he is. So he posts like one time a picture on Twitter of $100 million check. I'm like, are you that dumb? You know how much taxes you're gonna pay on that? Stupid. Like you're gonna pay so much taxes on that, man. It's like
Gypsy, he
you
signed,
need
by the way.
Gypsy.
Keep
Gypsy.
going, recognize my bad.
Yeah. So no, I was saying that you know how dumb that is. Like nobody cashes in $100 million check. Nobody does that shit. Nobody would say, give it all to me right now.
yeah, you want the
You would never do that. You just say, listen, this is how I would like to get paid for the next whatever, right? Dude, everybody does this. Like, there's baseball players that are still getting paid from contracts that they signed 20 years ago, and they're like, yeah. You ask them, why do you do that? They look at you like you're crazy. They're like, well, I pay less taxes and I'm living a great life. I'm not doing shit. I'm just chilling right now, and I got money. I got money in the bank. It's like I'm fucking good. 100 million, yeah, right off the back, 50 million gets taken away by taxes. 50 million off the rip. So,
yeah, you can even put it like into a company, a
forget it, man.
corporation.
You can put it into so many things, man.
Yeah.
You can make your money,
Invest. Then when you do as you take it out, like yearly, bi-yearly, whatever, it'll pay for the taxes itself.
Yeah, interest rates as well.
Shit.
You can put it into a trust company that they invest the money and stuff.
Yeah,
exactly, bro. Exactly. Look,
put some
Baruga
of it into a company of yours, and then just like have that company pay you like a weekly check or a monthly a salary, whatever. You'll pay so much less in taxes.
Yeah. That's right.
Or
Alex
a couple
Rodriguez
of gas stations
is still getting paid.
Yeah,
it's still being paid. Absolutely. A-Rod is still being paid. He's still getting paid because when they gave him a 275 million or 300 million for the next 10 years, he didn't want all that in one shot. He didn't. He said, "Yeah, I would like that for like the next 30 years of my life. I would like to get paid for the next 30 years at something like $3 million, $4, $5 million a year. Maybe a little, maybe a little bit more than that. I'm not sure, but depending how he has his contract structured, right? He's like, give me this amount for the next 5 years, give me this amount for the next 5 years, and continue that way, and I'll put my money in that and that. Like when I see him pulling out this $100 million check, I'm like, this guy's so dumb. It makes me wonder if he's really getting paid. Or they're just giving him like, somebody's holding that money and just giving it.
Just give it. Like, now give it back to me. I'll go deposit it for you.
No, it's crazy though because he won't show off his watches. He'll show off like his $20 million watches, and then the next day you hear a rumor that one of Floyd's strippers stole his jewelry.
Yeah. Floyd stolen from him, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're like, Floyd, here, you can take a picture with it. Now give it back.
Yeah.
I mean, they usually even like basically use him as just like sponsoring the shit. You know what I mean? Like,
he's sponsoring it.
That's it. He's not paying for it. It's like
he's it's a
facade.
Yeah, a figurehead just for them to kind of use as celebrity type thing.
Yeah, the motherfucker does mobile game ads.
Yeah.
No, don't get me wrong. He's living.
If you can't read, you're getting fleeced.
Now, don't get me wrong. He's living good. He's living good. He's living the good life.
Yeah, up until the moment.
He doesn't really like Floyd Mayweather doesn't really have sponsors. Like if you look at guys like Canelo and Joshua, they've got like, and even Pacquiao, they used to have big sponsors like Hennessy and Nike. And
yeah, because he's a woman beater. That's what blew that for him.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, didn't he have Reebok for a while?
But you know, in today's world, that might get him a contract. No, I'm serious, man. You might you know
Yeah.
you might smack a girl. They'll be like, oh, he needs therapy, and then next thing you know, he'll be like, I beat my anger
Yeah.
issues, and let's praise me and endorsements.
Or just
Endorsements. Here
claim
you
that you're
go,
gender
buddy.
confused. That'll let you get away with
That's all you
anything.
gotta do.
Yeah.
Just say, listen, I was born a woman, man.
Yeah.
They're like, what? Yeah, that's what you gotta say. Like I identify as a confused chick. Give
Yeah,
me
can
some
I
money.
identify as a billionaire, bro? Is this what we're doing? They were dealing with fantasy.
Yo, you know what? From now on, that's how I refer to myself as a billionaire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Floyd will
God,
live
if you think
well.
if you don't let me take that Ferrari off the lot, you're discriminating.
Floyd will live well up until the point where they find someone else to use as their figurehead, and then
And
it's
get
over.
rid of him.
And it's over because they'll have like a couple million maybe in the bank, and he'll blow through it in a fucking month, and then it'll be fucked.
Well, you see it all the time in like these Hollywood stories about dudes that used to have tons of money, living the good life, and they're like bums now.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, it's not Floyd Mayweather. He claims he's a billionaire, but why do you keep coming back and fighting guys like Logan Paul for $10 million?
Because he's not one.
Because he's nowhere near.
He can't even pay Logan Paul.
He even lies about the money that them fights generate. He's like, I made fucking 30 million, made more off of these fights than I did my real fights. No, you didn't. You didn't. You made like $1 million.
Yeah. 10 million guaranteed for a billionaire. That's not
After that fight with Logan Paul, there was a clip going around of Logan on his podcast, and Jake Paul brought up like, what if you could get $1 million to fight so and so, and Logan goes, $1 million? I'll fight anybody for $1 million. So that shows that he wasn't even getting $1 million for the Floyd fight.
Yeah, but Logan tried to sue him, and his response was he hasn't even been paid yet.
Yeah,
so how can you pay Logan?
Yeah, like that's a good thing to say.
Yeah, that basically like says that gives Showtime a bad rap. You know, he's just offloading it. I'm surprised they even like allowed him to say that.
Yeah,
like Floyd is washed now. He's not gonna. You know, at most maybe he has 2 more like clown exhibition fights. You know,
It was a budget pay-per-view as well. It was only $40. So
yeah, well,
was it?
There wasn't much interest in it.
I thought it was the full 70. I mean, I didn't pay for it.
No.
Oh.
Went to the same arena that Canelo fought Yildirim in. Canelo sold it out in Miami. Floyd couldn't, which was crazy. I thought Floyd Logan Paul would be way bigger in Miami.
Hell no.
Floyd isn't a big draw. He's like a multiplier. That's how you got to think of him when it comes to like pay-per-views.
Hey,
like,
Jimmy.
When he fought Pacquiao, right? Like a similar, like he maximizes the opponent's fan base to like he attracts them in that sort of way. He doesn't really have like he does have his own, but that's not where the generation of pay-per-views comes from.
If he knows if he lost, it's over. Like he's not generating that money, so he does need a guy. That's why he would usually go for like Mexicans because he knows
built in
and on their holidays, so he knows that the families will be like the Mexican families and other just general boxing fans as well, but mostly Mexican families will buy it for the party and be like, hey, maybe our guy will knock him out this time. That's sold.
Canelo will never be as big as Floyd, Jimmy. So you can let that little ship sail.
No, I was just pointing out a fact, and I don't know why you're getting hurt by it. I mean, Canelo's event
I'm just telling the truth. Floyd is not only the greatest fighter of his generation. He's also the highest pay-per-view buys, everything. So get over it, man. I know you guys don't like Floyd, but it is what it is. He's the GOAT.
No, that's what I pointed out, though, and I'm surprised Floyd couldn't sell out the arena, though. I mean, I don't know why you're getting so upset.
He's retired. It's just a exhibition. It don't mean nothing.
Yeah, I'm not dissing Floyd. You don't need to worry about that.
I mean, I get it. He's
meaning nothing. Is hope.
I get it. He's black. You're gonna like him, but like he's nowhere near the fucking GOAT.
Hey, if Floyd was purple and he beat Pacquiao and Canelo, who's basically the current GOAT of this generation, I would say Floyd's still the GOAT.
But he's not.
Who's
not?
not?
I can't put more guys like Muhammad Ali, bro. Like like Sugar Ray Leonard and like nah, man, I
Yeah,
can't do that,
yeah,
bro.
but in terms of like let me give you an example. If
Money.
my life, let me give you an example. If my life depended on it, and I had to pick any fighter in history to win a fight for me in any,
Yep.
or let's say lightweight or welterweight, whatever, I will pick Prime Floyd.
Bro, if I pick Tommy Hearns, bro, you'll be
I would
dead.
feel
Okay,
sick.
wait,
If I pick Tommy Hearns, you die, bro.
Rare breed.
Prime
Rare
Oscar,
breed.
you lose.
Hold up,
Yeah.
hold up.
Bro, if I
Rare
pick
breed.
Tommy Hearns, you'd be
Can
dead.
you at least admit
Like,
that
what?
Floyd had the benefit of the doubt, like fighting in Vegas a lot of the times? Like that
The
was his
Castillo fight,
backyard.
bro.
Yes,
Bro, can I be honest?
That's not a
Anthony,
it's not a
remember I was on
secret.
your channel?
Can I
So
can I
Anthony slowed them down a
answer
fight.
him?
you made this
At the end of
hypothetical
the
where
first
you had to
Maidana
bet on
fight, I was
it.
shocked
Hold
at my
on, Jimmy.
scorecard.
Hold on, Jimmy, please.
There's too many people talking.
Yeah, I was talking, and then people
ahead,
started.
Go
I
ahead.
don't even know what I was gonna say. I lost my train of
You were
thought.
saying that Floyd got the benefit of the doubt, and I was going to tell you that comes with being the man. Canelo gets the same little privileges.
Which is bullshit, and
But
that completely
so
doesn't
he
help you
needed
win a
them, though.
fight. That just
Yeah, but
it gives you the benefit of the
the
doubt,
difference
but
with
that doesn't make you a better fighter.
I just showed the video of him, basically, thing. I mean, and he
to be
won.
fair, at least Anthony is partial.
Barely win.
I'll give you this, Anthony, or Thunderdome, whatever you want to call yourself. You're impartial when it comes to Floyd and Canelo. You don't call one guy a master cherry picker and then the other one's not a cherry picker. At least you said about both of them.
No, dude, my standard's been solid ever since I came on here, man. Like,
But I'm saying some of these Canelo fans, they call Floyd a cherry picker, but they don't say anything about Canelo's cherry picking.
No, I mean,
But yeah, but what's your standard of cherry picking though?
Oh wait,
like, I feel like Canelo moving up to fight Triple G was a bigger challenge than what Floyd did. He never moved up to fight.
He also waited him out.
I will agree to that. He at least stepped up and fought a guy like.
He waited Triple G out too.
He did, but
he only fought Triple G after he showed some weaknesses against Mr. Danny Jacobs.
He looked beatable.
Fair enough, but he still did it though. That's my point. Floyd never did that though.
Floyd fought Canelo when Canelo was looking almost unbeatable.
Yeah, well, a 23-year-old weight drained kid. He looked unbeatable, did he?
He also fought Maidana, fought Maidana after Maidana beat the shit out of Adrian Broner.
Keith Thurman was his mandatory, bro.
Wait, Floyd put a post up saying, "I'll let the fans pick who I want to, who they want me to fight next, Khan or Maidana." It was like 80% Khan, and he still chose Maidana.
You know why? You know why?
The fight.
You know why? Khan has a bigger fan base because one, Khan is South Asian, and there's like billions.
Exactly.
There's like billions of them on the planet.
Pick Khan because he's Money Mayweather. So go after the guy with the bigger fan base. Look at
first of all, Khan is overrated. He didn't deserve to get a bigger push than.
He was his.
Okay, you're right. Rare breed.
He was his
leftovers then.
Amir Khan is overrated.
What was his
breed? Boy, beat Maidana though. The guy killed fight twice.
Mandatory. That has
he was his mandatory, and that's what everyone wanted to see. And I'm not.
Okay, here's the truth.
And I even wanted to.
Here's the truth. Floyd beat better fighters than Amir Khan in his career.
Agreed.
That has nothing to do with anything.
Fights. Agreed, but styles make fights.
Yeah, why fight a fast
style would never. Zab Judah's a guy with hand speed and much more skill than Amir Khan. He beat him.
Come on, Amir Khan put Zab Judah in a fucking body bag, bro. What are you talking about?
No light punching boxer has ever came close to beating Khan.
Yeah.
At all.
You said what? You said what now?
No light punching boxer, no light to even medium punching boxer type has ever even came close to beating.
Well, Amir's never fought anybody as skilled as Floyd.
Okay, but bro, are we forgetting Maidana was Khan's leftovers? What are you talking about?
He's never fought someone taller and longer and faster. That's Khan. He avoided
everybody, man,
for a reason.
Rare breed, you're right, bro. You should have had a trilogy with Khan's leftovers, bro.
Hold on, man. That's why everyone wanted to see that fight because
I want to watch a Keith Thurman fight.
Overcome this.
Guess what? If he fights Amir Khan, beats him, people could have said, "Oh, well, you didn't fight Madonna, or you didn't fight whoever." So he can't win.
Well, the reason he can't win is because there's like 20 dudes he did avoid. So yeah, there are and what's and but.
Like I said, it's never enough.
It's not
Amir Khan and Keith Thurman were his mandatories, bro. They were fast, explosive fighters with boxing skills, right? Young guys with like Olympic backgrounds. He fought a fucking plodder in Maidana.
Let me tell you this. Let me ask you this, Jimmy. That's like, you think Canelo would fight You
Look,
think
if
Canelo will fight
hold
David
on,
Morrell,
fight a
who's
couple,
a young prospect, and Benavidez, who's also a young guy right now?
just thought,
Hell no.
hold on. Don't say that it's never enough, because there's always enough. If you fight 2-3 fucking top tier fighters, that's enough for everyone's resume. So
Okay.
there is enough. He just didn't even do that.
You know, one of the guys that people say that he avoided was Margarito. Margarito got destroyed by an old ass.
Styles make fights.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
but
he
that
got
doesn't.
destroyed by an old ass Mosley.
Does fucking Shane hit as hard as Mosley? Is he as tough
Okay.
as Mosley? Is he no? Is he
No. Okay. Let's be honest.
Is Mosley? No.
That Mexican. What style does Margarito present? He's a typical Mexican fighter. That doesn't work against Floyd.
For a reason.
It doesn't work against Floyd. He's proved it a million times.
Bro, everyone's destroyed Castillo.
Castillo beat him. What the fuck would Margo?
The Mexican style doesn't work against Floyd.
It worked. Castillo did it? And that's
Well, he fought him 2 times just for you guys, and he beat him twice.
Yeah, he won the rematch. Yeah, he gets credit for that, but he lost that first.
That's arguable.
It's not arguable.
I got trolled.
And Floyd had one arm in that fight.
I've only ever heard fanboys of Floyd say that Floyd won.
He didn't
He
know.
lost the first Maidana fight. This is a rare breed. He lost the first Maidana.
He lost versus Oscar too, man.
Bro, I was on Thunderdome
did
channel,
not.
bro. I scored that fight,
he
yeah.
did.
I looked at my scorecard. I had a 9-3 for Maidana, bro.
Okay, here's the 3 people who hate Floyd the most. Number 1, Mexican fans. Number 2, Pacquiao fans / Filipinos. And then number 3, white boxing fans. They can't stand Floyd.
No, this is the problem.
That's not true. Mayweather's All Lives Matter. I like a lot of white fans like Mayweather.
Reality.
And it's All Lives Matter stance.
I'm a black Brazilian.
Why can't you just be honest?
Aldo's a black Brazilian.
Yeah, I'm a black Chinese Brazilian.
We are all being
We don't claim black Brazilians.
You might be a little nut right now.
They don't count.
Redbird, when you say a boxer, bro, do you say skin color? Like, is that the first thing that enters your mind? I think it does.
Rare breed. Why would white fans hate a known Uncle Tom like Floyd, though? I don't get what you're saying.
Wait,
You're not making any sense, Rare breed.
I just want Redbird to answer this question. I don't get like it.
Why would white racist fans
Too many people talking. Let my Australian friend ask the question.
Salute to Redbird for answering that question. Salute to his friend. I don't even think there's anything wrong with that, but I could just tell that is what you base you guys on.
There is
Say
nothing
it again,
wrong with
Jed.
it.
Say it again.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand. Can you ask that question one more time?
When you see a boxer, is race, like the color, is their race or nationality the first thing you look at besides skill?
Or a thing.
No skill. Like I said, if Floyd was purple, I was just listening for like 30 minutes, and there's too much Floyd hate going on. I had to say something.
We also talking about race.
But you mentioned
Like Josh Taylor. Let me give you an example. Josh Taylor.
Why do you project like biases onto other people? Then?
Yeah, because you said white people hate Floyd third, Asian second, but I've seen a lot of African Americans criticize Floyd.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, they call him an
but
Uncle Tom. They call him a buck dancer. Like, a lot of them, you know.
I didn't say all white people hate Floyd or all Mexicans hate Floyd, but those are 3 groups that hate Floyd a lot.
I mean, look, you're like 22, I take it, right? Ain't that what you told me?
24.
24. So you
Are you
grew up.
Loma?
You were a kid. Floyd was doing his thing.
Rare breed.
Like what Mike Tyson.
All you have to do is read the comments.
Doing his thing. I was a kid, teenager, growing up. I was like the fucking man. So like I looked up the dude, and I'm sure that's the way you are with Floyd. I would imagine that's the way I was with Tyson. And you couldn't tell me nothing about Mike. I'd be like, nope. I'm just nope. He's the fucking man.
Overrated.
Is coming across. Yeah, and I'm saying this. I agree. It don't even matter. The point don't even matter. Like who cares? But that's what you're literally doing right now, dude. You won't even acknowledge any bit of reality.
Look,
you're degrade.
That
is
negative.
It is negative.
Floyd had one of the most amazing careers you could have.
A reality check whenever Tyson.
You said he's the best fighter ever.
Yes, to me, he's the most skilled fighter I've ever seen.
Bingo. No, he ain't. Then you ain't watching.
That's my opinion.
Then you ain't
watching. By the way, that's not a crazy opinion.
What does he do? What's he do?
To beat Tommy Hearns?
Yes, I think he could figure out Tommy Hearns.
Wow.
Okay, let me ask you this, Aldo. I mean not Aldo. Rare breed. Let me ask you this: do you think he can be in a row, right? Meaning he had to fight these guys and they were in his peers. You think he could beat Sugar Ray Leonard, Tommy Hearns, Roberto Duran, and Wilfredo Benitez?
Prime Oscar.
If he had,
Prime Oscar.
Yeah, but how about that? How about those guys? You think that he would have survived that without losing?
I mean, he might lose one or two of those fights, but I would like his chances in
Okay,
all of
but
them.
so you would say if there's a chance he loses to those guys, right?
Yeah, but think about what you're saying. Recognize the
That's
fact
what
that
I'm
you have
saying.
to put a murderous role like that against Floyd. That should tell you everything about his skills.
You don't
No,
have to.
but
I can put one guy. I can put.
He
Who
lost
would
to
survive a murderous role like that? That's the real question.
barely beat a
Nobody.
washed Oscar. What does that tell
Washed
you?
Oscar beat him,
Split
and
decision,
I'll
bro.
restore it with you anytime you want.
Freddie Roach even
Okay,
said
so
Oscar didn't
Oscar
have
was
a
washed.
And you'll admit
Oscar
it.
was washed at that age, but Floyd wasn't when he spanked Canelo for 12 rounds.
You'll say Oscar beat him.
No, I'm saying
The
if
words of
Oscar was
Floyd
washed
Mayweather
at that
catchweight
point.
fights don't count though. The rare breed
No,
in the
let
words
me
of
let me
Mayweather
no let me
catchweight
finish,
fights
Jimmy.
don't count.
We know you're the
And he
Canelo
raped him
fanboy here.
together.
Let me finish.
Hold on, man. Everybody's talking.
Let me finish. So if Oscar is washed at that point in his career, Floyd wasn't when he spanked Canelo for 12 rounds.
No, he wasn't a washed up cokehead coming up for knockout loss to B-Hop. No, he
So
wasn't.
that's Floyd's
I don't
fault.
remember him getting
He
knocked
took
out by
care of
B-Hop.
himself. That's
It's
part
not
of a
the
great
same
athlete.
thing.
Old. How can he be so great if old Oscar beat him?
He did
Man, you
beat
and your
him though.
sexual feelings,
He
don't you,
did
rare
though.
breed?
Then I'll
You got a fucking
Oh,
crush on
Jimmy's
Floyd,
mad.
innit?
time.
Be honest, you're a dick rider, innit?
Jimmy's mad.
You know me, innit? We're on the H
I
Money
know
panel.
Canelo's your favorite
You don't
fighter,
ever
but that's
speak
the
to me on the
facts.
H Money
He
panel.
lost to an
You
old
know I'm gonna
guy.
recognize this channel, so I'm gonna keep it respectful. But you don't ever get on the H Money platform with me. You fucking know me.
I'm being very respectful. I haven't insulted you yet.
No, he hasn't. And you're.
I think.
Okay.
Listen. I think that look, if that's what somebody thinks, okay, fine. But there are other people that seen De La Hoya, Trinidad, Ike Cortez, Shane Mosley, all in their prime, and they would and most people on this panel will probably say they were like a notch below Hearns, Sugar Ray Leonard, Wilfredo Benitez,
Duran.
Roberto Duran. They were a notch, maybe they were a notch below those guys, right?
Hey,
And
can
I
I?
think that a lot of people think that Floyd. I think so. I think Floyd doesn't survive that welterweight division at that time. You know, if he had to like move up, and when those
Roger
guys were in their
Mayweather
prime.
said he could beat none of those guys. He said
Can I say
all
something
the
about
guys in
the?
that generation kill him. His
Can I say
words.
something about the De La Hoya fight?
Go ahead.
That fight with Mayweather, that was like the biggest fight in Oscar's career. So he trained his ass off for that fight. You know he hates Floyd
Yeah,
with a
and
passion.
he was still
wasn't
way
the
out of
biggest
his
fight.
prime.
He hated Floyd.
It wasn't the
was
So
biggest.
what I'm
way out of his
saying
prime,
is,
too.
It
the
was.
only reason we think he was washed up at that point is because after that fight, when he had nothing left to
He
fight
was
for,
old.
No, he
no,
didn't have
They got knocked out by
the
Mosley.
Look,
Pacquiao
he
fight, he
got up.
wasn't as
He got
washed.
up. Look, Rebry, I would say
Hold on.
this.
If you know what Prime Oscar looked like, you know that was a washed version.
Yeah,
That's all you
prime
need.
Oscar, a prime Oscar was way faster than that, bro. He was much faster.
Well, Pretty Boy, that wasn't Pretty Boy either.
It was
Yeah, but Pretty Boy would have been too
one
small.
fight removed from Pretty Boy. He was Pretty Boy.
Boy
That
would
was
have been
the
too small.
first fight he was
No,
money.
because Floyd has said
That was
many
the
times
first
he was
fight
starting to break down after the Gotti fight.
No, that was the first fight he was money.
So he kept shooting his hands up in it to make him better. He kept
The
shooting steroids.
The Gotti fight was where his body was starting to break down by that point.
No, he's a fucking punchbag, bro. You how he discrediting Canelo's win, and you bring a motherfucking guy, bro, a fucking club fighter.
You don't think Oscar's body was
I'm not
broken?
bringing up Gotti as like a credit on his record or anything. I'm saying that
That's like a
by that
fucking
point,
Yildirim,
Floyd
bro.
was already breaking down.
His body was not breaking down.
Yeah, well, that's
Bro,
what he
that's like a
said. So we can
Yildirim.
go off of what he's.
Well, whatever. Who cares? Oscar's was much more broken down. Floyd still looked the same.
By the way,
Remember,
for you
when
Canelo fans
Oscar,
out there,
when
fans
Oscar,
out there, Oscar had a much better resume than Canelo. At least he fought black fighters.
Okay, name me one active black fighter that's fought more black fighters than Canelo. This ain't Charlo or Andrade, bro. That's right, I come with receipts, pussy.
I will give Canelo the credit for actually stepping up to fight Floyd and Golovkin twice. Floyd,
I mean,
stepped
fighting
up.
Floyd is not like fighting Mike Tyson. You're not afraid for your life, and you can get a high payday. The only thing that's gonna happen is when you get embarrassed.
What? He was
Lara, Danny Jacobs.
Pound for pound fighter. Floyd never did that.
But I'm saying
Haney,
fighting
man,
Floyd,
old.
fighting Floyd at that point is not risky. You
No,
get
it
the highest payday of your life.
But
and
so he did it.
He
And
did
if
it.
you lose,
He did it.
and if you lose, you have dick rides like Jimmy that can make excuses for you.
He did it though.
None of them made excuses, bro. I'm just keeping it real, bro. Floyd Mayweather was
Oh,
running
he was
around saying
weight
the dog
trained.
caught him
Oh,
before.
he was a baby.
The Floyd's
Fuck out
words,
of
yeah,
here.
in Floyd's words, man. These are
I mean,
Floyd's
he
words,
was
though.
trained.
He said that.
I mean,
He said on
was.
20 on All Access, I was smart to weight train Canelo. I'm a smart businessman. These are his words, bro.
He
And
was
if you don't like it,
165 on
The
fight
man
night.
said, "I am a coward, but I'm a rich coward. I'm not
Exactly,
here to
bro.
prove who's the best. If that's
Omar
something
Green pulled
you
up on him.
ain't nowhere near the best, and he has duck fighters, then like a bunch of them, like that, I don't know.
I can't fight
Who has
the
done
dog
that to
caught him.
Canelo?
He lives
I
in
get it, you
Margarito,
like
bro.
him, but he admits he was never the best or even there to prove he was the best. It was just to make money. He wasn't a competitor. He was
Okay, so he was just a bum then, huh?
That's
No,
not
he's a
what
Hall
we're
of Fame
saying
fighter,
either.
bro.
That's a complete
But
shot.
Yeah,
you
why
asked to
would you
fucking
go to
jump
the
on with no Vaseline,
extreme?
bro.
You're trying to make him like out to be the best of his era when even he said he ain't.
Is that a crazy
No,
like
he
thing
said
for
he's
me
a
to
Hall of
say?
Fame fighter. I
What?
just said he's a Hall of Fame fighter,
Yeah,
bro. What more do you want,
so he
man?
fought all bums. Yeah, that is crazy. And if that's the case, then he got beat by some bums.
Okay, Anthony, is he at least the second best fighter of his generation?
No.
Bro, when Margaret cornered him in that hallway and Floyd started stuttering, saying, "I'm not here to prove who the best is," I smell pussy, bro. I'm just being honest, man.
He did look kind of scared of Margarito. He did, man. He kind of
Man, come
like.
on, you know Margarito is,
Ooh, I just played
that's
the
an easy
tape.
fight
He
for
wouldn't
Floyd. I'm
stop
sorry.
looking around for him. He was shitting his pants.
He would
Look,
embarrass
I'm
Margarito.
not saying he would have not beat Margarito. He just wasn't willing to take that risk.
Yeah, maybe
I
he
would've waited.
does. Maybe he don't though. No
That'd be a
one
waste of
knows.
his time.
I don't know, and you don't either.
Oh, I know. I'd be willing to put.
Basically fantasized that he would, but no one knows.
But Jimmy is right though. Jimmy is right though. When Margarito stepped to him, he just had this nervous energy. Like I don't know what he
Hey.
thought was gonna happen.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna make you guys mad. Terrence Crawford beats a prime Manny Pacquiao.
Manny, dude, Terrence wouldn't even fight a fucking 37-year-old Manny.
He got rocked by
He tried to, but that old degenerate
No, he
Bob
tried to.
Arum wouldn't
No,
let
he
him.
did not try to.
You might hurt him.
He said he
No.
wanted $20 million and to be the A side when Manny was trying to make the fight. That's
You're
his
out of your
word.
damn mind if you think Crawford
He
didn't
said
want that fight.
He said, "I want $20 million and I'm the A side."
Terrence Crawford was begging for that fight.
You know he wasn't. He won't even fight Virgil.
Who?
Fucking Bud.
Look, I'm a big Crawford fan. Come
Crawford
on,
would beat Virgil right now.
Well,
Maybe
why'd he
not
say I
later.
won't fight you? Nope, not doing it. Even though I want a big money
Rebby,
fight, no one will
You really
fight
think
you.
Golden Boy is
first of
gonna
all,
put
I'm
him
not
with
gonna get
Crawford
mad.
right now?
They were
Come on.
willing to.
No.
They were, dude. They're gunning for him. They're his number one Mando. They're working their way to him. Then they called him out as the fight.
like Virgil.
As he becomes his number one Mando, he goes, "I want him now." Terrence goes, "Nope, you gotta fight my leftovers." Pulling the Floyd Mayweather bullshit to avoid a tough fight. And then
Crawford has never ducked anybody in his career.
he just did on national TV. Said, "No, I will not fight him." What do you mean?
No. First
Dude,
of all,
oh my
Crawford,
God! Well, you're just lying because we all saw it.
who was he ducking? Tell me again.
He just said no to Virgil when Virgil called him out right to his face after he beat his boy Maurice Hooker. And Crawford's ringside, he says, "I don't care if you guys think I'm ready or not. I want him now." Then right after, they go interview Crawford. They go, "Will you do it?" And he goes, "No."
He did not say that. I
Yes,
remember
he
that. I remember
did.
that interview.
Oh my God!
You will never find a fighter actually turn down other fighters' challenge. Even
Dude,
if they do, even if they don't want the fight, they wouldn't say it on national television.
Said no. Go fight someone like Kavaluskas. That's what he said. I said leftovers, but he said someone like Kavaluskas. So he went and fought Kavaluskas, beat him, still won't fight him. He won't do it until fucking Ortiz goes and has the IBF or the WBO mandate that fight, and he's gonna fucking vacate. Watch.
You think Virgil would beat Crawford right now?
Absolutely.
No.
His next fight is eliminated for the mandatory.
First of all,
what about it?
maybe in a couple of years, I would say Virgil will beat Crawford, but right now, no.
Right now, dude, everyone out fucking jabs him, lands right hands. Everybody He can't take Virgil's
He was
power.
getting outboxed by
Just
fucking
his fast.
brawling Porter.
Virgil
He
has
was
a hell
losing
of
to
a chin.
Porter.
Bud doesn't, and
Based
Virgil's
on what?
has way better defense.
Wait,
Dude,
how do you know Virgil has a
hate
better
to bring
chin?
I hate to bring up this
Seen him
person.
handle a better version of Kavaluskas.
I don't even know why I'm
I hate to
defending
bring this
Crawford. He's not
person.
my favorite.
I hate to bring this person up, but he's kind of right when it comes to Crawford, right? Precise pointed out. So look, I know Precise is not famous. It's not popular with you and a lot of people, but
I can't
what I'm
stand
saying
Precise.
is, okay, that's fine. But Precise brought up something that I said to myself on Saturday night. Damn, he's 100% right. Everybody that beats the same opponent Crawford beat, somebody else does it better. So Khan Saturday night, I mean, he got the shit beat out of him by Brook. I thought better than what Crawford did. You know, in my opinion, I think he did better than what Crawford.
Bud didn't even have the balls to just bring Crawford, or Bud didn't have the balls to even just bring Brook to 4-7. He had to also hit him with a dehydration clause. That tells you he ain't confident he could beat an old fucking Brook.
Yeah, Koto's best weight
I
was
think of
147.
Well,
in his last interview with Ray Dorahi, he
I'm
said,
not going to
look,
defend.
he's either going to fight Spence next or he's going to vacate. That's it. He said that's his next fight.
I mean,
if it's not Errol Spence at
Virgil,
147,
if
he's going to drop his
Bud
belt.
ever fights Virgil, I'll take any bet you want. That's how fucking.
No. First of all, Anthony, you know who my guy at 147 is, and Virgil has no chance.
I'll take that bet too when it happens.
He'll beat the dog piss out of Virgil.
Please.
Let's put money on it.
Who's that?
That'll probably be like a couple years from now.
He's talking about Boots. He's talking about Boots.
Oh,
Boots?
I'm not going to defend Crawford. Boots beats Virgil. Let me tell you something. Jerron Ennis right now is the most skilled fighter on the planet.
No, he's not, bro.
Does he beat Mayweather?
It's like the
Yes.
least
Mayweather?
skilled out of the hyped guys in the world. The least skilled.
Oh, come on. When you make comments like that, bro, I have to disrespect you, bro.
He's athletic.
The least skilled.
God awful footwork, god awful defense, god awful punch technique, god awful balance. Like, he's horrendous when it comes to actual skills. He's gigantic and athletic with fast twitch. Okay. But Virgil has fast twitch too. He's faster. He's smaller, first of all. So he's faster and period. He's actually more explosive. I would say he even hits harder, but he got way better defense, way better footwork. He's going to take your boy apart.
He's got better defense.
He's good. Yeah, your boy has no defense.
Bro, Bruce has got 30 fights, bro. All he does is fight bombs, bro.
Yeah, but
when the fuck is Bruce going to fight live body, bro?
Dude,
Hey,
wait,
Boots
just
is not
just wait a couple years, and then we'll have this convo again, and I want to be like, haha.
Okay. But then again, you are the same guy that said that Pacquiao will beat Ugas. What happened? Matter of fact, not only did you say Pacquiao will beat Ugas, you still think he did beat Ugas.
I know he did.
Pacquiao's 50, bro. Who cares, bro?
He did.
Pacquiao's
And
50.
Pacquiao's 40.
There you
man.
go.
He's over 40 years old. You know?
1,000 years old,
I know,
bro.
but that's just crazy to think that he would have won that fight against a prime welterweight.
Did.
He's not God.
He did.
He's a great. He's an all-time
Bro, he
great.
did
But
it
come
once,
on
bro.
now, let's
He's
be
done
real.
it many times, bro. But everyone's got their limit in it.
That don't
You
even
got to
matter.
end eventually.
Well, he beat a washed-up Keith Thurman.
Oh, okay, a 30-year-old undefeated fucking unified champion. Okay, bro.
Versus a 40-year-old?
Did you see what Keith Thurman looked like before the Josita Lopez fight?
Do you see how Pacquiao looked against fucking Jeff Horn, bro? And against Marquez? What the fuck are you
Wait,
talking
weren't
about,
you
man?
just using the excuse about how Oscar was motivated for the fight versus Floyd? Wasn't Thurman motivated for the fight versus Manny?
That's true.
So that
That's
he was
true.
Well, the difference is one guy is a Hall of Fame all-time great fighter.
Yeah, but
Manny
the other
Pacquiao
guy, the other
is a
all-time
Hall of
great,
Fame
the other
all-time great fighter.
all-time great fighter was 40, much
No, I'm
smaller.
talking about Oscar.
Also, better made than
40.
How old is Oscar?
Ugas, bro. Ugas lost to fucking Sean Porter, bro. Come on, man.
How old was Oscar in that fight?
Oscar was like 34, 35.
That's like prime.
Bro,
That's
he's
the
a
same age as
cokehead,
Crawford
bro.
right now.
No,
He's
you
a
can't
fucking
say.
cokehead.
Wait, time out.
Fighters
You can't
prime
say.
varies on
You
their
can't say
career.
a fighter was in his prime when that was his. After that fight, he only had 2 fights after that. That's not his
Yeah, was
prime.
Mike
Yeah, he
Tyson in his
hadn't left to
prime when he
prove.
was 32?
Dude, his prime was like Trinidad.
Yeah,
That was his
Trinidad.
prime. Like if again,
Trinidad
just
was
go
his
watch
prime.
Prime Oscar. Go watch Prime Oscar, and then tell me if that was his
Trinidad was his Trinidad, Ike Corte, Sugar Shane Mosley. Those were his prime years. The first Sugar Shane Mosley fight. Those were the prime years of Oscar De La Hoya's career.
I could argue. I could argue. Oscar
What
put
about
everything he had.
So what?
I could argue that Oscar put everything he had into that fight because
So
one,
what?
it was his
What?
highest
Yes,
payday
so
that
did
he's
even
ever had.
full version
so
one.
did Thurman.
Huh?
Yeah,
No. The
so did
difference is
Thurman.
Oscar.
Why wouldn't
Oh
Thurman?
my God, are you
Why
sitting there saying
wouldn't
an
Thurman?
undefeated
Why
Thurman,
wouldn't
yeah, was
Thurman?
more washed up than a
Yeah.
35-year-old
Dude, can
cokehead
you just
coming off from
argue
fucking
in
a knockout loss?
Can you conversate in
You're out
good
of control,
faith?
bro.
Hey man, that cokehead can fight.
You
Can
are out
you
of control, bro.
conversate,
When he
dude?
was
Can you
washed,
conversate
though.
in good faith, please?
Okay,
Yeah,
but
He
look,
you.
He can't
destroyed
get
De La Hoya,
no.
bro. He was a
What I'm saying
cokehead.
is,
anywhere if all it is like fucking arguing and changing goalposts and changing subjects. It's like we can't get anywhere, man.
Red
Okay,
Reed, you are Red Reed,
I'm gonna
bro.
ask you a
Fucking
simple
horrible
question, Red Breed.
conversation.
mhm.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna make it brief and I'm gonna make it precise. Where you just say yes or no, right? Do you believe that Oscar De La Hoya that fought Mayweather was as good in his prime as he was when he fought Tito Trinidad, Ike Corte, Sugar Shane Mosley?
That's it.
What do you say? What do you say? Was he as that good fighting Floyd Mayweather, who just came off a knockout loss to Bernard Hopkins, had one fight against basically a dude who was a glorified club fighter in Margarito, and then fought Floyd Mayweather? You think that Oscar was just as good as the welterweight Oscar, the Oscar that was fighting Trinidad and all the guys I just mentioned?
I mean, no, but you could also say Floyd wasn't at
Okay,
his best
so
either.
Wasn't in his prime.
no, but Floyd was still in his prime, right? Floyd was
He's 30 years
30,
old.
30.
Was
What was he?
way
30 years old? Yeah,
closer.
29.
No,
Way closer at the
29.
very least.
Floyd's hands were breaking down for a while
Dude,
then.
his hands were broken fucking 130 pounds. He's fragile.
Yeah,
Well,
he
I mean,
broke his
that
hands.
fragile guy still beat Pacquiao. That's your boy.
He did. Okay, he did. Who cares? That don't upset me, bro.
He got
I
the
think it
What's that
does.
got to do with the question at hand, bro?
Why are you getting
Changing the
emotional?
goalpost.
I'm not about changing the goalpost, but we know that's what it's about.
How dare you
The
say
Pacquiao fans hate Floyd.
my fucking man?
No. You're talking about like it was Oscar in his prime. What's that got to do with him beating Pacquiao? Like
It has everything to do because that's the underlying hatred for Floyd because the Pacquiao fans can't stand that he
I
beat
didn't
him.
even know who Pacquiao was when I said fuck Floyd. He avoided so many guys. I already dropped him. Pacquiao
Isn't that your favorite fighter?
Yet. No. Mike Tyson is. Fuck Pacquiao. All right? Dude, why can't you conversate in good faith? What the fuck is it with these children?
We love to hate Pacquiao.
They just can't.
Pacquiao.
They can't fucking have an honest conversation. They fucking worship men.
If he was black, they'd be on his nuts.
Absolutely.
Listen, some
He'd be
fans,
number one of all time.
dude, some
Exactly.
boxing heads,
Fucking
some
worship
boxing
men,
heads,
man.
some boxing heads will tell you that they're not saying who would win. They just like, for instance, I'll give you an example. Mike Tyson, right? Rare Breed, you call him overrated. Dude, he was
Yep.
fighting guys 20, 30 pounds heavier than him while he was like 4 or 5 inches in height shorter than them, and it gave up so much reach. But he knocked most of these dudes out. Okay, he knocked them out. Now, Mike Tyson was asked by a football player, he's interviewing Mike Tyson, and he says, who's the best fighter out there right now? And he brought up Pacquiao. This is after Pacquiao got knocked out by Margarito, came back and beat Brandon Rios, right? Like a year later. And the guy was like, well, I mean, there's Floyd Mayweather. And he told him, you see, you really don't know nothing about boxing. You asked me who's the best fighter. You didn't ask me who would win. He says, I don't even care about that. I'm talking about what they can do in the ring. That's the key, what they can do in the ring. So arguing that Mayweather beat Pacquiao in a sparring fight where his number one plan was to hit and get out of the way of confrontation. Okay, not
Yeah,
stand your
I had a
ground.
which
93
he
for
didn't
Pacquiao.
even
Let's
do well.
Hang on one
right,
second.
not stand your
No,
not.
I can't
He just
stand.
tapped and ran, tapped and ran, tapped and ran, and he got a
He didn't
points
even do
decision.
that though.
Fine. Listen,
Hold on,
he
but
was tapping. He
That's
was just
like
tapping. He
asking
was
Tom
hitting.
Brady to play like Michael Vick. That's not his strength. Why would he
His
adjust
daddy
to
was
his
crying in
strength?
the
No,
corner
no.
saying he was losing the fight, bro. Why was Floyd Senior crying in the corner after 6 rounds
Yeah,
saying Floyd,
Senior
you're
didn't
losing
even
the
like
fight?
the way he was fighting. Now,
Well, all I know is I
was
know
Senior
whose
acting?
hand got held up at the end.
But when I'm asking you, when Senior, it doesn't register with you. Senior didn't like what he was doing. Senior
No,
did. That's
he
his
he
trainer.
probably would prefer. Yeah,
He
Floyd
didn't like what
Floyd
he
did
was
have to
doing.
do. Yeah, Floyd did what he
No, go
had to
ahead.
do to win the fight. But as we see, Floyd had showed many styles during his career. Let's be real. Pacquiao only really had one style. He fought the same way
That's
his
not
whole
ignorant.
career.
That's not true at
That's so
all.
ignorant, bro. That's so
Floyd had more
ignorant.
variety in his game.
Okay,
What
name
variety is
examples.
that?
Name examples,
He
man. Yeah.
he started out in his career as an offensive fighter as Pretty Boy,
because
where
he
he was
was
just
Offense
because he
and
was way
defense aren't
bigger, and then as
the
soon as he
only
fought a
different
real
styles, dude.
offensive
Are you
fighter, he
serious
got
right now?
whooped.
Start
As soon as he
running.
fought a
Dude,
real
who
offensive
whooped
fighter
him?
who
Pacquiao,
wasn't washed in
rare breed.
Castillo, he got whooped.
Yeah.
Hey,
Rare
let me
breed.
say this:
Do Pacquiao
Floyd,
and
nope,
Tyson have the same style since they're both offensive?
no,
Yeah, so you can be offensive and have different styles each time. You know that, right? Like defensive
yeah,
and
but
offensive. What
Pacquiao
do
would
you?
try to beat his opponents all the same way. He would just try to overwhelm them with punches and
Rabby.
power and
But how did
speed.
he do that? That's such a simplified explanation of his style.
It takes skills to land those punches and evade.
Of course, it does,
That's
but
offense and defense, and it's way
Rabby,
harder.
do you like that style though,
It's
bro? That
way
running and
harder
hugging
to
and
not
shit.
get hit
Is that what you're
fucking
into?
while throwing punches. A guy who's barely throwing and just running around pot shotting, that ain't fucking defense, dude. Defense is like Roberto Duran or Tyson, right in the pocket, slipping, countering, slipping, countering. That's fucking defense, dude. Not laying on the
Rabby,
ropes, pounded on, or running. That ain't defense.
running from men and beating women, bro. Floyd Mayweather. I
hey,
run
that
from
got
men
nothing to do
and I
with
beat
boxing. I'm
women.
not going to get into all that.
Wait, okay,
Came out
okay.
front
And now
foot
here's
against
my
those white
final
though.
point. Here's my final point that I'll make about Mayweather. All right, here's my final point. So when Mayweather was in talks about fighting Manny Pacquiao, it's when he started behaving in the worst fashion he's ever had and throughout his whole career. And that's saying something because he said some pretty stupid things, right? Then next thing you know, it was all about the blood testing, the extra blood testings. Then it was, I got a company called USADA. They'll take it. They'll take care of that. I'm paying them. Don't worry about it. I'm paying them. Right? That in itself is a fucking horrible look. Then the worst part of that was he was caught in controversy, bro. Not only did he admit without realizing, he admitted to blood doping, right? This is the guy who made drug testing a big thing as soon as Manny Pacquiao became a viable threat, right? As soon as he became a box office threat, a viable opponent that could possibly beat him, people were saying that I think Manny Pacquiao beats the shit out of Floyd. Not only beat him, whip his ass. Okay? He brings up drug testing. And he's the guy that at the end of the fucking day had more he had more shadows of drug doping than any guy between him and Manny. Okay, that you don't feel shame in a guy like that. Like he's the guy. This
He's
is
the
the
guy
guy
who
that brought.
brought us drug testing. It
He
didn't even
brought us drug testing, and then he gets caught doing something. And listen, it wasn't just that it was vitamins that he was putting in the system or whatever the fuck he put in that IV bag, dude. There's a clear protocol. You're not supposed to use that unless you really need it, and you need to be in a medical facility where the athletic commission approves that. The main reason is because you can also use that to mask other drugs. That's the most important one. That's the guy. That's the guy I'm going to stick up for. The guy who bitched and cried as soon as Manny Pacquiao became a viable opponent and said, I'm going to come up with these new drug testing rules that I'm paying for. Me, I'm gonna be paying for them.
Now hold on.
Remember after
And
the
you know
Carter
what?
fight?
Manny
Remember after the
Pacquiao.
Carter fight, Floyd Senior was saying that he
Hold on
was
real
scared
quick.
for his son's life.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And you see how he walked through Cotto? Nobody walked through Cotto like that. And my son ain't
He
fighting
played
him.
himself.
My son ain't fighting him. That's what he said. But you want to know something else?
That's horrible.
Hold on. Before Manny ever got
Triangle theory.
when before that's Roger or Floyd Senior. I mean, saying I'm not letting my son fight that man. So it's not triangle theory. It's
Well, I'm sure they did fight. We saw what happened.
that guy will kill my son. But even back in the day, they asked Floyd. He was backstage or some fight, and they asked him, who do you think the best pound for pound fighter in the world is right now? And he goes, and they go, well, besides yourself, obviously. He goes, you know what? There's this little dude named Pacquiao. He goes, that guy is the best fighter on earth besides myself. Obviously, he's saying besides myself because every fighter is going to say that. So even Floyd acknowledged, like, this dude is fucking amazing. Also, go to the Morales.
Right.
And you'll see Floyd in the first row. Well, according to your hero, he's amazing. And then in the first row, you'll see Floyd jumping off of his seat, jumping up and down, like, whoa, cheering Manny on to beat Morales. He
You know what's funny?
the original.
You know what's funny?
Floyd's the original Pactard.
Perhaps. But you know what's funny? Oscar was old when Floyd beat him, but
he was still old when Manny beat him. Still old.
But people will still bring up, he beat Oscar in more devastating fashion.
Because he did. Because he did. Yeah.
He didn't run like a bitch.
He backpacked. He
didn't lose either.
First of all, he started. He darted in and out, right? Broke him up, beating him up with fast punch combinations, right? Then he started walking De La Hoya down to the point, and he beating him up to the point where his corner said, "You had enough."
Let me give you an example. You guys been watching boxing longer than I have. Let me give you an example. Let's say Floyd was fighting during this time or in 2022, and he's like, let's say he's 35. We're talking about Money Mayweather, and he fought Lipinets. He would probably go 12 rounds with Lipinets and probably win every single round. But you saw what Jerron Boots Ennis, a more explosive, athletic fighter, did to Lipinets.
He's fucking 60 pounds heavier than Lipinets.
But still, he destroyed him.
No.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that Boots would beat Floyd.
Golovkin on fight night. In the
Let me
ring,
finish, Anthony.
he's bigger than Golovkin. What do you think?
Let me finish.
Golovkin would go 6 rounds with Lipinets?
Okay, but I'm saying Floyd will probably go 12 rounds with Lipinets. But that doesn't necessarily mean
Floyd.
That doesn't necessarily mean that Floyd would lose to Boots.
You think Pacquiao go 12? And he's smaller.
With Lipinets?
Yeah.
No, but that's my point. That doesn't necessarily mean that Pacquiao or Jerron Ennis are better fighters than Floyd or better boxers.
Well, first of all, don't bring Lipinets into it because he's gigantic. He's bigger than Golovkin on fight night. So you don't even bring him into this conversation because that has it's not relative at all.
What do you think Pacquiao? What do you think Pacquiao that beat Cotto does to Lipinets?
Yeah, he probably gets him out of there. That's what I'm saying. But that doesn't make you a better boxer.
Yeah, it does, dude.
No, it doesn't. It's because he's more exciting and more explosive.
The name of the game is knockout.
No, maybe in heavyweights, but not in the lower weights.
The ultimate goal. Everyone knows. Don't go to the cards. You go to the cards. It's not as good as a knockout.
Yeah, knockout trumps decision
Everything.
win. Home runs trump doubles and singles, right?
Well, Floyd is the only fighter that can have his hands basically useless and still win fights. I don't think many fighters
by running and pot shotting with cherry picks that he has a 90% chance to beat while he's doped up and they're off their shit. Well, now all of a sudden,
let's be real though. He obviously still has some venom behind those punches because you can't fight that style and not have your opponents respect your punches.
Yeah, because his hands are numb, so he can stick everything he got into it. If he couldn't, he used to cheat and do that forever. But once
Will you give Floyd credit for anything?
Basically bribed the Nevada Commission to legalize it. They're the only ones that do it.
You really hate this dude. It's crazy.
I'm speaking facts.
Not necessarily. No, you're speaking your own opinion, but it is what it is.
You are saying he's amazing. I don't hate him. You're saying he's so great. I'm just explaining how he's not.
So is Manny. Manny's great too. Floyd's just better.
He's great. Floyd ain't. Manny has
it's like,
great wins. Manny has great wins.
hey, Anthony,
What
Drew
don't?
Brees is
I
great.
don't give a
So
fuck about football. Don't know anything about it.
okay, but recognize Drew
Talk
Brees is
box.
great. So is Tom Brady, but Tom Brady is on another level. It is what it is.
Yeah, if you want to use that term, then Pacquiao won 8 weight divisions as a
Okay,
champion.
Adrian Broner
Pacquiao's
won
better than
4.
Floyd.
Hagler has 1.
But that's what I'm trying to say.
Pacquiao's better
You
than
can say
Hagler.
you can
Way better.
say by that standard, right? So let's use weight divisions as like, if you go and you win a title, that's like a Super Bowl, right? Let's just say that. So then he won 8 and
Who beat
Floyd
more
won
champions?
5. Okay, beat more
Very
champions doesn't mean
Who beat? Hold on. Who
doesn't
beat
even
more?
mean
Hold on. Who beat more guys who were on the pound for pound list when they fought them? That matters way more.
yeah.
Okay,
But you got to remember,
who did
didn't
Pacquiao beat that
Pacquiao
Floyd
beat
wouldn't
like
beat?
in 10 years? But wait. Floyd didn't fight those guys. He
Morales and
didn't.
Barrera?
Never fought him. Avoided
No,
Morales.
okay.
Morales
Timothy Bradley.
out of him in sparring. He
The same
ducked my,
Floyd
Morales who
never
lost to
fought him.
Junior
my buddy
Jones?
Spatafora because Spatty
Timothy
whooped
Bradley.
sparring.
Timothy
So
Bradley. He
how
never
great is
fought
he?
Floyd. Okay, he beat Cotto before Cotto ever fought Mayweather. Okay, he went and fought Clottey. Mayweather never fought him. And I know you say, look, he would have beat them anyway, but he didn't. That's the point. He actually did not do it.
Floyd would
He
embarrass
wasn't.
Timothy Bradley. The coon
Okay,
Timothy Bradley.
okay. The coon Timothy Bradley. The coon Timothy Bradley. But rare breed. Check it out. He didn't.
There's no point in having this conversation. Literally.
You call him a coon, right? You call him a coon, but he never fought him. He never got in the ring with him.
Shows why
Hey,
you like Floyd.
that's like saying Pacquiao didn't fight Canelo. You can't fight everybody,
The
bro.
only reason you like Floyd. To have
No.
the fucking gall to call Timmy a fucking coon is insane. That's so fucking disrespectful.
Hey, we all have our own opinions.
Dude is
I
done
have my reasons for calling
more
Timothy
than
a
you'll ever
coon.
do in your life. And you're gonna
But
call
it
him
wasn't a good. It's not a good reason because
Yeah, it's
I never heard him say anything bad that would be what
Well,
because
I
he
mean, that's
married
like
like
people that say
You know
that
what,
they don't
because
think
Floyd
that
wears gold
Candace Owens
smacks
says
big.
anything bad. So
He's
it is
the
what it
real
is.
one.
Candace Owens.
Hold on,
Candace Owens just says things that
Hold on, Timmy's a coon
offend
because he
people.
speaks proper English, is fucking acts like a responsible, real man, and Floyd must be a real one because he's a coward who slaps bitches and wears gold chains, huh?
No, I'm not saying that Floyd is like a perfect person. I'm not talking about Floyd's personal character.
Only reason you fucking like him, dude.
Did you think Floyd was a coon when he said all lives matter?
And he supports Trump.
And he supports Trump. You know he loves
He
Trump.
did
Right?
not support Trump.
No. That's where you're wrong. That's where. Hold on. Let me step in. Real quick. That's where you're wrong.
I'll go get the
loves
video.
Trump. He absolutely loves Trump, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. First of all, he said I can speak to Trump whenever I want to. Okay, that's the dead giveaway. Okay. Number two, he fought in Trump's one of his casinos in Atlantic City. Okay. Floyd has talked about the wonderful relationship he had with him, the wonderful relationship that he had with Donald Trump. Okay. And Donald Trump, Floyd Mayweather, and he made all these dudes feel bad. This is the one place where I stick up for Floyd. Floyd went to a radio station, black radio station, and they thought that he was going to say something bad about Floyd. He's like, nobody talked about him being racist until he started running for president. He's like, that's the interview where he's like, I could call Donald Trump right now if I wanted to, and have a conversation with him. Whether he's capping or not, I don't know, but he was trying to make a point that I had no idea he's this bad person.
You cannot take Floyd's what's called advice on politics.
No, I'm not saying you do. But you calling Timothy Bradley a coon, right? You call Timothy Bradley a coon. I don't know what he ever said that politically that might offend somebody, but maybe he did. But Floyd Mayweather did as well. right? Floyd Mayweather would be in that category of somebody who's like,
I think Mike Tyson's a coon too.
Mike Tyson's a coon. Mike
Yes,
Tyson, the
absolutely.
killer, the dude
Yes.
who grew up who came from the bottom,
It's got
came
nothing to
from the
do with that.
bottom.
It's got nothing to do with that. Recognize he
Mike's
he
the
always
realest motherfucker you ever will meet in your life.
Let me tell you something right now.
He was the
He must be
representative of
he would have been the scariest coon you have ever met in your life.
call him a coon to his face.
Wait, how did
That would be
Rare not know that that
his hero
Floyd was a major MAGA head?
dude.
Like he
Black.
went to his inauguration.
He's a white supremacist. Floyd's a white supremacist.
Floyd's a white supremacist.
He supports white
Floyd, the
supremacy.
white supremacist.
Oh,
He
shit.
supports the president who white supremacists would support.
Floyd's too dumb.
Even though
Floyd is too dumb to have any real views on politics.
Man, you voted for eulogized the Grandmaster of the KKK. You voted for the man who eulogized the Grandmaster of the KKK. How's that feel, coon?
Chill out, man.
Nah.
But
Mayweather Mayweather's a coon,
Go right
right?
back at you. You know what I'm saying? So don't do it.
So Mayweather must be a coon then, in your opinion.
No. Floyd, I'm not gonna lie. Floyd.
Yeah.
Floyd
can suck dick and he's not gay.
Hold up. Floyd said some very suspect shit in the past. I'm not gonna lie, but recently I've been listening to him. Like he was on this podcast recently. He's saying things I like to hear. So that's why
What
that's
about
why
when he
I'm
said
not that
on
hard
the-
on Floyd.
What about when he
But
said that?
but Mike Tyson, Mike Tyson always.
Wait,
Mike,
I'll let you get to the
Can you hear me
Mike
all right,
Tyson
bro?
point. Go ahead, Jed. Go ahead. I hear
Can
you,
you
bro.
hear me all right, lad?
Mike Tyson always try to. I don't know what he has against.
Wait for Jed.
Wait. I want to hear Jed.
damn.
Jed was gonna say that. Go ahead. Let Jed say. Go ahead, Jed.
Did you all hear me though, lad?
Yeah.
I could hear you fine.
Yeah, sorry about this, bro. I've been in a storm. I felt like, when Tupac said they should have shot me when I was born, and now I'm trapped in the motherfucking storm. How long will they move? Bro, I was in a fucking thunderstorm running home. Sorry, bro. Yeah. What about when Floyd said, "What has Africa done for me?" That has to be. I mean, what about that comment?
Like I said, Floyd has said some very. Floyd has. Also, I'm glad you brought up Tupac. That to me is an example of like a alpha male black man.
Yeah.
Also Deontay Wilder. I know you guys don't like him. Wilder to me is like a
man who fucking twerks in his underwear around other men.
Let me tell you something.
Anthony, can I speak, bro?
Tupac would have never liked Floyd Mayweather or Deontay Wilder. He'd have never liked.
He would have liked Wilder. I can promise. No. Just no. The only reason you say this is because you don't like Wilder, but you like Pac.
No. He made fun of he called dudes from the South that talk the way he said they're ignorant. He used to diss them all the time. He's like, nah, I don't fuck with them dudes, man. He's like, I don't fuck with them. He used to. And where's Wilder from?
Alabama.
He would not like him.
But he's from the South?
He didn't.
Why?
He used to diss them. He used to diss them all the time, bro. You're not realizing.
Pac is pro-black.
You
probably call him race baiter.
He said, dude, the biggest. Hold on. He said that the ignorance, N-words. He said that the most ignorant N-words I've ever met. He said that. He said the most. He said black dudes from the South are the most ignorant N-words I've ever met in my life. He said that.
It's true. It's true. Same thing with white
people.
By the way.
He said I don't fuck with them. He said I don't fuck with them. That's what he said.
That's I don't know if he was saying all
now
of
he
them,
might have changed. He might have changed through experience when he got rich and he got some money and you meet all type of people. First of all, I don't think that's a good stereotype.
Wait, Tyson was pro-black. Still was pro-black.
No. Let me tell you something. Can I speak real quick? This is why I like Wilder. When he first started out, obviously, his daughter to support his daughter, and he was working 6 or 5 jobs or whatever. He never got in trouble with the law, as far as we know. He seems like he's a good husband, all those things, and never cheated on his wife. He's pro-black, but he's not like against white people or anything like that. I don't know why you guys think that, but he's not. The worst thing you could say about him, he made an excuse about a fight. That's the worst thing you could say about Wilder. But other than that, he's a good dude. Can Mike Tyson say the same shit? Hell no. And on top of that, he's a sellout. So I can't fuck with Mike Tyson.
Sell out how?
I'll rock
How's he
with.
sell out?
Sellout.
Let me tell you
How's
why.
Michael sell out?
What do you
He's
do?
Yeah.
for black people?
Let me finish, Anthony. So he,
I don't know. What
for
do you
one
do
reason, I don't know what he.
to call Mike a sellout?
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
you're
I gotta
fair, but
hear
let me
this.
finish. While
I gotta hear this.
he always goes against black fighters for whatever reason, and then Floyd, for example, with Floyd and Pacquiao,
No,
he
hold on.
always
He don't go against black fighters. He just has a great boxing mind and calls it for what it is.
well, it's a weird little habit of his. He picked Mackie Garcia to beat Earl Spence when nobody else would. I don't know why.
Because he just saw the skill, Mike. He didn't even try though.
Every other country or other race stays on code and picks their own fighters, but except Mike Tyson, Julio Cesar Chavez.
On to everyone
Hey,
else.
you ask Julio Cesar Chavez if it's fighting against a black fighter, any Mexican fighter, he's always going to pick the Mexican fighter no matter what.
That's not true, but go ahead.
You ask Morales.
Bro, that's one guy. That's one guy. Nearly
He
every
picked Triple G
Nick Davis
over
against
Canelo.
every Mexican he ever
Right.
fought.
No,
Go watch
let me answer that
Mayweather
one.
predictions, bro. Every UK guy went for Mayweather. You'd be hard. Maybe a few UK guys went for Hatton, but
Triple G one doesn't count.
Hey?
Why not?
Because a lot.
It is
You're not gonna like me saying this, but I'm gonna say it. A lot of Mexicans, they're whitewashed.
Yeah,
Not all, but a lot of them are. That's just my opinion.
Well, every fucking race. There's whites who are whitewashed, Mexicans who are blackwashed, blacks who are whitewashed. That don't matter.
Yeah, but they were colonized by white people, so that comes with it.
Oh God.
So was a lot of countries. What's your
Yes,
point?
but just like you see a lot of Asians try to bleach.
People were colonized
You
by
see,
black people.
yeah, but you see a lot of Asians try to bleach their skin to be more white because
It was over.
their whole life they've been propaganda.
No, first of all, you're talking about very few people.
Wait, let me explain that.
Very
It
few
had
people.
Nothing. Guerrero.
That's their own beauty standards.
Yes,
That was even
exactly.
before colonial.
In
It's
Asia,
white beauty
the
standards.
No, wait.
No, that
in
was
Asia,
even
the
before
lighter skin.
colonialization.
Hold on. In Asia, the darker skin means lower class because you're used to being in the fields. It has nothing to do with fucking Europeans at all.
No, that's pretty like Indians. We're talking about like
No,
pale,
no,
like
I'm talking about
Japanese, Chinese people.
Chinese. I'm talking about Chinese, Japanese,
Talking about Chinese, yeah.
Filipinos, Vietnamese. That has nothing to do with Europeans, dude. That is their own like colorism amongst themselves.
Views, their own
The
personal
light
views.
skinned people are used to, the lighter your skin.
But I would argue,
in their view
I
that
would
they're
argue.
going to be indoors.
By the way, those things are in Africa too. It's not just these other countries.
I will argue
that
that
has
a
nothing
lot
to do
of
with white people either.
pro
Black
black,
people are just
a lot of
colorless
pro black
amongst
dudes.
themselves.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I would say I would argue that a lot of pro black dudes are into interracial dating.
No,
You can see who they. No, absolutely, yes, they are.
I wouldn't have a
Most
problem
of
with it.
them.
I'm pro black, but I don't have a problem with it. There are some dudes who
But
think like that's
you
like the sin.
probably but what I'm saying is there are a lot. There
Yes.
are a lot of they find the beauty. They must find the beauty standards of lighter skinned women to apply.
Yeah, why do black
They-
dudes always like light skinned women?
They always like
That's
the
not
light
always the
skinned
case.
girl.
The vast
That's not
majority.
always the case. I'm not saying that's
it's
always the
not
case, but I've seen
No, I'm talking to Anthony.
Yeah, it's not 100%.
I've seen a lot of
majority.
I've seen a lot of black dudes
How
that I've
many
talked
like
to,
rappers you
and
see?
they love
all
light
the
skinned
girls
girls.
in their
They
videos,
love them.
the majority are light skinned or mixed even. They don't have like fucking dark skinned chicks just everywhere. They might have one.
Hey man, colorism is everywhere. I mean, if you look at these,
It ain't
if
got
you look
nothing
at
to do with white though. It ain't got nothing to do with
What-
white people. It's amongst each individual culture, their own beauty standards and preferences. It ain't got nothing
hey,
to do with whitewash, white.
what do you call those?
nothing.
What are those Mexican daytime shows called again?
Novellas.
Mexican what?
Novellas. Yes.
Novellas, yeah.
If you watch the novellas, they prefer putting the Spaniard-looking Mexicans over the indigenous Mexicans. They rather you show the Spaniard-looking ones instead of the indigenous. When the indigenous are the majority.
Spaniard looking ones are the ruling class. They're the rich ones for the not
what it
all
is.
the time, but in general. So that's who those shows are about. They're about the wealthy fucking people. So
Well, I'm just saying that's kind of weird to me that the majority of your people look brown and a certain way, but on all your telling you basically hide them on you because but it is what it is.
It's about who the shows are about, though.
Well, I'll give you another example,
They did a
Rare
show
If you
about
notice,
the cartel members or something. They're not putting fucking Spaniard-looking people in the shows. I promise you that.
Yeah, I mean, look, when they did that show, Beverly Hills
I said,
90210,
if they made a cartel show in Mexico, they're not going to use the Spaniard ones. They'll use the darker skin ones.
Yeah.
Just because those novellas are about the Spaniard ones.
yeah, they're about the Spaniards, the higher, the castizos as they call
You
them.
look at everything
That's what
through
it's
a
about.
fucking race, a prism of race. There's nuance to all this shit, and you seem like to not like you just instantly go right to racism or colorism. No, there's explanations for damn near all of it.
No, but I'm not saying everything is race, but you can't act like that's not a big factor in a lot of these things.
Well, give me
What
an
is?
actual example.
Okay,
Give me
let me give you an example. Give us an example
beauty
of
standards.
why. Okay,
That's
then.
not a beauty
Okay, so let me
standard.
ask you something, Rare Breed.
The examples you
Hold on,
get.
real quick, guys. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I want to ask Rare Breed a question. Rare Breed, let me ask you a question. Whose problem is it when a darker skinned man happens to find a lighter skinned woman as the beauty standard? Whose problem is that? Is that the world's problem, or it's just the man's preference?
No, that's just that man's preference. But if you teach a child from basically birth until they're grown,
what if they didn't?
That this
if they
particular
didn't, Rare Breed?
doll is prettier than this other doll, this darker doll. If you keep pounding that in their head generation after generation, that's how they're going to look at it.
Rare Breed, let me explain something to you, okay?
It's just common sense.
You know this. You're 24.
Mm-hmm.
Sexual attraction is what it is. Nobody teaches you that. Okay,
right.
It is what it is. When you see it, you know you like it, right? I don't care if she's white, brown, tan skin, dark as midnight, whatever, right? You know when you see a girl, it's something that nobody trained you for. It's just instinct. It's instinct. You act on it. Whatever you like, whatever it is that you like, right? So nobody's teaching that dark-skinned man that this lighter-skinned girl is a beauty standard. He saw it, he visualized it, and he's like, I'm instantly attracted, right? It could be the other way around. It could be a light-skinned man who sees a darker-skinned woman, and he just instantly, nobody taught him this, he just instantly attracted to that girl. Okay? So that's nonsense that you have a preference as you get older. Nobody can influence you unless you're like real dumb to like something you're not, your body and your mind doesn't instantly have an attraction for. Okay, that's an attraction. So my point is this: I don't care what. First of all, it's not a big deal, right? I would argue that the media is trying to make it look like interracial relationships is the majority in America when it's not. There's no evidence to suggest that. They take New York City, LA, Chicago, big cities, and say, look, this is what America looks like. And in reality, when you look at the census, right, you see 2 or more race, 3.5%. But that's not what you see in the commercials, right? So what I'm trying to say to you, that there is propaganda, but people are attracted to who they're attracted to. I've never been convinced by TV that this girl is attractive. When I see them in person, is where the attraction comes from, whether she's the same race as me or not.
I think I don't know if anybody, you guys probably don't watch anime, but that's another example of culture and colorism. If you notice, a lot of the characters in these anime shows look white. They don't look Japanese or the original.
They're white skinned, but their features. First of all, they're very.
A lot of features look white to me.
These are very light skinned people.
They are, but if you look at the characters, their characters, they don't have like slanty eyes or or you know,
No, they have anime
they have
eyes.
wide open eyes or blue.
Anime eyes.
Yeah, they have blonde
Right,
hair and blue eyes. What Japanese has blonde hair and blue eyes? I don't know,
I don't
man.
know. You gotta ask. You gotta ask the people who make it and why are they doing it.
I know
It's
you know why
what you.
I don't know anime, so I can't talk
they've
on
been
this.
colonized. Wait, let me finish. They've been colonized by white people, and they've been pounding their head that
Japan
white is
was never
superior.
colonized.
Japan
They've
was
been
Already, Japan has
since
never been
when
no.
was
colonized.
Let
Japanese?
me finish. Let me finish, and I'll let you guys respond. They've been
Know how
pounding
to
their head that white people are
It's false.
superior. Damn, Anthony, can I finish?
No, they
No,
don't
let me
believe
finish.
white people
I
are
can't let you
superior.
just fucking lie.
No, but I'll
They're
let you.
not.
I'll let you
They do
respond.
not believe the Japanese
I think
Japan
they do. They
does
have like an
not believe.
inferior. They have an inferiority
You're
complex with
talking
white people.
about.
But how do
You're
you know
talking
this
about
though?
examples. Yeah,
Who's
I
you're
can
telling
talking
you
about
this
tell.
stuff?
examples.
That's why it's so easy
How is
for.
that? Wait,
Do
Reverend, you
you
sound
have
like
one?
that's how you feel.
Do you have
That's how
one?
you feel.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
No,
exactly.
thinking.
That's
no, I do not. But you could just tell by, for example,
It
like
sounds that way.
I've heard.
That doesn't.
I've heard some Asian women say that their parents tell them that uh, marry a white boy. You know, they usually have money or whatever. They basically tell their kids to marry white guys.
I've had black
And
chicks tell me the same thing about black girls because it's a fucking way out the meadow. No,
Yeah,
dead serious. I've dated black
I've had
girls.
black girls tell me this.
This is a
Can
known
you
thing.
explain to me?
They look at white dudes as a lottery ticket up out the hood.
yeah, that's another example. I'm
It's
not
not
going to
an
argue against
example.
that.
It's security and not having to live a fucked up life. It has nothing to do with white people being better. It's just, hey, you can get out the fucking slums that way. It's one way, baby. Like that, you can try it. It's a way up out of here.
That's
It
how
ain't got
they
nothing to
feel.
do with racism.
Yeah. Maybe they feel that the men in their community are not husband material.
Look,
You know.
Let me
Now,
give. Let me say this. If
I would hold on, Reverie. I would say this. What I
hmm
would tell her is that you're looking for the wrong kind of guys, right? Because a lot of times, and I'm in a place of position where I've seen it. A lot of times in the black community, it's not only exclusive to them. There's other communities that do the same thing, but not at the level. They find the alpha male to be the guy that's got like
gangster,
fucking kids with two other
drug dealer.
girls already. Yeah, right,
Yeah.
something like that. So a lot of times you might get a good girl who's actually thinking, and she might say, you know what, I don't. So far from what I've seen, black guys are not marriage material. But of course, her experience could change, and she can meet a black dude that's like serious, like she is, or what she's looking for.
hmm
Okay, but her experience is what it is. You cannot say the media taught you that. No, her experience taught her that. Her experience. She's seen her mother go through it, her sister go through it. You know, she's seen her friends. Let's say she had a good friend that she always used to hang out with, and then she saw her friend have like two kids. Her attitude just sucks now all the time. She's angry. She's just a miserable bi. You know what I mean? Like she just
But
hates
recognize.
life, and she's always like, "Oh, these N words. They always fucking us over." You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about, right?
Yeah, but
Okay. And
recognize.
so she's like,
I know exactly what you
she's
mean.
like, I don't want that. I don't want that. She's like, I don't want that. You know?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is culture does have an influence on these type of things. For example, like let's say like rap, for example. Like we can't pretend like rap music or hip hop culture in general hasn't like got like a lot of non-black women into black dudes, right? So like
Non-black women's into yeah. It's always gonna be like that, like a rock
yeah,
star,
so
right?
yeah,
When
that
rock and roll was famous, those guys
Every
had
chick wanted
unlimited
black
girls to
husbands.
yeah. They just and you still find that today. Like you get okay. I'll give you an example. An athlete,
hmm
the ultimate alpha male, right?
hmm
He's famous for his athletic ability. That guy has access to most girls. Yes, he does.
hmm yes.
Yeah, it's just
So
it is what it is.
yes, so we can't say the same thing about like maybe they like obviously white people colonized them. They would view the white man as the ultimate alpha male. No,
At the
Who?
listen, the alpha male is different, man. That guy, the alpha male gets
Of
all
anything.
type of girls. Yeah, he can have.
Yeah.
I don't care what his race is. His race is irrelevant. The alpha male usually has traits that are desirable to women, instant desirability to a woman. Okay, so he could be whatever. Now they might be girls that say, I recognize that he's an alpha male, but I want an alpha male that looks more like my family, and there's nothing wrong with that either. You know, that's just wanting to keep their tradition alive. All right.
True.
So it's like a black girl, right? She has two alpha males in front of her, both with equal success. She's got the white guy and she's got the black guy. Both of them are 6'3". Both of them are 220 pounds, and they got abs from here to there, and they got the same dick size, right? And they both are head over heels in love with her. She might say, well, if that's the case, then I'm going to stay with the black guy, so I could keep having black children.
And I just have a
Is she a
question.
racist?
When you talk about like white people colonizing different nations, and that's why they're beaten into their head whites are superior or something. How do you get that out of a nation being invaded? Like, you know what I mean?
No, because when the ruling party or ruling peoples, when they take over another country, they put like positive things about themselves.
How's
And
that
then, like
someone's
for example, like when the Soviets invaded, let's say Poland and Eastern Germany, they would leave out the crimes they did against those people, but
let's use
all you would hear is about, oh, the Soviet Union is such a great country, everything's positive,
Yeah, well, they'd still fucking not like them because they know of the crimes.
Yeah, of course, and that's the same thing with these colonized people
Let's
too.
use
But
white and a non-white anyway. Because how is a non-white gonna see all of a sudden see themselves as inferior because of a poster or a television program or some shit? Like how does that happen? Like you know what I mean?
because when you have little black kids, especially back in the old days, all the heroes in the books are white.
So what? He's black though.
They're gonna feel inferior. That's just
I
it comes with the
listened
territory.
to rap growing up my whole life, watching sports my whole life. I never felt blacks were fucking superior to me.
Yeah,
that's different.
I just thought that they
my whole life.
Wait, Anthony's
my whole
bringing up a
life
great
was like
point.
looking up and being like, I want to be like that black guy, but a white version.
Yeah, but we're not talking about modern times. I'm talking about like back in the old days.
It wouldn't be no different, dude.
Yeah, but what do you mean it wouldn't be no different? There was segregation and everything.
The world
we don't
hasn't
live in the
changed
old
that
days.
much. People
No, but I'm saying things like that are hard to break after only like 60 or 70 years of.
They are easy to break.
Name me one race of one group of people who looks at whites as superior.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, yeah,
I'm saying.
Name me
what
one
I'm saying.
who ever looked at whites as superior.
Well, I don't know what groups look at white people as superior, but what I'm saying is these things.
Happened. You're saying it's happened. All these colonizations, they looked at whites as superior. Well, then name me one who has.
They didn't, but they were pounded in their head.
So they haven't. Exactly.
That was a good point. You got to if you're going to bring it up, you got to mention the people that felt that way, that they were superior to them.
Or did you not want to say black people look at whites as superior?
Rarely, I think you're taking preference. You're taking preference as
no. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Why do you think?
Sounds more
Why do
like
you
that.
think black people went so
Like
crazy? Why do you think black people went so crazy when the Black Panther came out?
Can I ask? Hold on.
Finally, we got some representation.
Not all black people.
Not all black people, obviously, but a lot of them did.
But I got a real question here, man. And
okay.
You promise to give me the fucking truth.
Go ahead.
All right. Do blacks look at whites as superior?
No.
Okay, thank you. So it's never existed then.
No, but what I'm talking about is like culture wise, like I said, when you read the history books or just stories in history for little black kids, especially in the old days, all you would see is white faces. Literally, like anything that was
Well,
positive.
if you
What
want to
does
talk
that
about
matter? You're
world
living in a country
history,
with
I mean,
majority
And not
white.
to mention, not
So,
only do you see white faces,
hold on.
history,
This
the
whole
history that
this,
you're reading is not the real history.
well, whatever. But
yeah,
first
it
of all,
is.
we just had
Oh,
this
was
combo
it?
the other day, and you got a history lesson.
Yeah,
So,
it was.
but
Do you
real
think
quick,
in
I grew up.
1860, oh,
I grew up
slavery
again.
is bad?
All black. Fucking musicians, all black, and that's all my life revolved around. And being in the streets around all black. That's all
Why
I
do you keep
saw.
bringing up the modern times?
Because it's the same thing. It would still work
It's
if
not
it
the
worked
same thing.
time. Dude, if it worked 200 years ago, it would still work today. That's
Doesn't
how
make any
this
sense.
works. It hasn't changed.
So, is it better to be a black person in America right now or 200 years ago?
What does that matter? That doesn't
You
mean
just said it's the same thing.
no. The way that people look up to other people hasn't changed. All of a sudden, it hasn't. What's the chuckle for? Because like you have no.
That's a ridiculous point.
You have no. It ain't. You're making
Yes,
a
it
ridiculous
is.
point. How's
No,
it? Explain how it's ridiculous.
because look,
Come on, finish. Because why?
because look, in 1860, it was not the same living in America as it is in 2022 for a black person, or even 1960.
So black people back then
Forget
looked at white
2020.
as superior.
Hmm?
So blacks in 1862 looked at whites as superior.
No, they did, but
Okay,
whites.
then.
Well, actually, I don't know how blacks felt back then, but they probably did, because when you're pounded in your propaganda that
So you don't know.
you're lower than scum, you're not even allowed to get an education. What are you supposed to think? You just
They did
think what
get
you're
an
told.
education. And first of all, dude, I can be enslaved by blacks. I'm not gonna look if someone is enslaving me. I'm gonna be like, I'm better than them. They're fucking enslaving me. Why would I look at my fucking slave? My dude who has me enslaved is damn. He must be better than me because he got me enslaved. Like what? You'd look at him and be like, that's a piece of shit. I'm 10 times better than him. I'd never do this shit.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, even still, like in the history books, for example, it's not even written that slavery was bad, or at that time was it considered bad. You know,
Well,
there was some slavery.
You do know that
There's
that's an
some
opinion,
slavery.
right?
Yeah, that's an opinion
Morality
too.
in general is like subjective in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but we there's always that golden rule. It might sound corny. It might sound corny.
You don't know. All we can do is say we can basically just put ourselves in that situation and basically imagine. That's it. Because neither of us know. No one knows.
Well, you were talking about
course
like
not.
what was truly taught, and then you said, well, they didn't teach that slavery was bad. That's entirely an opinion and a moral argument, not
Well,
like
let me give you an example.
factual thing.
Let me give you an example. If
You would know it.
if you have a child who doesn't know much, and from a young age you call that child ugly every single day, even if the child is beautiful or not, and you keep calling him ugly, eventually that child is going to grow up to think they're ugly. Is that not true?
Who's calling that child? Who's calling the child ugly?
Who is doing that?
Whether
Who's
it's
doing
an adult or
Again,
whoever.
we had this conversation last time. They didn't abuse slaves like you might think, man. Like in these fucking.
Oh my God.
They didn't.
I think this conversation is over.
Abolition reports of the slaves who were freed came up north. They were all asked questions like assaults, rapes. You ever see anyone killed? Dude, you can go read them.
Yes, not every single slave master was a brutal dick, but that
said they had heard
just like not
happening.
Okay, but you would admit that most like schools they teach that like all the slaves were brutalized, right?
Yeah,
they teach that propaganda.
Wait. Who cares? Who cares about individual? Wait.
No,
because this is nonsense.
Wait. Schools teaching that.
So
Schools
what?
teaching students that. Schools teaching students
so
that.
what?
Accepted by
So what if some individual slaves were not brutalized? The whole institution is evil.
Let me speak. Hold on, Rebri. Listen, nobody doubts that slavery of any kind is bad. Okay, first of all,
are we sure?
2%
of the American population owned slaves. That would be the elite class. They owned slaves. They were the only ones that could afford them. Okay, and there were many people that were hurt by that. Many people died in America, not just blacks, of starvation because they couldn't get any work because these 2%ers had slaves, okay, who lived on their plantations. They had to take care of them. Other slave owners would try to steal them from other slave owners because their claims was they're not treating them right. You had to treat them good. You had to spend money on them, right? I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying the standard. You had to pay money for them. You had to house them. They had to be healthy. Okay. If you treated a slave bad, another slave owner can take your slaves. Okay. Now it's still terrible. It's terrible to have slaves. Okay. So the propaganda that American schools, institutions are teaching, okay, again, you guys are not looking at the brainwash that they're doing to you. You listen what they're doing to you. You're listening to the mainstream media is to tell you your enemy is the average white man. That's who your
Absolutely
your,
not.
your enemy is.
No.
Well, that is what they say.
No, well, that's my what to say, but I don't feel that way. And also, some people act like after slavery was over, it was just kumbaya, everybody got along.
Who
No,
does
Like
that? Who does that in modern classes? Who
there's a
really
lot of
does that?
stupid ass
You
people,
hear
bro.
that?
And then
Stupid
there's like
people, but
why
who teaches that?
why
Who teaches
they're
that
like
at all?
why do we have
Because
all
I'm
black
younger than you, and
schools?
I've never been taught that.
Well, maybe
and look, like OG says, so Rare Breed. So how was it that Harriet Tubman?
Hello?
They
What
all
the
just
fuck is
dipped.
going on?
I don't know what just happened. You hear me, man?
Yeah.
Yo, what the hell's going on?
Recognize? Recognize.
I don't
You
know.
hear me, man? Hello?
Yo,
Yep. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I don't know
I
what
hear
happened.
you.
I hear you, Anderson.
Yeah. I don't know what I
Here,
didn't get kicked.
I'll tell you, recognize the dropout and come back in.
Yeah, I didn't get kicked the whole time.
Can you guys hear me?
I got kicked
No.
backstage.
We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you, but I don't think you can hear us.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I put a couple left a couple comments telling them to drop out and come back in.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know either. I wonder if the stream's still going.
It is. People in chat can hear us.
Yeah, it is. Dude, they got these kids fucking brainwashed. I mean, not you're not. I mean, luckily.
I'm like one of the very few. I'm just
Yeah,
one of the
I know. You and my son would get along.
Yeah, I'm sure, man.
I can't believe.
Okay, he dipped out. Yeah,
kids,
so
man.
hopefully he'll join back and.
Everything is just fucking. That's why I said like common breed. It's just all the fucking mainstream.
Rare Breed is backstage. I mean, like, listen, he himself is black, so that narrative isn't like it's
very
it
common.
makes sense. It falls like it falls in line with his personal views. I'm not saying that that's not necessarily wrong or anything. Like, I get it.
I do too, to an extent, but you also have to keep it a buck.
Because I see the same shit with like some like white nationalists or whatever, right? Like they see like another false narrative is that like all the slave ships or like all the slave owners in America were AKs.
Yeah, definitely
That's not true.
A lot of ships, but About
But
it.
even then, like they you know, when you say like false claims like that, it like discredits you.
Yes.
You know, like I try my hardest not to fall into any of that like misinformation shit because it really discredits you more than anything else.
Well, the ships, a lot of the ship being owned by them. That
You
is
guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
I'm sorry about that, man, because it started. I don't know if you guys heard me, but it was like it just sounded. The audio just got real choppy for me, like real bad.
Yeah, we could hear you, but clearly you couldn't hear us, and so that's
Yeah,
why.
and everyone. I guess everyone besides me got booted out. I stayed in here somehow.
Yeah, I got put just the backstage. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Rare Breed is backstage, and Guerrero is too. By the way.
Okay, gotcha. I got Rare Breed back and Guerrero, right? There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Like,
Sorry for the
man.
interruption.
You know what I really like to tell young men, like you got to be a man in this world to survive, man. You can't like ever let anything be a reason. Like there's no reason you can't succeed. Like you could put me anywhere. You like I said, you can drop me off in the middle of fucking Afghanistan. I'll be making falafels in no time and selling. Like I will survive. Like you can't be a victim, man. You can't at all. You have
That's
to.
what the people don't understand.
Nobody can hold me down. No one. You know
This
why?
is what people don't understand. Yeah. They don't understand that what they're teaching you is for you to be dependent instead of independent, right? They're teaching you this old shit from back in the days that don't apply today so they can keep us against each other. This is why they lie about history.
Well, recognize
about slavery like it just happened yesterday, man.
Yeah. Recognize what you just said though, right?
No one here has any relatives or even knows a person that went through this shit.
No, but some of us do. Why do I hear an echo?
You sound fine to us.
You sound fine to me. Yeah, you sound good.
Close your YouTube if you have your YouTube open.
Hold up. 1 second.
No, okay.
But recognize what you were saying
How about
earlier
now?
just now. You're good.
Good. You sound good.
But
go ahead, Aldo, what you saying?
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned like being like dependent or independent. I also think that they want you to be like by yourself, you know, like the other definition of independent. Like they want you to be by yourself and not like a collective. You know, they want to fool you into be thinking like you're just by yourself. You know, you don't have any sort of like group.
Yeah, the whole individual thing.
Yeah, the individualism run amok.
Yeah, you can't let that run amok, but you can't like rely on anyone because that ain't gonna work.
Exactly.
You'll be at the bottom forever.
You gotta find a balance.
Yeah.
And that's what they want. You see, people don't understand and I'm not talking about like you, Anthony, or you, Aldo, or anybody else. Maybe Rare Breed, I'm not sure, but it's starting to feel like Rare Breed buys into this race hustling shit that is done by whites, it's done by blacks, it's done by a lot of people. Okay, this is what they do. They're part of the institute.
Race hustling is huge business.
Oh, it's big business.
It's extortion.
Dude, Crump doesn't exist without racial tension.
Yeah.
Al Sharpton wouldn't be
all them dudes, man.
Yeah. They wouldn't be who they are without racial tension. And sometimes what they do is they take a story and over exaggerate what happened.
Yes.
But every day, you saw that story I sent you that happened in close to you.
Yeah, to explain that.
But it didn't make mainstream.
Just to let
it didn't make mainstream
people know how you've never heard of this one.
Yeah.
Flip it and it's front page news.
Exactly.
It's not even front page. It's CNN 24 hours a day. But look, dude, these mainstream news channels wouldn't even exist if they didn't have fucking race baiting. Look at 3 of the top anchors just on CNN.
But I mean, they could race bait the other way around, and they don't do that. So it's clearly there's another.
Well, this is look at the story. Look at the story that I sent Anthony, and I only send it to Anthony because this is stuff that me and Anthony talk about. How look, I'm not gonna take that and paint a broad brush, but I do acknowledge that this is a problem.
And why?
It is a problem.
And why?
Say again.
Right. You
Why?
know what my problem? You know what my problem with right wing minded people is. For example, you look at Muhammad Ali. Like everybody acts like they like him now, but during his time, or if he was alive during this time, he says what he said. You guys would call him a race baiter.
Nuh-uh.
About
Yes,
what?
you would, because
Like
look what he
about
said.
what?
He even,
I
you
agree
know,
with
he once said.
everything he
Mah-
says.
Muhammad Ali once said that all white people are racist. Do you agree with that?
No, when he was under Elijah Muhammad, but when he was a child and they brainwashed him. Same way Malcolm X fucking left him, he parted ways too.
Okay, but I'm saying some of these comments that he said during that time, you guys wouldn't have been rocking with. I'm pretty sure.
Well, if he said all white people are racist, I would disagree with him.
And I never
Absolutely.
even heard him
Yeah,
say it. But
I don't even
I
agree
don't think
with
I've ever
that,
heard
but
him
I'm
say
saying
I
that.
that.
haven't heard him
I
say
don't
that.
think I've
I
ever
even
heard him
have
say
his
that. But
autobiography and it sure don't say it in there.
Why do you think? Why do you think Muhammad Ali was always saying things like "black is beautiful" and things like that?
Because he was pro
Because
black.
when you,
He's pro
huh?
black.
because he's
No,
yeah, and
obviously he's pro-black. But when you, like I was trying to tell you that story about the child being told they're ugly their whole life, when you're pounding into that for a while, you start believing that shit.
But no
So
one was.
that's why black people needed groups like that. He's
That's a red
we
herring,
can't,
though. That's a red
huh?
herring. That's a red
Yes,
herring.
that's
No one was
yeah.
saying that.
yes, I know you don't like me saying these things, but it's the truth.
No,
White
I
supremacists.
don't like you using red
Damn, Anthony,
herring.
can I get my point across,
No,
bro?
because you
Please.
accuse me of fucking something. It's not
I'm
that I
not
don't.
accusing you of anything.
Let me
I'm just
finish,
making my
please.
point
Why do you keep trying to talk over me?
because you're talking over me.
No, you
I was
fucking.
talking and you just keep
You
interrupting
accuse
me
me
for
of
whatever
something.
reason.
I went to address it. I have the right, if you accuse me of something, to address it.
Okay, what did I accuse you of?
Saying you don't like when I say this stuff. Like
I was speaking like in general. Okay. Anyways, as I was saying,
Okay, so wait. Let me explain something to you, Rebry. Who cares if a group look if a pro black group thinks my kind are ugly people? What the fuck do I care?
I could care
not
less.
saying
I don't
like
care.
I'm not saying
No, but
like
they could. But
the word.
it's what I'm saying
Fucking
is,
skins, cum skins. I laugh at that shit.
listen. I've heard black people say that they think white people are ugly. I've heard them say it.
Come on,
Okay,
recognize.
I've
You
heard
know
them
that's
say.
not what I mean. I'm not saying like
Well, no.
specifically
I'm trying to
ugly.
make a point. Look, okay, you're talking about back in the days, white supremacists used to say black people are ugly. I would say they still say that. You know what I'm saying?
No,
People that are
no,
white supremacists,
you're
white
not getting.
supremacists.
You're still not getting it.
Bro, the same music shit
I'm
on
not.
white
I'm.
people all day.
I
And
don't
they
mean
were
specifically ugly. Obviously, that's part of it, but it's not just that. Dumb. Uh, they can't. Basically inferior in all kinds of ways, not just ugly, but when you pound that into
Whatever, right?
people's
Like
head,
they're
when
lower
you're
than they're
exactly
lower
when
than
you're the
me.
dominant group, obviously, especially back then, it was like what 80% white, maybe more, 90% white.
Yeah,
Yeah,
around there.
yeah. It was,
All the history books are
and
written by who?
this white supremacist group voted for immigration that would replace them, and that now 50 something years later they're less than 60% of the population. So they
Well, I
obviously
mean,
are some
that's a
strange
different.
white supremacists. I would say that, bro.
Yeah, that's a different story. But who wrote
It's not a
who wrote
different story. It's
who wrote these books during that time? Recognize
what
What?
white
books?
people,
History
right?
books?
What does
Yeah,
History books?
white
matter?
people, right? Now,
Maybe
if you're
Yeah,
if you're if you
probably
the
most,
yes,
because
the
the
most
victors
vic
write
people
the
history
were
write the
white.
history.
yes, the victors write the history. That is correct.
Except that
So
that's not
so
true.
for example, the Allies during World War II, do you think they're going to put in their history books? Oh, we bombed innocent German civilians and innocent Japanese
Yes.
civilians because they did. They're not going to put that shit in their history books,
How do I know it then?
huh?
How do I know it then? Do they talk
Yeah.
about
Well,
what the
obviously we
Chinese did?
know it now,
Talk
but
about what the Chinese did to us in San Francisco, dropping fucking insect bombs and chemical weapons on San Francisco Bay? Is that in your book?
I don't know anything about that, but
Yeah,
but
exactly. So that wasn't in your
You
book
have to
either.
enlighten
Or how
yourself.
about this? That the
Why do they have to
that the
teach you
first
every single thing?
Japanese citizens, the first, listen to this, right? The first Japanese American citizens that knew about the Japanese attacking America, they instantly became traitors. They immediately captured U.S. soldiers and held them hostage. It was
Yep.
Hawaiians that had to free U.S. soldiers from the Japanese citizens.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
And
but
that's
that
what
still doesn't
started
make
the
it right
whole
though.
internment camps.
Rebri, do you realize that in every fucking human species, black, white, span, or whatever, everything in between, do you realize that they all suffered? Do you
Yes.
realize that they were enslaved? They were
You know, a place
enslaved
called,
people.
you know, a place called
Yes.
Demi. My grandfather was a war prisoner of war there for 7 years. My great grandfather in World War II. Know about that? There's a lot of stuff people don't know about. World War
Yes, it's not like every single thing is going to be in your fucking history book. You have to
Yeah,
learn some of that shit on your own too, you know?
there's paper trails. There are paper trails that you can look for yourself, and you'll see where the American slave trade, how it started. First of all, it's pretty new because America is a new fucking country compared to most countries, right? And so you would see that the stronger African tribes who defeated, I guess, maybe the weaker in number African tribes and made them slaves, and they were their property, and they used them as trade. But you see, nobody wants to
You have
talk
a
about that.
problem with them?
Okay.
Do you have a problem with them?
Who? No, I'm not saying that. But we're talking about America. We're getting off topic with
No,
like African tribes
Well,
and
how did they get to America? How did they get to America?
Why is it only once the supply chain deals with the white people? Why not keep going further back and get to the fucking source of the problem?
well,
Yeah.
for
Like
example,
the original people.
another thing that people say is
Drug kingpin pushing all the drugs down to the street, and you as a cop only going after the fucking corner boy and being like, yeah,
going
he's
after little
the problem. He's the problem. You see?
yeah.
He's not. Yeah, he's adding to the problem, but he's not the main problem, right?
Yeah.
He's not the main guy. He doesn't. He's not able to get that unless somebody brings it in.
Or is that not like cool because that comes back to your own people? And then
No, but you know what? You know what it is. You know what it is, Anthony. Most people agree to that, right? I'll talk to all groups of people, black people, and they all agree to that. They'd be like, "Yeah, you're right. I mean, somebody's bringing them in." But when I tell them about the slave trade, I'm like, "What do you think they were doing?"
But and it's the same thing
shipping
with
them
like,
in.
it's the same thing with like, you know, give back the land to the natives, but only until like go back as far until non-whites had the land. Well, why not like, oh, like, you know, Italy, like get rid of the whites, okay? So okay, and then you go back to Africans. It's cool then. Well, why not make them get out of the land? It was someone's before theirs. No, it only stops when like white people lose something or the white
Okay.
people.
If you agree with that, if you agree with that, then you should be
the white people.
You should be okay with open borders then.
Why?
Because hey,
He's using it as an
what it is.
example. Wait. He's not saying he's for that. You're confusing what he's.
Yeah.
He's saying if you're gonna
he's saying
blame
shit
people,
happens.
He's misconstruing what Anthony's trying to see.
Again, like say in America, okay, when there was Indians here, right, and there was Aztecs here first, but then there was Native Americans. So
that's right, my ancestors.
The whites came and conquered, but then they're like, give the land back to the natives, the Native Americans. Well, why not give it back to the fucking Aztecs who had it before them? No, it only stops at the whites. Once you can hurt white people, I'm cool. I just want to hurt the whites. Why is
Anthony,
it
can I respond to that?
only? Yeah.
No,
wait, let him finish his point.
you're absolutely right. That it's wrong on all fronts. But when you start going to that route where, the strong should take from the weak or whatever.
No, answer my question. Why does it always only stop once the whites are hurt?
No,
Why
it's
not
wrong on all fronts.
The Aztecs, then go back to the Chinese who crossed the Bering Strait. Why not go all the way back? No,
if
you
black
only want to
people
go back until the white people lose something. When you talk with slavery, you only want to go back until white people had a part in it. You never want to go further than that. You don't even want to go back to the ships or the actual slave catchers in Africa, the tribes who caught them in Africa. No, it only.
Well, first of all, that was like a minority of people
No, it
that
wasn't.
would actually sell their
No, it
own
wasn't.
people.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
That was the
No,
whole
it wasn't.
Africa warring. That's all they ever did, dude.
They had
Yeah,
it through
human
the whole
beings.
coast. They had it through the whole coast of Africa. The Horn, from all the way from the western part of Africa, southern, all the way to the Horn of Africa. Okay, to the other side of the fucking Hijaz, which is fucking Sudanese, Kenya, all the way over to fucking where the Moors were. Even the Moors, some of the Moors that were black, mixed with the Arab, okay, that fucking built damn near the southern part of Spain area, and then they were selling their people too.
Okay.
Yeah, that slavery
Yeah,
was
that's wrong.
slavery
All those things are wrong. I don't see
a
what your point
business
is.
back then. Slavery was a business back then. Everybody was involved.
I just don't
That's
understand
what
what
it's not.
is your point that you bringing up this agenda of slavery. Well, I understand where Anthony's coming from, where he's telling you why you only just put it at one part, and that's why I said what I said. Okay, to bring
What
in
do you
the
think?
whole part what Anthony's saying.
No,
Let
so
me
And
ask you
the
now
something,
whole point,
Rebri.
the
Did you
whole
ever ask
point of
yourself,
this.
Rebri?
I'm
Rebri, have you
misconstruing
ever asked
the
yourself?
whole conversation.
You ever,
No, I'm not.
No, you guys changing the
you
subject.
ever
Like
ask yourself why there's a lot of Muslims in Africa? Why Africans subscribe to the Muslim faith?
well, my parents are from, let's see, Eastern, Western. I would say like in Rwanda. That's where my parents are from.
Okay,
There is no
okay, they're from.
Arabs. There's no Arabs down there, and
No, I didn't say
we're
Arabs.
not,
I said there's a
or
lot of
Muslim.
Africans that subscribe to the Muslim belief. If you
Yeah,
go
North
to certain
Africa.
parts
You're
of
right.
Africa,
Recognize didn't
yeah,
say all of Africa. He said a large.
that he
North
say all of
Africa.
us.
You're
Yeah,
right.
Africa's too big. Africa's too big. The reason why, and I'll tell you why you see a lot of black Muslims in Africa, it's because they were conquered by drum roll Muslims.
Arabs.
That's right. But you would never ask them to, you know, pay, whatever, right? Because they'll kill you, right? You know that. They don't compromise with you. There's nothing to compromise. There would never be a sit down where Arabs would have to pay for their sins.
Look,
They'll kill you.
Can you just
The reason why they do it with whites, is because everybody's on board that whites were the worst people that did it, and because whites have such a forgiving,
That's why.
this culture of fucking forgiving and high trust, they get punished for it. But you would
No.
never do. They would. The Africans that enslave other Africans will never be asked to pay for their sins because they'll just kill you. That's it. There's no negotiating.
And
Nigeria
can't
is
Yeah,
the biggest black.
you've been
So
brainwashed from
Nigeria.
a kid to like fucking have all these negative thoughts towards white people? Can't you see that?
But I'm just
I don't have
your
negative thoughts
point
towards it.
there.
I don't even know how this got
Nigeria,
started. We started this topic with
Well, all the slavery shit and all the history books, that's all negative thoughts. Can't you see that you
but
have
the
that?
things happen. You can't just try to act like it didn't happen.
Literally, that was
Yeah, but
programmed.
You can't
it
just say,
didn't
"Oh,
happen.
these are negative thoughts." Let's not think about it.
That was programmed
It
in
didn't
you.
happen in your lifetime, though. Never happened in your lifetime.
You wouldn't even know about it if it wasn't told to you, first of all. So yeah, you were programmed.
I mean, you can say the same thing about your beliefs.
No.
Yeah,
No, I don't have a.
yeah.
I don't have
And
a.
you did just pop up in your
We
head
don't.
one day.
Life
Did
experience. Tell me what my
it just pop up in your head one day,
tell me
Anthony?
what my beliefs are. Yeah, it
Huh?
took 40 years of changing them and molding them and learning. And these ain't the same beliefs I had at 18 or 24 or even 32.
Well, shit, I still have some time, but I believe what I believe, and also, so for example, like when you hear people say shit like,
I was
why
like
is there,
when I
why
was
is there like a
evidence, I would always, you know, I
no,
was
you
able
know,
to mold my
when
beliefs
I know I'm
into.
speaking to somebody ignorant when I hear shit like, why is there a Black History Month and not a White History Month? That's when I know I'm talking to somebody ignorant.
I didn't say that.
I know you
First
did.
of all,
I'm not
nobody
saying you
said
said
that
that,
though.
but
No
I
one
know,
said
Listen,
but I see people in the Discord say stupid shit like that sometimes, not
okay,
realizing
but that
that.
doesn't
or that
represent. That doesn't
apply to
represent.
us.
Hold on. Time out.
Hold on.
That
Hey, Kid
doesn't
Money,
represent.
no Republicans are here. Let me join the show, you stupid old Republicans, all dumb as fuck. I'll destroy y'all in seconds. Give them the link.
I sent somebody a link, and some fucking guy came in burping and
Oh, that's
shit.
that
I
little
mean,
boy.
I recognize. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, you'll
yeah,
really
I could hear.
someone
He's kind of low, right?
I think it's
a little bit.
Just a little bit. Jet, but you wanted to say something, Jet? Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now, or is there on delay?
So a little bit low.
A little low, but can hear you. We'll just stay quiet.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make a point what Recognize was saying about even like look at Nigeria. I think that's the biggest black country in the world by population. Nearly half of them are Muslims.
Mhm.
Just going on
Yeah,
Recognize.
the Congo.
Yeah. No,
Yep.
it's not. I think it's
And
Nigeria.
half of them are.
I don't like
Nearly half,
Nigerians.
maybe not exactly half, but nearly
Can't trust their ass.
close to half. But that's
Yeah, but
changing
Nigerians
Recognize.
are
You
black, my
never hear them.
friend. But
You never
Rebri,
hear them.
not,
You never
I
hear
know, but
Recognize
they're a
say
different type
that.
of black.
But you never hear
no,
anyone
they're
say
black.
that they need to take back what was taken from them. That was
It's like
Recognize.
Germans and Russians, different people, same color.
Would you use? Can you say that again, Jed?
Yeah, sorry, bro. I think I'm low here, but yeah, like Recognize was saying though, you never say anyone needs to take back from them. They need to get rid of this religion that was brought
They
to them.
won't allow them to.
Never hear
They'll
that.
they'll get killed. They'll get killed. That's it. You
What
you
happened?
you
Can you
you
say?
come
What
at
did he
them.
say?
He said, "No. Why doesn't nobody go to Nigeria and ask them to give land back and pay for your sins and this for the stuff they did?" And I said, "You get killed. They haven't been brainwashed into feeling bad for themselves for something that happened back in the days, and they're very strong about their culture. So if somebody came like with American standards, right, that they teach the shit libs, they'll kill you. That's foreign to them. That's like, who the fuck are you?
I disagree with that for one reason.
No, they'll
It's
kill
like
you. I promise you that.
if you
They'll kill you.
let's say let's say recognize. Let's say you used to be like a hoodlum or whatever back in your
Hmm.
younger days, and then you grew
I
up and like
was.
you had like a more, you realize you did something bad. I'm not saying you should be like a cuck or whatever and just become a bitch and say, oh, but you realize you did wrong and you try to right those wrongs. So for future people, they can, follow your lead and do better, right? It's not
Of
about being,
course. Of,
yeah, it's not about being a
of
cuck
course.
or being a pussy. It's just trying to right wrongs from the past
Look,
and
if
try to
I
make
stole
better
from
for your
you,
kids.
Rebri, if I stole for you, if I stole personally from you, right, and
Hmm.
I changed as a man, and I'm like, man, I owe something to Rebri because I stole
Hmm.
something from him. I would give it. I would come to you and give it back to you, right? What I
Yeah.
won't do is say, Rare Breed, your family owes me. What
No,
I'll stop you at.
nobody wants
Excuse
a
me.
handout.
Well, this is where I'll stop you at. Is if you say you owe my family, like my
Hmm.
children, and you owe these people. I'll be like, no, I stole from you personally.
Retribution.
Right.
Yes.
I'm the one that has to pay for it. But that's not what we're teaching today. What the elites are teaching today is that whites as a collective group are guilty people. That's what they're teaching today. And you got to ask yourself, why would white people teach black people that all whites you know are inherently evil? Well, I'll
I
tell
think
you why.
I
They
think
just want you.
you're
They want you to fight. They want you to fight amongst each other, right? That's one. They want you to be
mhm.
brainwashed. That's two, right? So fighting against each other, and it's part of being brainwashed, right? And that way, you always have soldiers ready to do your bidding. That's
No.
all. It's pretty simple. No, no, it is. It is. It's not. It's not that complicated. If you're too educated and too smart, to not fall for their shit, they don't have nothing. They have nothing. They have zero.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I
So
don't think.
look? If anybody owes you, it's the elites. When you trace their ancestry back, you would see that they were the 2% that owed slaves. Those people owe you. But the average man, the average woman, white man, average white woman, she don't owe you nothing. Her family didn't come from that lineage. She's obviously she's poor. And even if she did have like a fucking uncle or a great uncle or a great 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 grandfather, obviously it stopped somewhere down the line for her, and she was just a peasant.
Yep.
You can't see that like 2% of the population own slaves too. And I would ask you, who are those 2% of the population? They had to
Okay,
be the rich.
but recognize how many percentage of Germans were concentration camp guards,
Not many at all.
Not
and how
many.
it didn't take much to like kill almost all the European Jewry.
Oh,
Didn't take much. So I'm saying
Well,
it
I mean
doesn't take much to do that much damage.
well,
that's
a lot of
war.
that comes from straight up war, and supply
Yeah.
chains got crushed, and the food they did have, they chose to give it to soldiers rather than
They,
just the enemy.
they occupied like half the continent. They had plenty of food. They could
No,
just
the
steal.
supply chains got broken down. We bombed supply chains. They couldn't travel. Like the food that they had to disperse it to soldiers in the areas where that food was, because that was the best thing to do in war. Feed your soldiers. You're not going to feed the fucking enemy that you have captured.
It wasn't an enemy. Those were just regular civilians.
It's their
They're
enemy.
still considered outcasts of their unit. They're not part of the actual army that they created.
Well, it's because Anthony. It makes it
I
sound like
can tell
Anthony
you
is
about.
describing them like they're POWs or something. These are just regular citizens.
It doesn't matter in the war.
It does matter.
No, in your eyes, it may matter. Okay, in wartime situation, have you ever been in a war?
We're talking about the
Have
Holocaust. We're not
you
talking
ever
about.
been in a war?
No, have you?
Okay, yes, I have many
Okay,
conflicts.
okay, and
So
you've taken
strategically
citizens.
wise, hold on. I'm making sense to you right now. If you listen, strategically wise, an army is not going to feed their captive. They're going to have them as their slaves. Understand? They're worker bees because their unit is out there holding the front line, holding or pushing back whatever adversary that's trying to push into their line, which the generals are saying, yo, we need to take this, send a whole bunch of people over here, send this fucking brigade over here, take that area. Okay, push them back. That's what happened in Stalingrad. Have you ever heard of Stalingrad when the Germans try to take fucking Russia?
I'm pretty sure I probably know more about Stalingrad than you, but OG, let me ask you a question.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. You're 24 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm 54. I got 30 years of experience over you, and I've did a lot of stuff. See, when young people like that don't pay attention to the people that are older than them and thinking that they're wise and all-knowing and don't know shit from Shinola, okay? We can debate that.
Okay, can I ask you a question, OG?
Because I respect every person's opinion, okay? Is their opinion. Is there. You cannot argue another person's opinion. Okay.
No, you can't. But
okay. So when it comes to facts, what I'm stating to you after I just explained to you that when I asked you, were you in ever a war? You said no. Okay. I told you I was in conflicts, and yet you still are belittling me. So who's the one that's being respectful?
Okay. Let me ask you a question, OG. What gains do the Germans have for holding women and children as captives? What do they gain from that?
Well, they
I
don't
just
want
told
them
you.
leaving
I
and go.
just explained it to you.
Hold
I
on, they
just
don't want them
explained.
leave and just let them free, and then they can go tell the fucking allies like where their bases are, where men are, where supplies are stored. Obviously,
Really?
yeah.
Why didn't they just capture everybody? Why just Jewish women and children and old
It
men?
wasn't just Jewish. They when they invaded France, that's why the France underground. If you ever heard of that, you said you studied the war.
So the Holocaust never happened.
Who said that?
Bro,
Ain't
who
Because
nobody
said
no,
said
that?
that's
that.
what I'm
What are you
talking about.
talking about?
This whole time I've been talking about the Holocaust.
It's a straw man.
It's a
What are you
straw man,
talking
bro.
about, bro? We talking
I'm
about a
talking.
We
war.
love red
We talking
herrings.
about a war.
I'm talking about the Holocaust. I'm not talking
That
about
is a
Stalingrad
war
or the
that
invasion
What
of
happened.
about
France
the
or none of that shit.
Holocaust?
And
What
he
about the
was
Huh?
Holocaust?
using that to
What
bring it
about it?
Why?
through the
No.
Holocaust. We are still on that topic.
Yes. Why? What did the Germans gain from holding all those
I
Jewish
just
prisoners?
explained that. I
For
just answered that question.
that doesn't make any. No, if you're gonna do that, why just why pick
did
out only the
the
Jews?
Japanese hold POWs? Why did the North Vietnamese hold POWs? Why didn't they just let them go?
Hold
There's a
up,
big difference, though.
No, stop.
Anthony.
I can tell you what it is.
Let me rebuttal what he just
Soldiers, but
asked.
they're going to do the same things. They're going to leave and give intel to their enemy.
It's just the way that goes, man. Yeah.
Jeez.
You don't understand war,
Common
Reverie.
sense.
Was not.
No, I don't. Okay, I don't want to. I don't want to sound like a a smart ass or whatever. But I'm pretty good on this topic.
Okay, I'm not saying you don't know what you know.
But
I'm not saying
so
that you didn't read up on the history. What I'm saying is, you do understand the strategy, right? When you capture
yes, but
prisoners,
well,
you
my
know, you
point
don't
is,
let them
it's
go. That would go tell your enemy exactly where you at,
Hold on.
where you supply all your weapons and food.
okay, but they didn't just like. Let's not act like they took these people prisoner. They killed them like en masse, and it's not just because they starved them either. They gassed them, all types of things, shot them
Yeah,
on
and
the
they
spot.
also had their own race or Jews that took their own Jews and put them in those situations. And then they
Why are
also
you
had
trying to? Why are you trying to like basically say that it was okay for this to happen? That's what it sounds like.
who the
That's
fuck
another
You're
is saying
saying
that,
that.
bro?
Another straw man. That's all you do, dude.
No, why is it when I say something that was wrong, you say, well, their people did this
No,
first.
because you said
Why don't you just say it's wrong?
you're straw manning. We have said it's wrong.
No, this dude OG, whatever his name is talking about like, well, the Jewish people are actually the ones that brought him to the whatever.
Wrong.
Yeah, they it's a known fact.
Or
They
it's
had
right.
their own Jewish people betrayed their own Jewish culture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Okay,
that
same
still
way
doesn't
like
change the fact that
do you know that Hitler was Jew?
he was like a quarter or some shit like
He's
that.
still Jew, and he
Hold
killed
on.
his own fucking people.
Hold on. Do you know why it started? Like what was happening? Like the agenda that was being pushed in his community by Jewish people, not by all Jewish people, but by a select group, like the elite Jews, the shit they were pushing. Go look up Weimar Germany, pre-World War II.
Yeah, I've heard that story before from Nazi sympathizers.
Let's not go look it up yourself on Google. We're not going
From
to
what, the greatest story ever told?
Are you telling me,
You
Reverie?
can
Are you
see
telling me
pictures
Google?
of the street,
Let me.
interviews with the people there. It ain't Nazi sympathizing. It's fucking history. Go
Is Google Nazi sympathizers?
Go investigate it yourself. And that's a fucking
Or
another
Google?
straw man.
How about this?
Third one
Is
in a row.
Benjamin Netanyahu a Nazi sympathizer?
That dude's what you call he's a Zionist.
Right, and he said the same thing.
Still
Because in order to get Israel, you needed the Holocaust, bro. It doesn't exist without it.
Historical fact.
I think
That may
Reverie
be
just lost for
true.
words.
That may be true.
Nazi sympathizer.
What were they Nazi sympathizers, or they needed them?
No one here's called you a name at all. You've disrespected
I wouldn't say
everybody on this fucking panel, dude.
Well, Anthony, the thing is, people who are actual Nazi sympathizers, they have that same exact
So what?
arguments.
So
They
what?
do.
So what?
Because
Like you don't think they
So
use
what am I supposed to
truth?
think?
You don't think they use some truth? All of
No.
Nazi sympathizers are just 100% liars, huh? You know
Well,
what I'm
they
saying?
always say they
Fine.
always come from the standpoint that the real bad guys of World War II were the commies and the Jews.
Dude, again,
Communists
you
are
know
real
how many
bad
people
guys.
are gonna obviously
Communists are real bad guys. Yeah,
how
I've
yeah.
many
heard these
Communists
arguments
are real
before,
bad.
so I have experience
obviously
with it.
Communists are really bad guys. Yes, 100%.
oh, you
They
don't think
are.
Yeah,
bad
So are
guy?
the Nazis.
yeah.
Well,
I get that. Nobody's saying the Nazis are good people, but it sounds like
why do
you
you
might
only
be a
care about
communist sympathizer, and that doesn't
why
shock
do
Absolutely.
you
me.
only care about
Doesn't shock me. That doesn't shock
because
Absolutely.
me,
they're
to be
white?
honest.
Absolutely not. I am not a communist sympathizer.
Well, you talk like a
Oh,
communist.
just like
You actually talk like one.
say the
In a
exact
lot of ways,
as them.
you don't realize this. You may not realize it because this is how deep the brainwashing is. You speak like a communist sympathizer. You share a lot of their point of views.
What are some of my point of views if I want to know?
Oh, like the whole blaming a certain group for all their problems. That's number one on their thing.
No.
Their list of communist uh, propaganda, basically. That's one.
Okay. Two.
White problem
Like
for whites are the
all these
cause of
name
every
callings,
problem around the world.
all these name callings, and like, dude, listen, communist is a behavior. Okay, it's a behavior. It's you got to enforce it, but it's a type of people.
It's a
Okay,
Marxist
and
indoctrination.
yeah, so part of it is being indoctrinated. Okay, to believe in every propaganda. If you don't believe in what I believe in, then you must be a bad person. You must be a Nazi sympathizer. Like
You know
that's
what's
what
crazy? You know what's crazy?
that's what.
I used to be like
So okay, so
when I was
I'm
younger.
against I'm against communism, right?
Yes,
I think
I am too.
I don't like fascism. I don't like fascism either. Okay, so but the thing is, when I speak to communists, if I say no, I'm against communism, they automatically jump to you must be a fascist. Then
That's crazy. That's
why is
nonsense.
why is that? Why is it? Why is it that communists when you call them what they are, they automatically say you're a fascist or you're a Nazi sympathizer?
I would say my politics is more center left. That's what I would. But the thing is, I
Okay,
actually used to
but
be when I was younger.
a lot of times you don't talk a
What's up?
lot. You don't talk like center left. You don't.
But look, I can go find you like speeches by true Nazi sympathizers, and everything they say is 100% correct. You know why? Because they don't want to say false information, because then people could call them out on it and it would completely discredit them. So they're going to use truth. They will find facts to fit their narrative. Okay. So just
Have you
because
read a book called Hellstorm?
hold on. So just because somebody says a point that they might also make doesn't make them a Nazi sympathizer, because they're going to only speak truth because they don't want someone to be able to discredit them, and then they're done, they're ruined. If one piece of what they say is false, they'll get called out on it, and then all of a sudden it all falls apart. So they are going to use facts. So like the fact about what I brought up, that's like, and you say a Nazi sympathizer, like for you to jump to that is communist behavior. That is Marxist
Mm-hmm.
indoctrination, rather than just knowing, like, okay, yeah, that's true, yeah, and then go off of it. Instead, it's name calling, straw manning, changing goalposts. That's Marxist indoctrination. That's
Anthony.
communist
You know,
behavior.
you know those people that will show up outside of Martin Luther King's speeches. Basically, the racists who would show up outside of speeches to protest him. They would have signs calling him a communist.
Because he
Uh,
was. His
so
backers were communists. You can look this up. This is facts.
what I'm saying is,
And that's why, because dude, to look for him to have worked with communists at that time, it would be like Obama being backed by fucking ISIS right now. Like, you know what I mean? It'd be insane. So yeah, they were right to call him out back then. They were even writing his speeches. So yeah,
Okay.
they're gonna call him out. What's wrong
So
with that? That was fucking nuts to work with communists back then. They were our number one. It'd be like the terror. It'd be like, actually, it'd be worse than now. It'd be like working with Al Qaeda on September 12th.
well, I mean, whether it's a lefty, whether
Exactly.
it's a lefty like Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, whatever you want to call his politics or whatever,
He was lefty at
they
first, then
they
became
don't like either one of them.
right
Is what I'm
wing. They
saying.
murdered him.
Who?
He was left wing at first. Then he became, when he went to Mecca, he saw the truth that there's white Muslims, everything. So then he became right wing, and they killed him for it.
No, Malcolm X.
No,
Malcolm
that's
X.
correct.
Malcolm X hated liberals and conservatives. He called
Yeah,
liberals.
Yeah,
He called liberals. He called liberals sheep in wolf clothing.
I guess I know
And
fucking Malcolm X front and back, my man. Trust me. Yeah, he went to Mecca, saw the reality. There was no problem. He was a conservative. What do you think Muslims are? Muslims are conservatives.
I don't want to live in a conservative country. Then, if it's living with Islam,
Muslims are
whatever.
conservatives. That's what I said. And Martin Luther or Malcolm.
Yeah, I don't want to live like a Muslim. That's why I don't like conservatism.
Why?
Because why?
Malcolm.
Who wants to? Who's happy living in a Palestine? That's what it would look like living in a right wing country.
Conservative means.
Huh?
Do you even know?
Yes, I do. You want to conserve.
What? No, what
You
are
want to conserve? You want to conserve traditional values.
Yeah, like family, community,
Racism.
church. What? No.
Racism.
Why are you fucking connected, dude? You don't know shit about a little bit.
Hey, when you hear people say I want the good old days back, that's what they mean.
How are you 24 and still? Have you ever like researched anything for yourself?
You're obsessed with this shit, lad.
Anthony, when I hear people say "Make America Great Again," what are they talking about? Are they talking about 1950, 1935? What do they mean?
No, we just came out of a recession. He's talking about build the fucking economy back up again. Make people wealthy again.
No, so at what point? At what point are you talking about?
Again, you guys, just the fucking Democrats brainwash you guys to be like, hey, he can't tell this. This is actually a good thing. People will want that. So we got to make them say, make America great again means what? Racism? Like it's the childish. You know how fucking childish that is to believe that dumb shit?
They asked Trump supporters, when you say make what was like your golden age of America? Like these old white people would say,
because the 1950s booming. Yes,
1950s. That was a great time for white people, but you don't care about other people, do you?
Dude, they voted Obama in twice. The same people. They weren't fucking, we want racism. They wouldn't have voted Obama in if that's what their goal was.
Okay, but if only white people voted.
Oh God.
If only white people voted, Obama would have got like 30% of the vote. So I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
13% of the population. They can't vote nobody in.
Yeah, but if you add 90% of blacks and 40% of whites and 40% of Latinos, he's gonna win the election. So do the math.
So half of whites have no problem with him.
Oh my God!
Probably less than that. I'm pretty sure.
It's nuts.
Pretty sure McCain and
conservatism has nothing to do with racism, bro. Get it through your head. I promise you. Promise you.
It sounds like
everyone here.
Like there's no.
David Duke is a Republican.
Wait, everyone here is of different. I fucking hate Republicans. Everyone here is of different races. They'll all fucking tell you, dude. I don't know how you think this. You have like a 14-year-old fucking mind, dude.
But look,
family, community,
this is what I was trying to say earlier. I used
supporting people through charity. That's it. That's it. Am I wrong?
J Money. Look at J Money's comment.
J Money's a dumbass, dude.
Yeah, he said. I mean, I
He's
guess
right.
J Money's for gay marriage, huh? Nice boy.
Yeah, obviously.
Hey, he has a point about that because the Republicans did lose the culture war.
Oh my God!
Is
You
that
I
a
have.
mean, whatever.
good
It's
thing?
like okay, okay.
Is that a
The
That's
good
important.
conservatives,
Is that a
conservatives
good
lost
thing?
the culture war.
Look
How
at
has your life?
the left
How has your
picture.
life in politics changed? Because you're still complaining, bro. You know what you remind me of? The women today. Women today.
Yes.
This is what you remind me of. Hold on, real quick. Let me say this. You remind me of women today, and I'm gonna tell you why. Women are the freest and have the most rights ever in history. Yet 1 out of 4 of them are on meds. So they're the unhappiest they ever been.
Mm-hmm.
That's you. That's what you're acting
No,
like.
Can I?
no.
What's the
You
I
culture
said
don't
you
war?
like.
just said you just said conservative lost the culture war,
What's the
right?
culture
Yes.
So
war
that
though?
means
What does that even mean by
right. So the liberalism is on top, right? Right? Liberalism is on top.
how that?
I don't like.
What?
No. I'm saying that from what's the word I'm looking for? A neutral standpoint. Because I'm not a liberal. I'm center left, but I'm not a liberal.
Liberal. That's liberal.
I don't like
That's
either one
liberal.
of them.
That's liberal.
I told you why I don't like
Left at
liberals.
all is liberal. Left at all is liberal.
No,
I
I
mean,
told you why I don't like liberals because they're condescending.
But
the
you
goose
are.
gang owns the
They
TV,
they
and
treat
they just tell
they
people
treat
what to think. That's
they
the problem.
treat black people like children. Like,
Yeah.
oh,
Retarded
poor
children.
poor
Like
poor
you
poor
can't
Mr.
shit.
Blackie.
Like
Hey,
real
Poor
racist.
recognise that
But
Can
James
hold
can I
on.
finish?
said to let him on
Hold
as
on. The
well.
whole party of the Democrats and the left do treat black people like retarded children, like they're little boys who can't do for themselves. And then the
Yes.
conservatives are actually like, nah, they're just as
No.
equal to us. Yeah, they do, my man. They can
No, they
fucking
don't.
do.
That's
See,
my problem with conservatives.
you're a child.
They view Democrats as the bad guys,
Manipulating your
and
mind.
they're
You're
perfect.
so close-minded. It's crazy.
No, I'm not close minded.
Well, you are.
Also, there's a reason why you guys
Dude,
are
there's
your party.
we can
Your
bring in
party is 91% white
A
for a
party.
reason.
no
A
one is
party.
gonna say that they think blacks are less than, dude. Like, and that's
So,
what I would
pretty
tell you if I thought
You know
so.
what's funny?
look,
I'm
this
pretty
this how I
sure
describe Democrats and
they don't even
Republicans.
vote, bro. Anthony and recognise they don't even vote.
No, this is how I describe
Hey, you're
liberals
fucked, bro.
and conservatives. Liberals are the wolf in sheep's clothing, and conservatives are just a damn wolf. So either way, you're gonna get bit.
You're brainwashed, my man.
That's
You
just my
brainwashed.
opinion.
You're
That's
brainwashed.
how I feel.
Your
Both of them
parents
ain't
tell you
shit.
this shit? Your parents tell you this shit growing up?
No, I sent it from because let me tell you something. I used to be a Republican. And I feel embarrassed about it because
I doubt it. I
You
no,
doubt
I swear to
that.
God, I used to be. I used to be
are
I
conservative.
doubt
phony.
it. I doubt it.
I swear to
You're proud
God,
to
I
be a
Please
was.
stop.
Democrat. You're proud to
Well,
be a
No, I
listen,
really
Democrat.
When?
was.
When you were
it was
10?
You know
Wait,
what changed my
Anthony.
mind?
it was
Wait, let me ask you.
phase.
You were 10 years old when you were a
Yeah,
Republican?
exactly. A
Oh,
little phase.
No,
Like, oh, I'm a little conservative, and then it faded real quickly. It's like being a
no, I was like 18,
yeah, okay, for
18
so
to
six.
you
like
voted for Trump. Oh, so you voted for Trump.
no,
Of course not. So you were never a
Yes, you
no,
conservative.
did. So you're not a
no, I
conservative
didn't.
then.
Exactly. He was never a
So you're
conservative.
not a conservative. Yeah, you were never a
No,
conservative then.
but let me tell you what changed my mind. It might sound silly to you guys, but it was enough for me. Facebook. I follow the Fox News Facebook, and I was also following Breitbart. What was the other one called? That's
It don't matter. What'd you see?
it's a basically a lot of right
What
wing
do you think?
things. So basically, I would just read the comments by these people, conservatives, whatever you want to call them. After a while, I started seeing a pattern. Like, okay, like damn, some of this shit is low key racist. Like,
Low
so
key.
like,
Low
yeah,
key.
no, some of it is high key racist.
Okay, so what? You'll see the same thing on the left. Dude, the left has you enslaved.
See, there you go. And then that's another reason why I don't fuck with conservatives. They view black people like that vote for Democrats as some kind of plantation or mindless
Dude,
zombies
they
that vote for the
destroy
state.
your community. The
Can,
KKK were
It's
all Democrats. They have fucked you over your whole community for 100 years, and you keep voting for them because
How's
they
the Democrats?
because they tell you conservatives are racist, and maybe there are some racists, but there's racists on both sides, so that nullifies it, dude. There's equal amount on both fucking sides. Trust me. But like in overt racism, there's
that's what exactly what I just said, Anthony.
No, look, there's racists.
Didn't I just tell you they're both
Let
wrong?
me finish. There's racists everywhere, so that will nullify the racists on both sides. But one side has fucking ruined your entire community, took all the men up out your community, and are continuing to do it, and are
No,
about
that's
to
both.
pass a bill and do it again. And you guys just keep voting for it. It's like you love getting punched in the face. Hit
Name
me again, baby. Hit me again.
what have Republicans done for poor white people?
They give them the opportunity. That's all
Oh
they
yeah,
do.
West
We don't
Virginia
ask for
is off so
handouts.
well.
The
Is
conservatives
West
don't.
Wait,
Virginia
I'll
doing
tell him.
well?
We don't ask
I'll
for
tell him.
handouts.
I'll tell him what conservatives have done. Okay,
Nothing.
I'll give you one example. What Giuliani did in New York.
New
He
York is a
saved.
liberal state.
Well, hold
Yeah.
on. He was a Republican. He was a
And he
Republican.
cleaned
Time
it
out.
up.
He ran in the Republican. He ran on the Republican ticket both times and won. And what he did was save over 1,000 black people's lives, because when he took over,
And white.
like about 15, at least out of the 2,000 plus murders, at least 1,500 of them were blacks
And
You know,
Hispanics.
the conservative
and
policy
Hispanics.
is when you do a crime, you should go away for longer. That's why so many black people
Oh,
for petty drug crimes are away forever.
that
And
Well,
the
you got to understand
Democrats,
something. Black
the
people voted for
Democrats are
that.
part of it too
That is
because they
Democrats who
view
wrote the bill and forced it to be passed. We just explained this to you last time.
Anthony. Let me finish.
Listen, black politicians
Yes,
wanted
that's what I'm
crack.
saying.
Wanted
They have a
Yeah,
hand in it
exactly. So,
too.
but
Black
do you know
politicians.
why?
It had nothing to do with Republicans.
Why they wanted? Do you know why they did? Dude, they watched. They can. Okay, so they would represent a constituent, right? They would represent a group of people, a district with the people that lived there, and they would just see the disasters of the crack era, and they wanted that shit to end. That's it. How do you end it? Give people more time, and that's
Yes,
what they
both
did.
wrong.
Okay,
But that was
and through
Democrats
it,
and Republicans were doing that shit. It
of
wasn't
course.
just
What I'm saying is, if you look at the cities today, especially if you look at today, the cities that
are
are
run by
at the most
Democrats.
dangerous, they run by Democrats because, listen, they have a policy of be nice to the criminal. You suffer from that. You, not the criminal. You are putting yourself in the category because of the same skin color as criminals. That's dangerous. You're not a criminal. Now, if you was a criminal, that's different. I can understand. All right? Like, you know, real recognize real. If you're a fucking, if you're a thug, okay, I understand where you're coming from. But if you're a hardworking person, a motherfucker could kill you and get away with it. That's it. All he has to be is in a city that is soft on crime, and that's the
Well,
Democrats.
let me tell you, this issue is not as simple as, oh, let's just change parties and then everything will be kumbaya.
No,
It's
I'm
not
not.
that simple.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I wouldn't say that. Okay, because the Republicans do a lot of shit that I don't like personally. Right? I'm not going to get into that, but you can't lie the facts. When you look at top 50 highest crime rate cities, I would say about a good 48, 47, 48 are Democrat run cities.
And who
You
suffers?
rarely find, you rarely find a Republican city that has the kind of crime rates Chicago,
But there are
Memphis.
no Republican
Uh,
cities because they don't run anything. They just run the
no, there are
rural, poor
Republican
parts of
cities. They are
America.
Republican cities. They are
No,
Republican cities.
Republicans run the country, rural, poor parts of America, like
Yeah,
Alabama.
and there's no crime there.
Okay.
You notice that?
Yeah.
Notice
Florida.
there's no crime.
Of course,
But
there's
you
no
notice
crime
that
in the
they have
rural
low
parts.
crime
But
rate.
so you think
Oh,
if they just
well,
replace Republicans, the crime would disappear?
yeah. A lot of it,
Oh
just
my
like New
God,
York.
yo, it's just that simple, huh?
Didn't it happen in New York?
But didn't it happen in New York?
We know how to do it.
Yeah, it just happened in one city. I just named one.
But it also happened in California. They didn't do Republicans.
But you
If
know
you
where they
remember,
got their? Do
California
you
was
know where
really
they
bad in
got
the
their?
90s.
But do
Thanks.
you know where they?
Share that thing
Tell
back
me.
there.
Do you hold on? Let me say this. Do you know where L.A. got their idea from? New York. So they saw what New York was doing. It's like, yo, we got to be doing what they're doing. Look how they're lowering their crime rate.
So why doesn't Chicago do
Okay.
the same?
Well, Chicago's, but brother,
Just look who
that's
runs
just
Chicago.
different.
They
That's
have
just
to
a
do that.
different ball game over there. Okay, if you get 400 murders, consider it a successful year.
Well,
That's
Chicago used
just
to have like
it,
1,000 murders a year. I don't know if you guys remember
yes. That's what I
in
said.
the
I said
'90s.
you'll be lucky if you just get 400. Consider that a victory, right? New York is 3 times that population and got under 400. Okay, so there's a problem with the system over there, and it's called the Democrats. They haven't voted. They haven't had a Democrat, Republican, uh,
Well,
ma- of like probably like 100 years.
New York also doesn't have the gang problem Chicago has.
It doesn't
New York
matter.
is not
It
really a
doesn't matter.
gang banging city.
It doesn't
What?
matter. Chicago's a beautiful city.
It
Okay, I've
is.
been there. It's a beautiful looking city. Okay, now there are certain areas that you do not want to walk there. You do not want to go
No.
to there. Okay, they will kill you. They'll kidnap you if you're from out of town, maybe, and maybe they think you got some money. They'll extort you. You don't got no money. Kill that motherfucker. That's it. Just kill him, man. We don't need him to come back and like fucking point this out to cops or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, but it is what it is. Chicago is what it is. Just because Chicago hasn't had an example of a Republican mayor. That's first. Okay, and like I said, I mean, every city is different, right? Every city is sort of different. There's certain cities like New York and maybe LA because they got so much money. Okay, not to say Chicago don't, but they got so much money that they can spend money on, hiring more police. You get what I'm saying? Better tactics to combat crime, right? And
Yeah.
so they had
More
success.
training.
But you have to have a mayor that's willing to do it. That's the difference. You would have to have a mayor that says, "I don't care about these little bitches crying about how much
Yeah.
time they get them. Get them and
I
put them in prison."
go ahead. I agree with that, but see, I think you guys have me misconstrued about some of my beliefs. Like, for example, let me give you an example. ESPN, like that, you would consider that a left wing organization, right?
Yes, 1,000%.
Yeah.
It's been proven. It's been
Yes.
they got caught on Project Veritas. Yes, they are.
Yeah. Yeah. I know for a fact they're left wing. Like they get
Yeah.
on my nerves. There's a coach for the Chiefs named Eric Bieniemy, black head coach or defensive offensive coordinator or whatever.
Mm.
They're always like trying to push a narrative that he deserves to be hired, or they're not hiring him because of racism or whatever. But like, if you know anything about football, you know that the Chiefs, um, like the guy who their offensive system runs through Andy Reid, right?
Of course.
Yeah, and also there's like stories about that he doesn't interview well or whatever. So like what I'm saying is like it's really annoying like them trying to push this narrative like he deserves to be hired just because, you know?
Well,
So
that's what. Okay, listen. That's the narrative that they're trying to push. That if in the case they don't hire X amount
mhm,
of black coaches, it has to be automatically racism. Now, I'm not here to
mhm.
say that it's necessarily
Oh,
100%
yeah,
false.
of course not.
It's called
Nothing's
I
black
don't
and
I
white.
racism
don't know
of the
that.
gaps. Anywhere there's a
Yeah,
gap, it must be due to racism. It's called racism of the gaps.
like they complain.
The
You just
Flores
got to pay
situation is
attention.
suspect though.
Well, Flores has an issue. You see, nobody could validate his story. Now, that
No.
doesn't mean here's the one thing I believe, Flores. Here's
Mhm.
the one thing I believe, Flores. I believe 100%.
They asked him
I
to
said
lose.
okay, 90% that he was offered $100,000 extra for a game for him to throw a game. That I
Yeah.
believe. Okay, but all the other stuff that it was racism. I don't know all of it, but like the stuff that it was just all racism. I'm like, dude, man, the NFL is trying. They took the knee. They kissed ass. They kissed feet. They they don't want none of this. I really doubt that that he was just passed over because he's just because he's black. Okay, I think that they have a perception about him. He has a reputation, and I'm not here to say whether it's bad or good. Remember, he was against the black quarterback or the mixed quarterback, whatever he is, in Miami.
Tell
And
no, whatever his name
Miami,
is not black. He's
yeah, well,
Hawaiian, I
he
think.
looks but he's brown skin, right? He's a brown skinned
Yeah,
man. He's not a white boy, right? He's got
yeah,
features of a guy. If I had to guess, has a certain amount of and a significant amount of African blood,
yeah.
right? So, and I guarantee you, he would consider himself black.
No,
And
he wouldn't.
so, no, he will.
It's like Troy
He'll say he's
Polamalu.
Hawaiian. No, but it's like saying you're Hawaiian, right? Like Carlos Delgado considers himself Puerto Rican. He is. But if you talk to him and he's like, the fuck do you mean am I black? Can't you tell? Like
No, 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 no.
that would
I'm
be his
not black.
reaction.
I'm Dominican. No, no, no.
Well, you got some people that are like that. Of course, you got some people that are like that. But most black people or any group of people will tell you. I mean, what do you see when you see me? That should be obvious, right? Like,
Like a
why are you
motherfucker
asking me
like
if I'm
Ugas
black?
saying he's not.
No, Ugas is black.
He is, but I'm saying
Ugas
some
is
of them
black.
look like Ugas and they say they're not black.
Well, when you say black, they just want. I hate to say this, they just don't want they just don't want you to think they're African American.
Yeah.
You know, they're Caribbean. They don't like to be mixed up with African Americans.
Yeah.
Like they don't want to be considered African American. They're like, nah. Like obviously I'm black. That's a stupid question. Why are you asking me that? And no, like when you say black, they're used to the word negro. You know, negro. Negrito or this and this and that. And negro is not, the N word.
Yeah,
I know.
Negro
that's that
He's black.
the darker
Don't worry.
complexion.
Yeah, you're dark skinned. You know, you're black or whatever, right?
They consider me negative.
Yeah. So, look, man, we went on for too long, man. This stream is 5 hours deep.
Yo, I got the little picture thing backstage. Put it up and make it full screen.
Okay. Add to stream.
ESPN is the Gestapo. The fuck is that?
Floyd Mayweather attended Trump's inauguration. Floyd Mayweather defends Trump's vulgarity. Speaks like a real man. Yeah. Mayweather going to Trump. Hopefully he'll be a good president. Yeah, taking pictures with him and
Hey
everything.
man, we never confused Floyd for being a smart guy.
You call Tyson.
Wait.
Look at your man. Look at your
He's
man.
still a great fighter.
He's ham. Yeah, he's a coon though, right? Hand with hand in hand with a white supremacist. Defending him too. Defending him too.
Trump being a white supremacy is all wrong. It's like, dude, look at who his kids are married to. Oh, come on.
I know, right?
That's insane.
I don't know,
it's like,
man. They
He
seem
got
to
an
like him.
award for helping the most fucking black people in New York City.
Yeah.
He
That's
also
right.
tried to
Reverend
lock
Al
up two black kids for raping a white woman.
The second
Wait. Rare breed, you're going down a subject that you don't even want to go into, bro.
Just saying,
Okay?
he did.
You don't want to
What did
go
he say?
into.
No, they were innocent.
The Central Park Five
Central
were
Park
as
Five?
guilty
Oh, geez.
as the devil himself.
Yo, King Tone,
The devil himself.
the Latin Kings told a dude they thought they could get money by getting them out, and he goes, he actually really did, because this dude confessed to King Tone that he actually was the guy or was a guy there as well, but he didn't get caught for it. And because he actually fucked her and nutted. They were like trying to fuck her, but couldn't get up because of the situation. They beat her head in with a fucking pipe though. But so anyway, he tells King Tone, the leader of Latin Kings, you can go see his interviews, and he goes, go, I got a great lawyer. You tell her this story. She'll try to get them out. They'll be able to sue the city. They'll give us a bunch of money. They got out. They didn't give him a dime. So he's all pissed about it now and stuff. But that's the story. Like they
Well,
absolutely did it.
they served their time. They all served their time. So everything else you said, Anthony, is spot on. But they did serve their time. And here's another thing.
Yeah, but he was good. He was trying to get them out early. Also, yeah.
Oh yeah, they were trying to get them out early, but they ended up. There was no evidence to suggest that they were framed, right? Because there was no evidence. There was no evidence. So when they tried to bring it to Bloomberg, Bloomberg said, "Okay, take us to court. You'll have your chance to provide your evidence. What about you?" They dropped out. They had a conversation with De Blasio, Reverend Al Sharpton, and Reverend Al Sharpton said, "Listen, I could get you the black votes.
I hate
That's a
Sharpton.
guarantee, right? But what's going to be on the table is the Central Park Five, and we don't want to go to court." He's like, "Okay, no problem. Why wouldn't you want to go to court? Because there's something called discovery, right? So I get to provide my evidence versus your evidence, right? And we'll see who wins. That's it. No judgment. Your evidence versus mine. All right. So they had that chance with Bloomberg. Bloomberg said, "You have to take." Remember, he was the mayor for 12 years. He got that small hat privilege to become, a 3-time mayor. If you look at the only 12-year mayors, they've always been small hats, right? So in New York. And so when you look at what was at stake was to win as much money as possible, right? If you win, the judge can award you a whole lot of money. If you lose, fuck off. That's it. So Bloomberg said, yeah, take us to court, and we'll contact the NYPD. They have archives of all that stuff, and you guys go to court, see what happens. And the Central Park 5 case dropped out. Didn't file, right? So that's basically dropping out. And on the De Blasio, no need for court. 40 million. That's it. That's how simple that was. But they were never exonerated. There was never one cop that was prosecuted for wrongdoing. Nobody ever got punished for that stuff. That was just a hand me out. That's all that was. But those boys absolutely did it. And what Trump said, Trump would never talked about them. He just said, "It's horrible what they did to that girl. If you ask me, all these criminals who commit violent crimes like murder should be executed." He never referred to them. That is a made-up lie by hateful black leftists, white leftists, and the other leftists that you can't say. Okay, that's all that was. It was propaganda. That when they see us is a fabrication of the truth, and they will never, ever, ever have taken that to court. That's a fact. Those boys were 1,000% guilty.
Guilty.
Now that might hurt some people's feelings because I know they heard this for a long time, but there's dude. Even if they didn't, which I doubted, even if they didn't, they were with the group of people that did it to her. They're just as guilty, okay? And they beat the shit out of like 5 people, put them in the hospital. They were pieces of shit, okay? They were pieces of shit.
Kicks.
And notice that the Spanish people could say that, right? We could just look. There were Spanish dudes too. It was mad Spanish boys that were there. Okay, they're pieces of shit. Fuck them. Okay, that Luis Santana, he's a fucking faggot. That's what he is.
Yep.
He fucking tried to pimp my daughter. I'll blow his face off to the white meat.
Do it for
That's
you.
what I would do.
But you notice
So what's right is right. What's right is right. And then they try to vilify that girl. All the girl said was, "I was just being attacked by multiple people." She's a racist. What?
That was
Are
my
you are you
daughter.
are you
I would
insane? They almost killed her. She doesn't. I'm sorry, she doesn't remember that one guy did it. She was attacked by multiple people. She
have, dude.
can't even describe them. She can't. She's
Pulverized.
like
That was my
she
daughter.
never mentioned. She never mentioned real quick. She never mentioned their race. Just because she said I got attacked by multiple people. That's all I remember. I wouldn't be able to identify nobody. She's a racist. Oh, she's got to be a racist.
I'll say this proudly. If that was my daughter and I found out that some dudes, I don't care what race they were, I'm murking them all.
Hell yeah.
And I'll go to
I'm
jail.
sure all fathers would
What I
feel
want to
that
know
way.
is why black people will defend criminals like that.
No, we
I don't
won't.
care who defends them. If
It's
something
pretty
if,
racist
if the
comment,
justice
Anthony.
system
No, it's not.
if the
'Cause they do it
justice
all the
system
time.
if the justice system doesn't take care of them, I will. I don't care who
Well,
they're in
we
front
we
of.
just
I
don't.
will. I will do them in.
We let me speak. For historical reasons, we don't really trust the justice system for good reason. We also don't trust the what's it called, the national health. We don't trust the health system is what I'm trying to say, because they try to put syphilis in us back in the day.
No, they didn't.
And
No, they didn't.
yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
What they did was not cure. This was wrong, but this is wrong enough. You should just say the truth. What they did, they had the medicine, and they just didn't. The syphilis was so far gone in these black dudes. They said, let's not give it to them and see what happens. Like, so we can study the effects of syphilis as it progresses. They didn't give syphilis to them. That's like totally twisted. They didn't cure them, which is fucked up in itself. So you should just say that though. And they studied them to see, but they
Well,
didn't.
yeah.
They
Well,
didn't
that's
give
why
them.
a lot of us don't trust the COVID stuff or the COVID vaccine stuff. We just don't trust the government.
Yeah, I don't trust that shit either. Yeah, but like
Yeah.
that's a big thing. I mean, I've heard, I've heard that my whole life about they gave people. I used to say that shit. They
Well,
gave syphilis, and then I did the research, and I was like, oh shit, they didn't give it to them. But what they did do is still fucked up. But I don't know why they like twist it and make it something else.
Yeah, well, I
Because
think like Emmett Till.
they want black people to be 100%
Anger.
against white people and never team up and say, look how they're trying to play us. Now, you can't speak for all black people because there's a lot of black people that do not believe this nonsense. They're like, dude, I don't trust. They'll tell you.
Oh Lord,
everybody's a target. Everybody, every human being, you are a target.
give them
Trust me when
Axe
I tell you.
Channel. Give them Axe Channel. You need to go check that shit out.
Oh,
Well,
Act is
with
the
shit
best.
like Emmett Till, we don't trust the justice system.
You're
Well,
not
Emmett
supposed to
Till, I
trust
don't know
nothing,
nothing about that.
man. You're not supposed to
Emmett
trust
Till,
nothing until you know it's an actual, you see it. You know how you can see it, taste it, touch it right there. You know what it is.
Just investigate things on your own and find the truth. Don't just let someone tell you something and believe it.
Don't
because
assume.
listen, the one of the worst things that I saw was how easy it was for the media to get like BLM, Antifa. Well, Antifa's part of it, but BLM, right, mainly to just do. Go ahead, man. Go destroy these mom and pop shops. Let Antifa, protect Antifa too. Protect them. Get in the way of like people trying to beat them up and call them racist and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And black people were, bro. I'm here. I'll sign up. Let me do it. I'm like, damn, y'all some stupid motherfuckers, man. And not just black people, Spanish people. I'm like, damn, I'm so ashamed of you motherfuckers, man. I'm so ashamed. Look how easy they made you jump. Jump, boy. Jump, boy. Go burn down and loot. Like we know you will do. Like we know you will do.
That was such a small amount of people. The
But they
people
still
who,
did it, Rare Breed. They still did it.
yeah,
It
but
doesn't matter.
people who try to like basically, what's the word I'm looking for?
Stop it.
What's
People who
the legitimize? What's the opposite of that? Delegitimize. Is that the right word?
delegitimize. Yeah.
Yeah, people will try
delegitimize.
to people will try to delegitimize that movement. Forget the movement itself and the people behind it. Just the idea. I like the idea behind it. I don't necessarily like the people who started it, like the black
Well, but
feminists or
that's what
whatever.
people. But
But
that's how they start. That's how they get you. They call themselves the Rainbow Coalition. Let's
That's
just
a
say
great
they call
name.
yeah, I
themselves
don't care.
Pretty Men.
Name that sounds great,
I
but
don't
when
care
Yeah,
you
about
and
that
then
do
they
it's
shit.
do.
wrong.
But
Yeah.
saying Black Lives Matter is not saying it matters. That matters in white lies or whatever. It doesn't matter. That's not what that means.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I
You
would
know what?
argue it
And I
does.
think a lot of people
Okay, like
do
for
know what it
instance,
means. They just try to go out their way. Like it's like, hey man, my house is on
I'll
fire,
tell you what
and
happened.
then another
I,
motherfucker down the
I
street
would
I'll
goes,
tell you
shit.
argue.
exactly what
I would
happened.
argue
Everyone
Black
knew
Lives.
when
Anthony,
Bill.
you always interrupt me, bro.
No, it was
Every
quiet when
single
I
time.
started talking, and then you started over talking me.
Well, I was just talking just now, and
Well,
you were
then you
quiet for like about
stopped.
a minute or so, then you just pop
What
out
it
talking.
was, you were stopped, and then I've been letting you talk for fucking ever. You've been interrupting everyone all night.
Right, this has been your show tonight as well. You've talked non-stop. So.
And
It's my show,
constantly
Anthony.
interrupting.
It's my show, Anthony.
But what I'll tell you what happened with BLM and white people, like with the All Lives Matter and antagonism. Everyone knew what it started for, man. Like, just like acknowledge us, give us a little, respect. We matter too, But then when the rally started and just the racist vitriol started, a lot of white people were like, like fuck you. If you're gonna call me racist, I'll be fucking antagonistic to you. Like same as like you're doing tonight, like being antagonistic at times and being like after you say some shit, like even when just now when I said why will the black community like support criminals, and you were like that's racist, and I was like no it's not, you do. And then you go yeah I mean that's because we don't
How's
trust.
that not racist? You just
So
literally said
like
that
you
we
called me
support
racist
criminals.
and then instantly we're like I'm right. So why'd you even call me racist or a racist statement to begin with when I go, no, it's
That's
true.
like
And
me
you go,
saying
yeah,
white
you're
people
right.
support
But you
pedophiles.
said I'm right. You go, yeah, you're right. I mean, but it's because we don't trust the justice system. That's all you had to say.
Yeah,
but instead you had to
that is
throw
what I
it as a
said.
racist comment first, even though you knew it wasn't because you knew it's true.
Can I go?
That's antagonistic. That's the same thing with like how they started doing that all lives matter shit. That's why that started. Like no one's done these. A lot of these people probably weren't racist. A lot of them probably got turned racist. Though I'll tell you that.
Okay, so you admit that? Well, actually, I think those people probably were already racist to begin with. That something like that Chinese is not going to turn you racist.
Listen,
I don't know.
Yeah.
listen, there's a lot of people,
Seen
Red
people
Breed. Let me
say
explain
it
something.
turned them racist.
Red Breed. There's a lot of people I know, including black folks from the Caribbean, that when they came to
The
America,
biggest coons. Go ahead.
they didn't like y'all. They didn't like y'all. You know what's the number one complaint? Y'all too violent.
Yeah, ignorant you are, bro.
That's their number one
whole
complaint.
region of the fucking
Yeah,
world.
they're like they're too fucking violent, man. And I'm telling you, I've had them like I've had quite a few. But like, yeah, I just don't like them. And they're black, bro. They're black. Just I don't like them, man. Like I'm still black. I'm still, but I don't like them. They just like
Recognize we know that shit already, but there's not bigger coons on this
no,
planet
but
than.
they don't like you because of the violent behavior.
Why are you gonna call them?
That's
Not
okay.
because you're
We don't
black.
care. We don't care if they don't
Can you
like
hear me,
us.
bro?
Hold on.
They wouldn't even
Yeah, I
be in
can
this
hear you.
country if it
I can hear
wasn't
you,
for
Jeff.
us.
Bro, that's how
Wait, I
fucking
want.
ignorant cunt is. He just called a whole region of the world like a C word. A whole fucking region. This guy's crying about racism and he's the most ignorant fuck I've heard on you, bro. You know how ignorant
Yeah,
you are,
but
bro? You just called a
yes,
whole region of the world something.
Because they don't like violence.
Yeah.
no, it's not
Well,
just
like
because of that.
violence is the black
They're
community.
ungrateful bastards. If it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even be here.
A whole region
What are you
of the world.
talking about? You come from them. You are them.
No. If it wasn't
Yes.
for African
Yes.
Americans
Yes.
fighting
No.
for,
No. 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 You are them. You are
let
them.
me
They
finish.
just. They just went.
Same
They just went to the
DNA.
Caribbean. They just went to the Caribbean first. That's the
They
difference
weren't
between you
here
and them.
fighting for civil rights when black people were.
Listen, dude. They were
So what?
slaves.
That's
They
your
were slaves in the
ancestors.
Caribbean.
That's your
But that's
family.
your
That's okay. I'm
ancestors.
talking about America. They weren't here fighting for civil rights. They
So
came
what?
over here
They
and
weren't
benefited.
here. They couldn't.
Bro, can I talk for once?
But what you're saying, it's real easy to answer.
You've
They
been
weren't
talking.
here.
Wait, you've been
They
talking.
couldn't. And how
This
are
is
you?
the Rare Breed show.
Can I talk?
Oh, he
Fucking
dropped off.
everybody. Dude,
Yo,
he's
This has been the
interrupting
Rare.
everybody all fucking night,
Anthony,
and has the nerve
he
to say,
just dropped
"Can I
off.
talk?" Motherfucker overtalked everybody, disrespected everybody, was wrong about everything, is fucking ignorant as all shit, thinks
Now,
he's
that
the
could be
only
the
one that
final.
knows something when he's
And
That could be the
fucking
final.
wrong about everything. He
hold
don't
up.
know fuck about fuck all.
That's the second
Yo,
time
the
he's done that,
funny
right?
thing
He said the
is,
whole
he
thing
called.
about Nigeria, and now he said that
I'm
about
sorry,
Caribbean.
Jay.
Sorry, bro.
Go ahead, Jay.
You
Go
don't
ahead,
if you
Jay.
don't agree with him, you're a coon.
2 regions
Yeah.
of the world. He just said these people are this and that. Nigeria and the Caribbean. 2 whole regions of the world.
He called them a coon. He
Dude's
calls.
a fucking
He
bum.
calls us.
Called Tim Bradley a coon, Mike Tyson a coon.
He
You
called
don't agree with him. You don't agree with me.
called
You're a
Caribbean. He
coon.
called Caribbean blacks coons.
Yeah, the whole Caribbean, because they weren't here to fight for it with us. They weren't here. How could they? What?
Dude.
Because they don't like violence. So you like
Anthony,
violence? If
Anthony,
you don't like violence,
recognize,
you're a coon.
guys. Look, my son is that young man's age. Okay,
Yeah, here,
my youngest son is that young man's age, and my son will have a better conversation and understanding
yeah.
and diplomatic wording of things. If he has a disagreement with someone, he will try to steer the narrative of what his opinion is. That's why I came on here and said to him, I said, I respect your opinion, but that's your opinion, and I cannot debate your own opinion. Okay?
Yeah. My teenage son could conversate 10 times better than him. The kid
Oh
can't.
my goodness.
He
This
doesn't know how
guy,
to talk. He don't even know how to talk. And he
dude,
thinks he's smart.
dude, I will get my oldest son. He's 26. He has
Mine's
and
16.
look,
To out debate him.
bro, my son will destroy him mentally if
My
it just
13 going on 14-year-old son will beat him in a debate, to be honest with you, man.
No doubt.
Because my son is willing to have, like, okay, acknowledge a point. Acknowledge a point. It's
Dude,
like
he didn't
that's
acknowledge
part of the
one
discourse.
point all night.
That's the
So
part of
you
the
know why?
discourse.
You know why is that? Is because he has a father, and each one of us over here has the knowledge to be able to understand something and be able to have a cordial conversation about it without trying to assault someone's integrity.
Yeah, and he just will change goalposts.
Yeah,
Man, you just fucking lie, change the talk. Like, he can't conversate. That dude's going nowhere in life if he don't fucking smarten up, man. But look, just one comment I saw from Pro here. Rare is crying about fucking racism, then calls all of these people coons. That fucking racist fuck. All Rare does is talk the entire time. He talked the whole time, 6 hours straight. He doesn't let anyone talk. He doesn't even like any other blacks. Like, this is all.
And let me tell you something. You know why he got upset about when he left the conversation when I brought up that the biggest complaints that Caribbean blacks would have about American blacks was that they're too violent.
Yeah.
It struck a chord. Because he knows that's their gripe with them.
And you know what he's gonna say? That dude's fucking racist for bringing that up. He was subliminally saying all blacks are violent. That's what he's gonna say. It's fucking commie behavior, but he ain't a communist.
Right. Because some of them have said, look, man, I don't want to raise my children around here. It's like, why would you when, like, in 1 week 4 people get killed? That's not normal, bro. And, like, 4 different incidents. That's not a normal thing. Okay, I don't care what you call it. Oh, everybody does that. No, not everybody does that, bro. No. Usually, if you get 4 murders in any, can you imagine a white neighborhood? They'll fucking go crazy. They'll be like, "What the fuck? 4 people got killed over here? There's got to be something wrong." They'll take care of that. They'll make sure there's no snitching culture in pro-white neighborhoods. No, you fucking going around committing crimes, your neighbors are gonna call the cops on you. That's what's gonna call the cops.
Look, he's had like no respect, and that's why I broke it down to him of the year differences. I have over 30 years over you, young man, and you're gonna try to. You don't understand how much I've seen. You haven't been in my shoes. Same way I haven't been in anybody in here's shoes, but we have the mutual understanding of respecting one another to be able to allow each other to speak what they need to speak, and then we could talk about it. But see, there was no talking with him because everything was he took it out of content.
Dude, yeah, we I forget what the topic was, but we gave him that history lesson with Boxing Chief, Anderson, you and me the other day, and we actually taught him like a one grade. I can't remember what the hell it was, but he basically didn't listen to a word we said the other day and said the exact same thing again today that he said like 4 days ago or whatever. So we taught him and he totally disregarded it and still kept saying the false information. Pure fucking ignorance, refusal to learn. I forget the topic, but I called him out on it instantly. I forget what it was, but if you listen to the 2 episodes, you'll see it. It's ridiculous, man.
I think what killed it, what everybody was basically getting across to him, is that you learn by moving on.
You see how like if we talk and like I make a point, you guys like trust me enough to where I'm not lying. I'm fucking 40 years old. I'm gonna come with something solid, And then when you guys make a point, I know it's gonna be 99% really close to true. Maybe one tiny point might be off just based on memory, but the point is going to be true. Like I know this with adults. Men do that. Men don't lie. You take people at their word. If anything, you can maybe ask a deeper, a penetrating question just to, have them elaborate on it a bit. And then you get to the bottom. You're like, all right, yeah, that's okay. I get you. He would just like anything we say is lies, but anything he says is golden.
True.
It's fucking mental,
Anthony,
bro.
let me say this real quick. LT, my bad, my bro. I'm about to end this show, bro. I'm about to end it. So I'm gonna let you the next time, man. The next time I do a stream, definitely, man. Just hop on by. But yeah, I'm gonna end it. I mean, we could talk on the
Hold on. Let me say this real quick.
Yeah.
Orale, carnal, this is LT, man. I'm gonna say this for my homies, yo.
Mayweather loves Trump. Mayweather loves Trump.
Mayweather the Trump
Mayweather
fan,
loves
yo.
white supremacy. Mayweather loves white supremacy.
That's right. Anyway, man, peace to everybody in the chat. Thank you for everybody stopping by.
God bless, man.
Rare breed. Okay, this was the Rare Breed show, so don't try to cap and say we didn't treat you fair. This was the Rare Breed show, so salute to you, salute to Aldo, salute to Jed Cal, Guerrero, Thunderdome, OG Boogie, and everybody else that stopped by. Peace, and to the next one. Well, you guys can